Level up, never lose, should've had better luck. Tryna see a check, I'ma run it up. Yeah, I do a lot, still ain't done enough. Level up, tryna see a check, I'ma run it up. Yeah, I do a lot, still ain't done enough. Never lose, should've had better luck. I'ma wake 'em up from a slumber. Money ain't nothing but a thing, and the level ain't nothing but a number. Life ain't nothing but a game. Level up, never lose, should've had better luck. Tryna see a check, I'ma run it up. Yeah, I do a lot, still ain't done enough. I wanna ball. Waking up meant that he gave me a chance and I'm rolling the dice. I do it all, living like I'm trying to go for the platinum trophy in life. Who can you call? Really nobody, so you should just follow me on your device. And know if she chilling with me, then it's bound to be chemical X and the sugar and spice. Game in the system, but game is the hobby. I'm probably cocky, but hot as wasabi. I mean, if it's beef, then you know where to find me. My niggas is ready and so is my body. You should be running and telling your posse and what's in the speakers and what's in your potty. And she trying to kick it, but this ain't karate. Just keep that shit down while I'm watching Tsunami. I ain't saying I'm a super nerd, but I told you when we got involved, my idea of a perfect date is a PlayStation and some alcohol. I was role playing on GTA. I'm a good guy, but I got it all. If the world should end, be the first to leave, but the last of us acting naughty, dog. Level up, never lose, should've had better luck. Tryna see a check, I'ma run it up. Yeah, I do a lot, still ain't done enough. Level up, tryna see a check, I'ma run it up. Yeah, I do a lot, still ain't done enough. Never lose, should've had better luck. I'ma wake 'em up from a slumber. Money ain't nothing but a thing, and the level ain't nothing but a number. Life ain't nothing but a game. Level up, never lose, should've had better luck. Tryna see a check, I'ma run it up. Yeah, I do a lot, still ain't done enough. Level up, never lose, should've had better luck. Tryna see a check, I'ma run it up. Yeah, I do a lot, still ain't done enough. Level up, tryna see a check, I'ma run it up. Yeah, I do a lot, still ain't done enough. Never lose, should've had better luck. I'ma wake 'em up from a slumber. Money ain't nothing but a thing, and the level ain't nothing but a number. Life ain't nothing but a game. Level up, never lose, should've had better luck. Tryna see a check, I'ma run it up. Yeah, I do a lot, still ain't done enough. I wanna ball. Waking up meant that he gave me a chance and I'm rolling the dice. I do it all, living like I'm trying to go for the platinum trophy in life. Who can you call? Really nobody, so you should just follow me on your device. And know if she chilling with me, then it's bound to be chemical X and the sugar and spice. Game in the system, but game is the hobby. I'm probably cocky, but hot as wasabi. I mean, if it's beef, then you know where to find me. My niggas is ready and so is my body. You should be running and telling your posse and what's in the speakers and what's in your potty. And she trying to kick it, but this ain't karate. Just keep that shit down while I'm watching Tsunami. I ain't saying I'm a super nerd, but I told you when we got involved, my idea of a perfect date is a PlayStation and some alcohol. I was role playing on GTA. I'm a good guy, but I got it all. If the world should end, be the first to leave, but the last of us acting naughty, dog. Level up, never lose, should've had better luck. Tryna see a check, I'ma run it up. Yeah, I do a lot, still ain't done enough. Level up, tryna see a check, I'ma run it up. Yeah, I do a lot, still ain't done enough. Never lose, should've had better luck. I'ma wake 'em up from a slumber. Money ain't nothing but a thing, and the level ain't nothing but a number. Life ain't nothing but a game. Level up, never lose, should've had better luck. Tryna see a check, I'ma run it up. Yeah, I do a lot, still ain't done enough.
What's going on, people? Fame Entertainment here from LV1Gaming.com, and welcome to Level 1 Gamer 2023 Gaming Celebrations. We are here, all right? We're knee deep. We're sunken in for 6 consecutive hours, all right?
Present.
Let me before I introduce my people right here, let me run down. First off, people in the chat, Flames, what's going on with you? Hindsight with Hustle, what's happening? Drake Williams, good morning. Good morning. Good morning. What's going on with you? Boardy, McBoard, board. What's happening with y'all, man? I appreciate y'all coming through and rocking with us. Listen, I'm gonna go to this list of people we got coming out with us today, right? Because it's a long list. I want to make sure that I let people know who's rocking with us as I stall, because y'all know me, man. I've been on this like stalling tactic lately because I'm never like prepared like I used to be. But first up, here in the next 10 minutes, we got Gaz from Games On Daily. At 11 a.m., we're talking Central Time. We got Kofi from Good Game Kofi. And we also have Geek Life Mike rocking with us. At the 12 o'clock slot, we got Eric Cuts for the win. Shadow Haxer. Am I pronounced that right? With Keith. And then Roger, Nintendo, coming through rocking with us. At the 1 p.m. slot, we got Neo Game Spark coming out rocking with us. Neo Game Spark, aka Blade. Shout out to him for having his own video game. At the 2 p.m. slot, we got Special Nick from Xbox Era. He's coming out rocking with us alongside Ryan McCaffrey of IGN Podcast Unlocked. At the 3 p.m. slot, we got Lady Infamous from Grown Woman Gaming. Shout out to her for coming out rocking with us. She will be joined by the man himself, Lord Cognito of the Iron Lords Podcast. At the 4 p.m. slot, we got Randall Thor 19, who'll be rocking out with us with Lord Addict, also from the Iron Lords Podcast. A lot of people rocking out with us, man. With that being said, with me today so far right now, I got my right hand, man, the floor hugger with the hardest of ours. What's going on, sis?
You know, there's very few people that I will gladly wake up at 7 in the morning for and sit here for 6 hours, and it's these men right here. These boys. These guys that we just started with a dream. I know I'm gonna get a little sentimental, but I'm having my first coffee. So we had a dream. We did something about it, and here we are again to celebrate all that is gaming and all that is just level 1 and you guys. And I really can't thank you guys enough for being here at this early ass time for a lot of you and hanging with us. I'm really it's kind of surprising.
It is early. It is early. Next up, if your emails is popping and your DMs is full, that's because communication director trying to get a hold of you, baby. Jez67, what's going on, Chief?
Just over here rocking out in the free world. But no, this is so trippy because I'm such an early bird. I've been up for probably about 2 hours. And then for me, y'all working on Central Time. I'm working on Pacific Standard Time. And
so it's what? Almost 8 a.m. for you?
Yeah, almost. Coffee pot's hot. I got my kid in my kangaroo pouch. I'm living the dream, and I'm just so happy that we're doing this, and this is so dope. There's so many people who've helped us along the way, and there's so many folks who have supported us along the way. And for that, and then I keep asking folks, do they like wrestling? And that's because there's a Steam code drop that's like going on right now. But yeah, good luck to whoever grabs that.
You giving out games already?
Yeah, man, it's early and I got a crap ton of codes to drop.
Okay.
Listen, before we really get into it, I'm gonna do one more thank you. I'm gonna do a big shout out to our channel members, our Patreon and channel members. For our Patreon, shout out to Geek Life Mike for being one of our Patreon members, along with Luke from the Xbox Expansion Podcast. And on the YouTube side, Don Sega, the Otaku, Lloyd Metroid, Scrappy Dog Design, J0387, Strolly, Johnny Man, and I feel it's gonna be a long, long time. The legendary Yobi, Raiden Blade, Adidas 20, Miss L. Thank you guys for and Bordy McBoard. Thank you guys for being level 1 gaming channel members. I also want to give a big shout out to our sponsors. I know we got a lot of stuff to talk about before we get the show started, but our first sponsor I want to give a special thank you to, and it's going to be on screen for you guys to see, is Dames for Games.
Mm, 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 mm. It's a Saturday morning. We are here
Are we
talking
back?
about gaming. We are back, babies.
Yeah, I'm listening to a message from one of our guests.
Well, Fame is doing that. How are you guys doing? You guys enjoying your Saturday? Again, we're going to be giving away game codes from our beautiful friends at Freedom Games. If you guys have some game codes you want to toss away, not toss away, but toss out to the general audience, you guys can do that as well. We're going to be talking about gaming, all things gaming. I know you guys want our opinions on the show. The most recent show. And we're probably going to talk about that throughout the day. But again, I can speak for us where we are kind of blown away, and thank you for your support, because it just started with a dream of, let's just do this.
So
and here we are.
Our first guest, I did listen to a voice note from our first guest. I hear him speeding down the road, and he's almost home. So our first guest was Gaz Septic Sauce from Game On Daily. He is a little bit late. He is beaming down the road as we speak. Yeah, I know how Gaz talks, so I'm like, let me listen, because he sent 2 messages. Yeah, I know how he talks. I know how he is, right? And so I'm listening.
Be safe, man. Please be safe.
Yes.
Be safe, please. Be safe. We want you here, and we're gonna get him in. But he is running a little bit behind. But again, shout out to Dames for Games for everything that they do. But I want to jump right into it right as we wait for our first guest to jump in. The year was crazy, but I want to start this podcast with how the year ended. I want to talk about the Game Awards. Right? We didn't go live, but there's so much to talk about the Game Awards. In particular, right? The Game Awards, it was when it was originally created, it was supposed to be a celebration of gaming. It was supposed to be an award show. People come up, they get their award, they talk about their game, they run a couple of trailers, run a couple of ads, then we do awards, right? But it seemed like this year, the Game Awards was nothing more than Winter E3. And I'm not going to lie to you. I'm not complaining, because I do not necessarily care about the speeches from these developers. I am happy they won an award, and I'm grateful for the art you made and the game you made, right? But what I watch the Game Awards for is not the musical performance, right? It's not 8-minute long speeches. It's not.
Dang, leave Judge out of this.
And I'm gonna talk about him, because I put the X-Bot aside for me. I got an issue with what he did, right? I'm not here for the 8-minute long speech. I'm here for the trailers. I'm here for the announcements, right? But a lot of people were upset. Lots of articles being pushed out with people saying, hey, this Jeff Keighley needs to drop the dog and pony show. This isn't an award show. This is a big ad with trailers. B, I'm going to start with you. Your thoughts on the hate that's now going for Jeff Keighley and what happened with the Game Awards this year, or how it was formatted.
You know what? I think it was a perfect storm of bad situations when, of course, without getting too heavy into it, because I know we're going to talk about it later, for this to be such a polarizing year of amazing game releases and then horrible game industry situations. So to have all that, and then for this to be the big televised, because didn't they do movie theater tickets for this one again?
I think so.
Or,
probably.
Oh, I think so. Yeah.
This was the big, this was the most watched, the most broadcasted. That's the proper word I'm looking for. Event for gaming awards. So this is supposed to be the main stage. And then this is where, you see people on Twitter, all the flights, people coming in from different countries. You see people talking about touching down in the US, touching down in LA. People spending a lot of money to come and get the love for their games, because this is where they were told this is where it was going to happen. And for that to be the case, and then to show up and have the music click on 30 seconds after winning a major award.
Bruh. That was funny the first 2 times, and then they kept doing it. I was like...
Then it got sad. Yeah, and it got sad.
You're being rude
and
now.
And that's why... And so knowing all of that, and saying all of that, I think either he needs to make it clear, or with the Day of the Dev thing, have the actual interviews. Like I heard somebody bring up, I think it was Brian Altano. Much love to him. He's a Griselda fan, so he's family. But he was like, just split it up. Do the E3 stuff early. And
do we have a guest jumping in early? Who is that?
Who is that?
Somebody
early. Somebody's early.
Somebody early.
Wait. It's not my time yet.
Nope. But you're always welcome.
I mean, you're good if you want to rock out with us. Gas, because gas run a little bit late. You have the next hour, but hey, man, what?
Wait,
it's all good if you want to just rock out with us.
What time am I supposed to pull up?
You got an hour.
1 hour.
Oh, really? It's at 12.
Yeah.
All right, you know
PST.
what? I'm gonna pop in about 30, at least 30. All right.
All right. Sounds good, bro.
All right, cool.
All right. I appreciate you.
But no.
Shout out to Kofi. At least we know Kofi gonna be on time.
Yeah, Kofi here.
Mm-hmm.
We know Kofi gonna be on time.
Mm-hmm.
But my bad. Go ahead.
No, but honestly, just split the show. Do all your big interviews, and at least have every award be able to get up and walk on stage. Cause could you imagine being considered for a major category and then find out your category is put up in a slideshow that you don't even get to see? Like I would be pissed. Like I'm thinking I'm about to get on stage.
Yeah, you spend all this money to be there, tickets.
Yeah, and then you do all of this, and then find out you were never gonna get on stage. I don't even know why you got dressed, sir. You could have wore a white t-shirt and basketball shorts. Like, why are you even? You would have actually probably got more camera time doing that because it would have panned over to you. But
like
but
the Larian guy in the suit of armor.
Yeah, like the guy they just kept he got more camera time than everybody else, not even for winning awards, but for wearing a wild outfit. But yeah, that's my thought on it. And it just I enjoy it as for me, it was fun to watch because all the trailers and whatnot, like that's the cool part. But in terms of if I was making a game and for it to be a celebration of people winning awards, or as we like to call it here at Level 1 Gaming, a celebration of gaming, it definitely wasn't set up for that.
Yeah.
I want to ask the chat, right? And I'm gonna drop a poll in the chat. Y'all let us know, man. If y'all, I said enjoy, but if you enjoyed the Game Awards in its format, how it was, Hugs, I'm gonna switch to you, right? Because again, a lot of people were pissed, or they felt bad for the developers, seeing how this was a very chaotic year for developers. We had massive layoffs and uncertainty on people having their jobs, right? And so this was supposed to be a time to where games are celebrated, but it seemingly had been, again, and I'm not complaining, a big ad, a bunch of game trailers, and developers being pretty much shoehorned off. We saw someone has showed the timer, and people were getting 15 or so seconds to say they spiel, and then they had to leave, right? So I want to get your thoughts on the Game Awards as it's structured. Is this a what are your thoughts on it?
I'm with you guys where if I want the speeches, as much as I do love the developers, I'll go watch the Golden Joystick or the BAFTA Awards when they go get them. Like, that is what that is for. Not to knock on anybody, because I really much enjoyed Neil's speech, even though I thought that was hella rude that they cut him off halfway through thanking everybody at Larian. But that's besides the point. You know what? I was actually not mad at this show because there was no... It wasn't like previous years where there was like a super, like, as much as Stray was good, I don't think Stray should have been in the contention for the Gotti last year. But every game, as much as
you didn't like the Kitty Cat game?
Compared to the other games, Stray to me is like Resident Evil. Like, if we're talking about remakes, where's Dead Space, all that. But anyway, I think it was a solid show. The music performances, there was only 2, and they were short. There was nobody like super outrageous that I was like, you have no reason being there, because Matthew McConaughey entertained me the entire time. Charlamagne was only there for a few seconds.
What about Simu?
Oh yeah, he walked out
What about
all
Boot Guy?
all messed up. I think it was
Iron
good.
Boot.
It was a solid show. No games that were just like, okay, yeah, everything was kind of like mid, and I'm happy with mid. I didn't have to turn anything off. I didn't have to speed through anything. Nothing was like, aside from the Muppets. It's always the Muppet stuff that I'm like, oof, this is a long skit. Why is this still going on? Yeah, but it was solid. And
With that being said,
Hellblade.
Oh no, my bad. Go ahead.
Hellblade fame. I know you were screaming as soon as you saw Hellblade come on.
Oh, that was highlight of the show. Definitely a highlight of the show, right?
How?
But
Because
I'm a touch on that, right?
touch it.
But I also want to say,
Consent.
and this might be a little bit controversial, because I see people saying, "Oh, it's jokes. Don't be so sensitive." Let's talk about Christopher Judge. The Game Awards are supposed to be a celebration of gaming, throwing flowers at the people who create games, the people who are part of gaming, from voice acting to everything. It's a celebration of them, right? I don't think that was an appropriate time for Christopher Judge to come out to Activision, right? All that Activision's been through, right? With the little man that's about to be out the door because Big Phil taking over, right? Yes, I do understand that Kyle was short. That joke, I get it, and I get he's making fun of himself in a way as well. Then he goes on to say, "Yeah, that's a company I'll never work for." Like it wasn't just that. Like he was like seriously throwing shots at another company that's filled with developers, that's filled with voice actors. You got the voice actor from Commander Price. Correct me if I'm wrong. He came out and was like, "Yo, this like, why throw a shot at the company that I work for?" Like it seemed unnecessary. If you're someone on the outside looking in, throwing shots at them, get it. Activision gets the business all day and tomorrow. I don't think from a internal perspective, with all the things that the game industry is going through, it just seemed off. It seemed off to me, and I could be wrong. I could be wrong. I accept that. But from where I'm standing, it just seemed like that wasn't. It should have been somebody from the outside throwing shade at Activision, not somebody from the inside. At the Game Awards, it's supposed to be a celebration, and this is supposed to be all love among gamers. If I'm wrong, let me know. I see the chat disagreeing with me so far. Hugger, what do you think? Am I wrong in this notion?
I have another question on top of that. Isn't he? Yes, he is Kratos. He will always be Kratos. He's established himself, but isn't he? I wouldn't consider him on the in of gaming industry, because that's the only role I know him from, aside from like Battlestar Galactica, is Kratos. So
I don't know if that's nothing else either.
Exactly. Like he has an iconic voice, and people will always rally behind that. Same with the original Kratos. But I think this is like a circumstance of asking people about their views on anything. It's like, I come here to hear a voice. I don't want to hear about your beliefs on that topic, especially if I'm not asking for it. To dunk on them at a celebration, okay, but they also kind of deserve it. If you're gonna have shitty attitude and shitty behavior, you deserve to be dunked on just a little bit. And was it the right time? Was it the right place? Maybe not, but was it funny? Yeah, because I definitely went, oh my god.
Oh yeah, it was definitely funny. Like at the time, I was like, yo, this is wild. But I'm like, man, imagine being the developer, and we heard about what Modern Warfare 3 was supposed to be, right? Imagine being the developer sitting at home, and you just got worked because you had to crunch, and the rumors are this game was made in the shortest amount of time, right? Because it wasn't what they're supposed to be making. You getting worked, right? Crunch. You got, numbers, and then you just chilling at the Game Awards. It's supposed to be about positivity and celebration of gaming, and you catch a stray. It seemed like bad timing, man.
And then you have to wonder, right? And what's bad about it overall, and why it looked like something extra personal, was because You say hi. Everybody said hi. Was because you got to think: was this on the teleprompter? Was this scripted? Was he off script? Because now it's like, is it Keeley and the Game Awards taking a shot at us? Is this message? You know, everything is money driven. So now you just shooting yourself in the foot. Like, are you beef? You know, I'm gonna take it a step further and go left. Are you beefing with Xbox? Like, what is? How far?
They gonna call you a bot for that.
Well, that's fine, and that's fine. I'm just saying no, because now we're talking businesses. Because if that was scripted, that means a team of people agreed to put this up on a teleprompter and agreed to have this go out, and that's why I'm saying like that, and that's a hell of a shot, because now if he went off script, then that's one man who went rogue. But if that was written, that's a whole different issue in my opinion.
That's true. I didn't think of it like that, B. That's a good point.
Hugger, chat say you a little bit low. And in the chat, man, again, let me see. Somebody says, now Fang, stop defending these corps. Come on, dude. They be screwing us over with their own people. Because listen, I'm not at the defense of the corporation itself, right? That's I don't think that's my point. My point is the people who, because here's the thing. When developers, most of the time, in my opinion, when developers make a game that's considered bad, it's not always their fault, because they got somebody in a suit behind them telling them, hey, do this, make this, change that, flip this around. We heard what went behind the change that happened with Modern Warfare 3, right? And had he made this joke on Twitter, or had he made it, but I think the Game Awards is where it's the stickler for me, as I try to figure out where our 10 o'clock guess is, right? The Game Awards is the stickler for me. I think that point in time is where I was like, maybe a different time, you know, because another company I wouldn't work for. We know Activision had its issues, right? And people in power are being removed out of power. And this isn't me trying to defend Xbox, so it's not. That's not what this is, right? And I'm not saying the joke wasn't funny. I thought it was hilarious. I love the fact that he made fun of himself. Hell, I blame Christopher Judge for why everyone else got booted off stage in 15 seconds.
Yep.
Honestly, I blame. He is part of the blame. Most of it goes to Jeff Keighley, because this thing is a bona fide way for him to make money. I'm sorry, he made so much money from YouTube revenue, you know, the ads that were run, everything. He made so much money. It's a bona fide. But Christopher Judge is part of the reason, because let's be honest. If you watched the Game Awards last year, he was talking way too much. Yeah. He was doing too much of this, right? I think they need to find a happy medium between what happened last year and what happened this year, because he was thanking his auntie, baby mama, sister, cousin for gifting him a pair of shoes when he was 6, right? Yeah. And this year, Buddies came up with an award and said, "I would like to thank," and then the music came on.
Yep, that was. I didn't like that at all. It was so rude.
It was.
Wait, what about when the interpreter couldn't even finish getting through it? Right? For was it Legend of Zelda? Like, bro.
Like, this man flew all the way from Japan, and you're just gonna cut them off?
Really? No, but this. Oh my god! It.
You know what I did like though is they had, instead of bringing out Al Pacino, who probably has never touched a controller in like ever, they brought out the previous nominees, the people who actually won or were nominated. I did enjoy that. It's like, oh, like, okay, when Akumi came out, I was excited to see her game, and I was like, that was adorable. It's good to see her. It's nice to see that they reached from, Jeff didn't reach from his celebrity bag, they reached from, hey, previous winners bag. These are people that are still, I'm surprised to see a lot of them still in the industry, actually, because after the tumultuous year, I didn't think a lot of them would still be in the industry, and I'm proud of everybody.
You know what? I'm actually kind of shocked that nobody like started yelling out from the crowd about like the industry or anything. Like, or at least that he didn't say anything. I didn't watch all of it. I didn't watch all of it because I was out. Kids had a festival, winter or something, and the kids were singing holiday songs, and it was entertaining. But from what I saw, there was no mention of the state of gaming outside of the releases, and I'm truly, I think that's what the biggest complaint was. Hey, what's going on? You dropped it.
What bigger complaints that we now know that Gaz is on CP time, but continue.
But no, dude, seriously, I don't. Okay, let's give him the benefit of the doubt. What could he have done to acknowledge what's going on?
Who do you
Jeff.
talking?
I mean,
Give me
during the show to acknowledge what's going on within the industry in terms of like people not being secure within their job, people layoffs, profit.
When they talked about,
in my opinion,
and all that, could have done that.
Just do it at the beginning.
Yeah.
At the beginning, just you can go on to say, you know, it's been a tough year, but you know, with so many but we're here to celebrate you and all the work that you've done.
Because they obviously did do, they knew that there is issues because Destiny wasn't up for any awards. None of the ongoing, and Destiny is usually always in some kind of like ongoing.
It wasn't in the ongoing?
It might. Somebody, can you fact check that for me? Was Destiny in the ongoing? But like, it was
Lord.
very limited to what. If Destiny was there, it was limited, like very limited. And Dawn is right. Kojima had all that time to show us nothing.
Pull up the community notes.
When he brought Kojima, I was like, "Oh, here we go again."
Bro, look. Let me say this.
It wasn't Hugger. You're right. It was Apex Legends, Cyberpunk, which Cyberpunk won. Final Fantasy 14, Fortnite, and Genshin Impact. I don't understand how Cyberpunk won.
But Cyberpunk's not an online game.
I don't understand how it got best ongoing game.
Because if that's the case, then it should always be Flight Sim every year.
Right? Flight Sim is never nominated.
Truth be told, I think at this point we gotta admit that game, that award probably should go to Fortnite every year.
Yeah, I mean, or like Genshin, it's got to be a mobile. Like,
I'm surprised Honkai didn't win more because Honkai is
it's taken over.
And still,
hey,
no
guys in the chat. Guys in the chat, real quick, let us know what best ongoing game do you think should have been nominated, or at least for sure won. Just let us know in the comments below, because that's such a obviously weird topic. Because there, in my opinion, there's no way in God's green earth a single player experience. This is what I'm saying. Like, there's no way that I should be watching a single player experience win best ongoing game. That there's just too many other categories for it to fall there.
That's why they need that DLC category. I think 100% they need DLC category to have situations like this.
Counter-Strike, League.
Now I will say, as we're still waiting on Gaz to come through. I will say Bubbles unfortunately cannot make it. She came down sick. Shout out to Bubbles. She's an OG over at level 1. Gaz on the way. And I'm going to purposely avoid the Blade topic.
Yeah.
Because I'm saving that for Special Nick when he comes on it too. Because that man he gonna provide us with some answers, or at least some theories at least. But as we continue to wait for Gaz, Hug, I want to ask you, as we continue to talk about 2023, and we're starting this show with the end of the year with the Game Awards. Should it still be the Game Awards? Plain and simple. Or does Jeff Keighley just need to call it what it is and just say, hey, this is winter E3?
I think calling it E3 would make it worse because then
we're not calling it E3, but I mean, it can't be an award show if we're hey, next up is this award. Thank you for winning. Next up is this award. Thank you for winning. Now, here's Gizmo from show A, and we're going to talk about this dumb stuff. And then here comes Anthony Mackie, and then here comes such and such. Because that was a complaint too, was that like they feel like it was just celebrity feel. Like how much did you they likely charged a lot for the ads they ran, right? But how much did you pay Anthony Mackie and such and such? I know what's his name. All right. He's promoting the games. He probably wasn't getting paid to promote this game, right? He's a part of the game. He's not getting paid to do that, right? But how can you call it an award show if it's not about the awards? And again, I'm not complaining because I don't care about the award. I don't care.
Yeah. I don't know. It's one of those things that you don't want it to change, but you know it has to change because it is starting to feel a little Spike Awards. If you've ever gone back and rewatched some of those. Oh
throwback. Oh, you old enough for that?
I used to watch them all the time. And Manson's 1,000 Ways to Die. That was my favorite show. Yeah. MXC, Most Extreme Elimination Challenge. Spike TV used to be the GOAT. Stripperella at night. Yep. But I think they gotta change, and this is the year of like, what do you want to be? You want to be a trailer machine, or do you want to be an awards thing? Because if you're not gonna let people talk, don't let them come up to the stage and just let them like accept their award in their pajamas at home. Save thousands.
Or go back to digital. Yeah.
Exactly. Don't waste people's time. But if you are going to embrace more of the developers talking, then that's a showcase, not a show either. Because even in the BAFTAs and Oscars and all that, they're just like, okay, here's 30 seconds, move on or go. And you have to give everybody that 30 seconds because somebody is known for Christopher Judge talking for a long time and waxing poetic doesn't mean that they deserve a bigger slot over a man whose life is now probably changed by playing a hot vampire in a weird RPG. Like they need to have consistency and also talking about issues because they've talked about the Activision Blizzard allegations and now they're just not gonna talk about it this year. It's like it doesn't go away because you talk about it. If you want to be a standard, if you want to be the Bastion, you're gonna have to talk about these ugly things because we know gaming sucks. It's the industry as a whole kind of sucks. Depending who you are, where you are, it is what it is. But I don't know how they can move forward with either more or less. But I think they got a good happy medium because I didn't have to turn off the music. I was just like, yeah, let's rock out to this because I like the bands that also showed up. Because Hailong, oof, one of my favorites.
Let me ask you this, and I want to talk Spider-Man. I want to talk Spider-Man 2. Spider-Man 2 is considered for a lot of people their game of the year, which I don't understand how you thought it was going to be out Baldur's Gate 3, but it is what it is. How is it that Spider-Man, which is Spider-Man is one of the biggest IPs in the world. It's one of the most anticipated sequels in a long time. We know how Spider-Man rocks. How does Spider-Man have 7 categories and not win a single award? B, I want to go with you. How does that happen? Because for a lot of people, they just knew Spider-Man was gonna walk out of there with something, and they walked out with nothing. As a matter of fact, I don't think Sony as a whole walked out with any awards at the Game Awards, which was dubbed by a lot of people the Sony Awards. B, I want to start with you. Spider-Man 2. Is this? I mean, it's the Game Awards. It sold a lot of copies. It had a higher Metacritic, but is this a L for Sony and Spider-Man?
This says a lot about how the media felt about Spider-Man 2. And then what's even weirder is it didn't get brought up. It didn't win during the fan voting. So,
who won during the fan voting? Do you remember?
I forgot who. They showed it up on screen. I just totally blanked. But this is weird. This is very, very, very weird because I'm used to Sony winning. let's just be real. Sony wins. I mean, hell, The Last of Us 2 won like, in the movie category at the Game Awards. Like,
That's true.
like,
Yeah.
so like that's how I'm just used to Sony winning. So seeing them come out with a main entry, Spider-Man 2 that featured Venom and all typical Sony cinematics, and for it not to get any awards is very, very weird. And more so, I think I'm more shocked at the fan voting. The media, I think where it fell when it came to media was that this year was just so packed with so many games that the idea of picking a game that feels extremely familiar, like did Call of Duty win anything?
No.
Nah.
Don't think
No,
so.
but you get what I'm saying. Like, but think about these
Yeah.
familiar. Not saying that Spider-Man is bad, but just that extremely familiar feel. Maybe that wasn't going to be enough this year because of how, like, y'all knew where I stood after playing Resident Evil 4 Remake.
Yeah.
I thought Resident Evil 4 Remake was going to sweep.
And Resident Evil 4 didn't deserve to be there, but that's a conversation.
But no, but I'm as somebody after playing it and beating it and then running through a second time and I'm halfway. I'm in the castle with the knights on a second run.
Yeah.
That I'm like, no, this game is real. It's the truth. But then again, this is my first time playing it. So I'm in oh wow, y'all, dude, she literally just picked up the controller and turned it on. I didn't even see her do it.
Damn, we got a gamer baby.
She almost bought a game. Dude, what are you doing?
You know what I also noticed?
Oh, Lady Foxfire, it said Baldur's Gate 3 won the players vote. So I mean, I'm not surprised by that,
bro. But this is what I'm saying. I'm thinking it was just so much out there that leaning on what makes people comfortable and the I guess atypical mainstays didn't make any sense. Like, I think Call of Duty and Spider-Man would have swept last year.
I think
you know what I
swept last year.
No, you see what I mean? Like, even think about that. Legend of Zelda didn't bring home that many awards.
I think only 1 or 2, maybe.
But this is we got a main entry Legend of Zelda. We have a main entry Mario that didn't bring home any awards. We have a main entry Street Fighter. We got a main entry Mortal Kombat. We have like all of these major titles, and they didn't win that many awards. And it's only because they weren't the only games that were released. So that's my thought on it.
This year was.
I do want to.
Oh, go ahead.
No, I was saying I do want to continue this conversation, but as we continue to wait for Gaz, who on Color People time, I want to give away a game. And the first game I want to give away, other than the game Baron gave away in the chat, is from one of our sponsors, Freedom Games. I want to give away a copy of a game called Symphony of War.
Legends tell of a golden time in years past of great clashes, heroes, and triumphs.
All right, the code is in the chat. It should be popping up in the chat here. The last digit is the letter that comes before N. There we go. I would like to do this because you know how like when bots see codes, they can snap it up, right? I hope you know your ABCs. The code is in the chat for Symphony Award. Thank you for Freedom Games for being a sponsor and allow us to give away a copy of this game. The code is in the chat. The question mark, the letter is the letter that comes before the letter N. If you take it and if you win it, please let us know. Please let us know. Shout out to Freedom Games. Shout out to Danes for Games for rocking with us. Again, yes, we are filled with guests today. One guest came in a little bit too early. One guest, why do you pick that letter, Fame? I wonder why.
It's the easiest.
It was easy. That was pretty much what it was. Listen, we got a bunch of games to give away today. I really want to know. Hey, Erica's for the win. Hey, listen, Erica's going to be rocking with us in about an hour and a half. I'm super excited to have her on here and talk to her. Again, we're still waiting on Gaz. He messaged me. He's close. Y'all know how Gaz is. We got press start code. Oh my God, good game, Kofi. Listen. My bad. Good game, Kofi and Geek Life Mike at 11. And then Erica's for the win, along with Roger and Keith at 12. And then at 1 p.m. we got Neo. And then 2 p.m. we got Special Nick from Xbox Era, Ron McCaffrey. At 3 p.m. we got Lady Infamous and Lord Cognito. And then at 4 p.m. we have Randall Thor 19 and Lord Addict. I surprisingly memorized this. Not like I ain't been talking about it all freaking week, but I actually memorized this. But Hugger, I'm sorry. Back to the topic of Spider-Man, right? Mm-hmm. 7 nominations, 0 wins. For a lot of people, their game of the year, one of the most anticipated games of the year. How does Spider-Man go home empty-handed?
Like B said, there's the familiarity of being Spider-Man didn't work this year. The familiarity of being Zelda didn't work this year because Baldur is truly one of those once-in-a-generation games. And I don't know if you guys noticed this halfway through. I was like, when Baldur kept winning awards, it's like, it doesn't matter who's gaudy now because Baldur swept the rug with all these others. So it's like, it would be embarrassing to be gaudy but never win any of the other awards that you were up against Baldur's for. So this show, I know we're going to get thoughts and opinions on it throughout the... Is that Addict? Addict, you're early, baby. What
Addict.
You doing?
Hey, we know Addict going to be on time. Shout out to Addict who going to be rocking with us at 4 p.m. CST. He'll be rocking out with us alongside Randall Thor 19. But go ahead, Hugs. I apologize.
No. I like to see the people. See you guys up early on a Saturday hanging with us. But Spider-Man, it's great. I'm glad the people that enjoyed it, but I just don't think with the games that we saw that it could have competed. And I think, like Baron, if this is your first time playing it, or if that's really like the only game that you start to finish completed this year, you're gonna be, of course, this is my Gotti. Of course, why would people, like, if you've never played Baldur's, or if Baldur's is just not your style, you're like, why the hell would people enjoy that? But apparently, and by the numbers, that game, I don't know how you're going to compete with Baldur's, even if you are Call of Duty and Spider-Man. Familiarity is the thing, because we're going to talk about it later with a certain vampire game, but familiarity does sell, but not here.
Can we talk about how marketing is what really drove Baldur's Gate home? Because let's be real, Divinity 1 and 2 were solid ass games that are just as fun. Just for folks who didn't know, if you're playing Baldur's Gate 3 and you enjoy it, go pick up Divinity 1 and 2. Mm-hmm. And 2 is on the Switch. I don't think 1 is. But I'm sorry, Divinity Original Sin, because if I say Divinity 1, that's a very old game if I'm not mistaken.
Yeah.
But Divinity Original Sin 1 and 2 are amazing games. So I think marketing, and then the way they pumped out that video of old girl getting ready to sleep with the bear, that was enough to create a storm in a way that Elden Ring took over social media. And I think social media, because I wouldn't be shocked if the same way Elden Ring had a bunch of returns, if Baldur's Gate had a bunch of returns. Because when they marketed this game, remember, there was no gameplay in the marketing.
That's true. Unless
it was all cutscene marketing.
Yep.
All cutscene marketing. And from what I saw. But I was somebody who I bought the game before it launched. So I knew what I was getting into. But I'm telling you, that marketing was top notch. And I think that's what brought it on. That's what gave it the credit. That's what gave it the hype it deserved. And I'm glad. And welcome to the CRPG, classic RPG, computer RPG, but just welcome party RPG. Welcome. Because there's plenty of other games out there that are worth checking out. Hell, Warhammer has one coming out for the first time. Rogue
Game
Trader.
Pass,
But
Pillars of Eternity, those are on there.
yeah,
Great games.
freaking. But I truly believe marketing did that. Oh yeah, Harry
100%.
Potter. Ooh, that was wild to see Harry Potter not get any type of marketing
Yeah.
or any type of award category, anything.
Yeah. But if they're not even going to address the state of the industry,
Yeah.
do you think a game like that? Let's be honest, it's a good game. I enjoy it. I've yet to actually play it all the way through, and it'll always be a part of my childhood. But a game like that, if you don't even want to talk about people being fired in the industry, you're not going to touch a game like that with a 10-foot pole. Because you're not going to please everybody. Obviously, we just talked about it. Christopher Judge saying what he did, but like, damn, that's a minefield.
Yeah, you're right. You're right. And I seen somebody in the chat. I think it was Obis. I don't know if you guys brought it up, how they had the future class. So every year, or at least in the recent years, the Game Awards does a future class thing where people put in submissions and recommend people. People are just doing dope stuff within the gaming industry from all angles, whether it's art, just all the way across the board. And they're celebrated and invited and all this other stuff, right? They sat their section, and it was funny watching it on Twitter happen in real time. They sat them like behind all the cranes and the booms. So they didn't get to see the stage. Like, they were peering through wires and cranes and people to see. And these are the people who are supposed to be celebrated. But one thing that made me happy about the future class is I didn't recognize one face. That made me happy. Like, normally, like, it was cool to see a very, very wide variety of folks, and the fact that I didn't recognize one of them, I got happy about that. I was like, well, clearly this is not just a popularity vote, because I didn't know any of them folks. What happened? But yeah, shout out Obis for that. Hey, okay.
Onto the poll, just to kind of go back to it. With 27 votes, man, they're saying the chat so far says Spider-Man didn't deserve to win any awards, which
that's wild. That
not even
is
like
that the world
game.
Is that the world we live in, where a Spider-Man game that has Venom don't deserve to win any awards?
Because listen, I have no aspirations to play Baldur's Gate 3.
That's one. Okay, fair.
But Spider-Man 2 looks fire.
Yeah.
This is what I'm saying.
If I played both, I would, because of my taste in gaming,
Spider-Man.
I would probably, because I would maybe because of
tell the truth, Shannon.
I don't want to like my palate. I don't want to like my gaming palate is like chicken nuggets and French fries. No, I don't want to sound like that, right? But I just don't feel like I would, like, I don't feel like I have the want to go play Baldur's Gate 3. I appreciate it for how good it is for the type of game that it is, right? And maybe because I don't like D&D, I don't want to roll 16-sided dice. Like, maybe that's what it is, right?
20.
And maybe I haven't watched enough gameplay, but from what I've seen, which is some, it's not a exorbitant amount. B, sell me on Baldur's Gate 3.
Sell you on Baldur's Gate 3.
Sell me on Baldur's Gate 3.
Okay. Do you like to create your own adventure?
No.
Do you don't? So you like a very linear story?
The older I get, listen, I've hit open world fatigue. When somebody tells me, it's the reason why, as much as I hype Starfield and played Starfield, it's the reason why I haven't went back. Because you know why? After when you tell me, hey, Fame, you got a big open world, go do what you want to do. That sounds great on the surface, right? The older I get, the more I want you just to tell me what to do and let me go do it. I don't want to create my own worlds and adventures no more, man. The older I've gotten, the less I play multiplayer shooters, and the more I'm becoming a typical Sony PlayStation gamer. I want a third person over the shoulder action adventure title with some stealth elements. Tell me where to go and tell me what I'm doing, and I go this way. Not like, hey, you can go do this million things, and when you're ready, you can go do this. No, bro, because what I'm gonna do, I'm gonna go do a million things, and by the time I get to the main thing, I'm so overpowered. Then what was the point?
That's a blessing.
Yeah, no, spoken like a man who doesn't play.
I'm level 99 fighting a level 30 boss because I was out doing my thing for so long.
It's a story of my life. Hey, no, I'm gonna tell you. I actually, when it came to Baldur's Gate 3, just like with Elden Ring, I actually tried to talk people out of it. Because I'm like, dude, don't pad these numbers and then return the game. Like this, I'm like, what games have you played in the past? What's the last 5 games you've played? I'm like, 2K, Call of Duty, I played some FIFA, and then it's like, I'm like, bro, don't go pick up Baldur's Gate. Like, go watch video. No, but just person. not even to keep people out. It's a thing of like, I don't want you to waste your money or your time. Like, that's why what's my number one rule, guys? Don't buy a game because you see me playing it, because I'm probably not gonna be playing it for long.
No, that's fact.
Like, do not buy games. Like, I'm more
like the worst. He's that friend like you like, oh, we're gonna be running this game, and then he just stops playing it. But my bad. Continue. Sell me on, because I'm sorry. You can't convince me right now. Even though I'm the Xbox guy and it's on Xbox, you can't convince me to go out right now and buy Baldur's Gate 3.
Look, and I don't want to convince you to. I don't even want to, because it is a game that requires a lot of time. It requires a lot of thought. Unless you want to just go a chaos run and just whatever happens, which is fun. Those are fun. Yeah, but with a year like 2023, and with all the games that are out, with all the games that are coming to Game Pass, with all the games that are coming to PlayStation Plus, with all of this going on, I would actually rather you go play Resident Evil 4 remake.
Ain't nobody trying to play that game, bro.
No, have you played Resident Evil 4 before?
Yeah, the remake, no,
but just period.
Resi 4, yes.
Okay, I would look, me, the guy who hops around games like I'm paid to.
Yeah.
I'm playing it again. I don't even like horror games. And Obis, I gotta play that horror game. Shout out to Landfest. I am raising money for Landfest, and one of these days, probably Sunday, which is tomorrow. I'm living in like the free world. I don't know where I'm at. I'll be playing Mortuary Assistant.
Hellblade.
Oh, hell
no, I'm not playing Hellblade, bro. Nobody wants to play. First off, was Hellblade part of any segments, or can I rip on it real quick?
Okay,
go rip on it. there would be no Hellblade 2 slander, bro. There would be no sinuous. Go ahead. I might fire you. Go ahead, B. Let's hear it. Let's hear, because you're pissing me off, Baron, because you didn't finish Hellblade.
Because the game is okay.
The game is like 7 hours long, if that. Maybe like 4 to 5.
Bro,
that's not a lot.
That's a swing shift.
It's on Game Pass. It's been like $2 for I don't know how long. But go ahead. Tell me. Let's do this. Let's do this. Okay. Let's do this. Let's do this. Since you done woke me up. Go ahead and get your rocks off. Slander Hellblade 2.
Okay. So you showed me a game For the 5th time? The 4th time? This ain't the 4th time?
Third.
3rd time? Oh, I'm sorry. You showed me a game for the 3rd time at the same event, and all you do is give me a year window from a notorious organization that has delayed games religiously, which delays are fine. But you just tell me a year, and then you give me a snippet of combat that looked very familiar to the first game, outside of a couple of extra combos thrown in there. But I bet you it's a lot of a lot of X button being pressed. Did my pony just come out?
Yeah, it did.
And then the fact that I didn't see any realistic guy popping up and scaring you and like talking to you in your dreams and in your weird mental state, the game's already docked a point in my book. Where is the guy sitting in front of the camera and with his opacity turned up a little bit, blended in on the screen, telling you where to go? Well, it was in Hellblade 1.
Bitch, I wanna. Okay, keep going.
So, Fame. The game's not coming out next year. Or what did it say, 2025 or 2024?
That's a good.
What year was on it? Because it didn't give a release date. It gave a release window.
I wrote it down.
Yeah, let me know.
Finish or you done?
No, hold on.
Oh, my bad.
Give me a second.
Go ahead.
Yeah,
it's 2024, by the way.
Oh, 2024. Yeah, that game ain't coming out next year. Because if it was coming out next year, it's December 9th. It's December 9th, fam. So when they gonna launch it? I felt more confident in Starfield, and I thought that was gonna get delayed again.
You finished or you done?
So yeah, go ahead and tell me about this revolutionary cinematic experience.
No, that's the Kojima thing.
Give me the PlayStation Lite.
Listen.
Yeah.
All we do is praise Hellblade 2 on this podcast. This is a Hellblade 2 podcast moving forward. Praise. First off, if you ain't finished the first Hellblade, I don't want to hear nothing you got to say about Hellblade 2 from nobody. Okay? Secondly, we asked when people who played the first Hellblade or asked for a combat to be evolved. We asked for it to be. I didn't say, you know what? I want the combat and everything to be completely different. I enjoyed it for what it was. I wanted it to be evolved, right? And so instantly people saying, "Oh, well, everything's going to be one-on-one fights." Blah, blah, blah. Listen, we saw a snippet of an evolution already, right? But first game, it was really slash, and that was your combo. That was a slow down time, slash. That was it. We're seeing her doing different moves using multiple weapons.
Yeah,
that is what people who enjoyed Hellblade, and I'm sorry, anybody want to pull my fame, you an Xbox and you clapping, right?
I think
you can pull my receipts, go to my PSN. I was there day one on PS4.
Oh, man.
This got nothing to do with Xbox. I was there day one on PS4. Then I was there day one on Xbox.
Man,
played it on Game Pass and bought a physical copy. Right? So you might want to pull my papers and say, "Oh, why are you capping for Hellblade?" I'm not. Right? The game was fantastic. This game, from the small bits that we've seen, is going to double down on what it did great for the first game. Right? And that's what a sequel should be. It shouldn't be to where here's a sequel of a game, and you know what? We're going to make it a whole different game than what the first one was. We're going to completely overhaul what the first one was. No, you take the first game and you find everything you did great with the first game, and you make the second game and you double down on what you did in the first game while making improvements. And anybody who saw the Hellblade 2 trailer and said, it's the same game, I'm sorry, you want a complete overhaul. So for Spider-Man 2, you want a Spider-Man to be hunching the ground instead of web swinging, right? You wanted something completely different. And what we saw with the Hellblade 2 trailer was a double down on the great aspects of the first one. Amazing sound, that feeling of loneliness and despair. You know, seeing you really going through stuff. We love that about her character, right? That she go through stuff and she came out on top. What we wanted, personally, and I wrote an article on this for LV1gaming.com. Number one, we wanted less puzzles. We don't know if that's going to happen or not, because the puzzles were it was too much. I'm not gonna lie, a lot of time I was confused.
That's why I stopped.
Go left and then go right and then line this up, and maybe you see what you need to be doing, right? We wanted less puzzles, and at the same time, we wanted it to improve the combat. Want the combat to be more. That was it.
Yep. So we got less puzzles. We got our up slash and heel kick.
Whatever, dude. Listen, you know what's crazy? Our next guest showed up before our first guest showed up, as he messaged me and said he's still having issues. Good game, Kofi. What's going on, my brother? How is the PlayStation Star? How you doing, my boy?
I'm struggling. Just call me Kofi, bro. I just go by Kofi. I just go by Kofi these days. I see you struggling. Well, what's up, fam, man? It's been a while, man. You good?
How you living, man?
Everything is blessed, man. Everything's blessed. I just woke up not too long ago. Nights are rough, man. I have a newborn, not a newborn, but a baby, 7 months old. So, the nights are rough. But, I'm trucking along.
So 2023 has been great for you. You got married this year or last year?
A lot happened this year. A lot happened. I got married last year. I've been married for a year now. I got married last year. But I had my firstborn son this year. So, a lot of lifestyle changes, so I'm still adjusting, but I'm finding time to do what I love, make content, play, but it's probably my first time pulling up on you guys, so I'm glad to be here. Thank you for having me.
I'm sure Hugger's happy to have a fellow Canadian rocking.
Oh yeah, that's dope. That's dope. That's
Team Canada all the way.
So let me ask you this, Kofi. Has your gaming changed since you've had a kid, like the amount? Because man, I tell you, it changed for most. I know it changed for me. I still struggle with it.
I did. I fight it every day to get some gaming in, because I really do enjoy it. So by any means necessary, sometimes I have to have the baby in the carrier while I stand up and play. I'm gaming on the Portal, the Steam Deck. I just try to get something done. I try to play a little bit every day. It definitely has changed. But prior to him being here, I used to do like 4 or 5 hour stretches, 6 hour stretches. Those long game sessions. I miss those. Like, I don't get those opportunities anymore. I rarely get those. So, and if I'm, trying to think to game with him like that, like, I'm always have to get up. He's at the point that he's kicking my controller when I'm holding him too. He doesn't want to stay still. Kick my controller, he's slapping it, so it makes gaming very, very difficult. But the wifey holds it down sometimes. A lot of the times actually to let me play here and there too when she's watching them. So I'm still getting some gaming in, so I'm happy about that though. I am getting it, but it's definitely a change. And
the content is still clean. I see you doing your thing on TikTok as well. The content.
Yeah. I've been trying to post there a little bit, trying to expand the platforms and stuff like that. But it's been a while since I actually posted some over there. But I've been doing a little bit YouTube Shorts, my traffic ratio, so I've been trying to upload over there too.
No, that's what's up. But Kobe, what you being in here? First off, I appreciate you. I want to ask you out the real, because we started the podcast off talking about the Game Awards, because we want to end the year. We want to start the show talking about the end of the year, right? Really quickly, I do want to get your thoughts on what the Game Awards was, and were you happy for what it was versus what it was supposed to be?
The Game Awards, I would say the last 3 have been good. I always enjoy this time of the year. I think for the most part, Jeff Keighley puts on a great show. Obviously, there's aspects that any viewer doesn't like about it, like the commercials, like the breaks. But I get it. Like, it's part of the business. You got to do this. This is how he gets paid. You know what I mean? So I get it. But like I would say, most normal people, what I'm saying? Like, I really tap in to these award shows because of the new game announcements and reveals. And I will say this year, I was not disappointed. I was very happy with what I saw this year. I was very happy. Whoever wins, it's a nice conversation. We just banter a little bit. Oh, we think this guy's going to win. We think this game's going to win, It's fun banter, but at the end of the day, I really don't care. Whoever claims it, because everyone's game of the year is going to be personal. no matter what.
Mhm.
But yeah, I'm here for the reveals, and I was really happy about that. You know, I got to see. If you know me, I'm a huge Dragon Ball fan, super big Dragon Ball fan. So when
Yeah.
I saw that Budokai Tenkaichi 4 called Sparkling Zero now, Sparking Zero
Sparkling
now,
Zero,
I was very, very turned up. I was very happy about that. Very happy.
So let me ask you this: you walked in while we're talking Hellblade 2. You played the first Hellblade, yeah?
Played the first one. Really, I enjoyed it, but I saw that there was huge potential for the franchise. That's how I felt about Hellblade when I played it for the first time. Obviously the visuals was great. I like the whole concept with it talking about, like, you know, mental health and mental illness and stuff like that, with, you know, Senua hearing all the voices and stuff. I thought the whole idea was cool, but it's one of those games that had a really good first entry, but there's also a lot of room for improvement. You know what I mean? Like, it was a lot of room for improvement. So when Microsoft acquired Ninja Theory, I'm thinking that, you know, the budget's gonna be through the roof for this, because you know, now we got the Microsoft back in, and with what I saw, this was easily the best trailer that they have showed so far. I was really
Down goes Frazier. We lost Kofi.
Down.
And internet was tearing him up. I was like, he's
was.
fighting through it. Somebody
Just
take
internet.
a screen grab.
Canadian internet things, man.
You know what? I bet you he can hear us right now, because that happened to me before. Like when mine is messing up, and like I'll get frozen.
Remember Dallas?
I
And
can
we were
still
all
hear
reacting
everybody,
at the
and I'm thinking
same
everything's
time?
normal, and I'm over here frozen.
Yeah. Kofi, if you can hear us, you're frozen, baby.
If you can hear us, Kofi, you might want to blame Canada, bro. That's Canadian internet. I'm not the one to talk about the internet because y'all know my issues with Spectrum, right? But Kofi, if you can hear us, bro, you're gonna have to reset and readjust. Listen, we're gonna give Kofi a minute. We're gonna be
Third person
y'all
over
want-
the
Do we
show
wanna
there,
run?
baby.
Why don't we run the Dames for Game trailer while Kofi figures
Listen,
everything out?
as Kofi gets things up and fixed, we want to give another quick shout out to our sponsor, Dames for Games. Listen, we snatched Kofi back from the Shadow Realm. Somebody drew 3 pots of greeds back to back. And hit him with that Exodius in the Shadow Realm. But Kofi, welcome back, brother. You were talking about Hellblade 2. You good?
So what was the last thing I said? Do you remember? I was saying something about
making fun of the face you made.
You played it.
Oh yeah.
and
Hope somebody screen
my
grab.
thing is bugging. Yeah, my thing is bugging right now. Hopefully I sound clear to you guys though. Do I sound all right?
You
Do I
good?
sound all right now, or am I all right? A little.
You're a little choppy, but you're good.
Yeah, you
Okay,
survived.
let me turn off the camera. Let me see something. What's going on? Do I sound better now without the camera on? Hello, mic check.
It's
little
still a
bit.
little robotic.
Still
Yeah,
robotic.
you good.
Wow, what's going on?
You're
here?
good though.
I'm all right. All right.
Yeah, I can hear you.
Yeah.
What I was saying about Hellblade, Hellblade. Yeah, like I was saying, I was hoping for some really big improvements, and I think the trailer that we saw, I was saying I was getting tired of you know, the sections of Hellblade. The game was announced in 2019, and I think, all we've been seeing is like her walking around doing nothing, you know, just talking to herself. I'm like, I get it. Like, the whole great game. I want to see. I think the game did the most improvement, and that was like the combat, maybe the traversal. Like, where you guys taking us in where are you guys taking us in that aspect? Like, I'm very curious about that. And I think this latest trailer kind of set my expectations in check. I don't know if Fame's gonna like this. It's looking like more of the same, not necessarily going. It was they're really gonna
Okay,
go crazy with
Kofi.
combat.
You cutting out, but
It's that bad, huh?
But let me tell you, the important parts were heard.
Yeah.
And
Important parts were
I'm
there.
just,
All I heard him say was, "Fame not gonna like this. It's more of the same."
and that's all. But they're summaries. Like, Kofi, I got you. I'm there. We're here.
I'm gonna try and fix this, yo. Y'all lead the conversation.
Yeah. No issues. I'm gonna just run. I'm gonna run with your clip notes. I got you. Hey, Fame. So, now that it's just us and all the people who support us.
Now that I got his ass up out of here, because we not doing no Hellblade slander. I'm over here pressing the button, fucking.
He lags switching Kofi. He lags switching Kofi.
He cut him off immediately.
Hey, hold on. Hey, so for people complaining about so much of the same, I wonder if this is gonna
be.
That's
Like,
my question. What
if it's not this? What do you want it to be? Because then it's not a Hellblade game. Then it's an RPG.
I'm just talking crap because Fame enjoyed this, and I love crapping on anything
But
he
it's
enjoys.
so good. Like, you know what I could
It's
do
like
less
another
of?
Marvel situation.
It's the timed puzzles, because those gave me panic attacks when they're screaming in your ear and something's chasing you through the mazes.
the
and stuff, I'm like,
puzzle
ooh,
got annoying after a while.
oof.
And I saw what you gotta say in the chat. What you gotta say, also known, aka formerly known as Nicodemus X. He is the reason why I love Hellblade so much. I know nothing about the game till he got me watching the Dev Diaries, and I was like, "Yo, this game looks dope."
Convinced me to play it.
I just want the puzzles to be reduced by 75%. I'm gonna be honest.
So he want a different game.
So
I want the
it to be more
puzzles
like
reduced by 100%.
You wanted a more of a Rise of Tomb Raider where the puzzles are kind of like you can do them.
That's fair.
kind of revamps
That's fair.
it.
I don't like puzzles in video games.
And it's wild for you to say that about Hellblade, because that's 90%
It's
of the
a
game
puzzle
was
game.
puzzles. I would say it's a puzzle game more than anything else.
Because of their budget.
And look, I'm talking crap because it's fun. Oh, he's back to prove my point.
Yeah, I don't know. I did a speed test. My internet's fine. I don't know if it's just Discord acting up.
It probably
on my
is.
end or something.
It's
I have no idea.
It's probably Discord.
Yeah.
But yeah,
Did I
keep-
like
hopefully that
Rise,
doesn't bother
Son
too
of Rome?
much.
Yes, I did.
Rise
Oh,
of-
Was
see?
it the greatest game of all time? Some people made it to be. Hell no. But I had
It
to send
still
Kofi
looks
to
good.
the Shadow Realm for talking negatively on Hellblade. Kofi, you were saying it's more the same.
Snatch.
Before you
Which-
dip, you were saying it's more the same for Hellblade 2.
Yeah, in terms of at least the combat, the way the combat is looking, I don't know, for some reason I guess this is to my own fault, I guess. I had some different type of expectations where they're gonna take us in terms of that. But I guess there's more to be seen if there's gonna be different types of weapons, if they're adding more combat options, because the game played extremely simple. Like the first game was very, very simple, you know what I mean? And I would like, Ninja Theory is known for making pretty great action games in the past. I believe they did Enslaved Odyssey. I believe they did that.
Mhm.
I
Yeah,
believe
they
they
did
did
that.
one of the and they also did what's it called, one of the Devil May Cry games. So I know they're fully capable of making a great combat system. I just thought with Hellblade, I don't know if their approach to that game is, they have very different goals. Maybe they're just really trying to go for a super cinematic series and tell a interesting story with fancy mocap and stuff like that. But what I wanted to see was the improvement in the combat. Also, I heard what Baron was saying earlier about the puzzles and stuff like that, or I don't know when y'all talking about the puzzles. And the puzzles too were a little bit dry. I didn't like how they did the puzzles. So I want them
It was
to
too
improve
many.
on those. Yeah, I want them to improve on those three aspects more than anything. The graphics, they got it. but I want to see what else they do with the other aspects of the game. But yeah, I'm looking forward to it still. But my expectations are in check. My expectations are in check.
You know what? Oh, I'm sorry.
Do you think, Fame, and you can speak on this, that, and Baron, I know can speak on this, the reason why people harp so much on the combat is because we've played other games with minimal combat too, is because they did set it up that if you fail, it's going to delete your save data, but there's really no way to fail. Do you think if that had been taken out, people wouldn't be like uppity about it? They just be like, oh, mid-combat.
I forgot about that, and I was playing that game like panicking when I died the first couple of times.
Girl,
and I was like, "You got to be kidding!" And this is before, because again, we got to remember, Hellblade. It was an indie title. Yes, it was getting some love on PlayStation at the time, but a lot of people really didn't know about the game or really playing the game. So it wasn't like you had these big tutorials or people making articles saying, "Hey, don't worry, you're not gonna die." I was panicking, bro, because I was there the hour it released. And I was playing the game, and then you see the how she started to deteriorate. I'm like, God, dog, I gotta be careful. This turned out, you can die a million times, won't be no issue. I love that. I love they put.
I think I solved the issue. Sorry to cut you off. I think I solved the issue. You know what I was doing? I was downloading Baldur's Gate 3 at the same damn time. That's why my shit was tripping out. It should be perfect now. It should be perfect now.
Damn time.
Kofi,
it should be perfect now.
I asked Baron to sell me on Baldur's. Why did you download Baldur's Gate 3? Is it because it won game of the year?
I ain't gonna lie. No, I ain't gonna lie. It's just all the community talking about it. I think that's what sold a lot of people the game and to begin with. People are, we're in the community, we're in the gaming community. If everyone's saying, yo, this game is fire, like if you're a gamer, you're gonna be like, yo, let me see what's going on. You know what I'm saying? Like, let me check it out. So I recently just bought Baldur's Gate 3 today on PC, and that's why I think my internet was bugging out and I was spotting and twitching because it's like 130 gigs downloaded while I'm on video. So it should be perfect now, right? It should be good.
Yeah,
it's perfect.
Should be perfect now.
Super
Baldur's
timeout.
Gate 3, man.
Super timeout. Because since we're still kind of, crapping on Hellblade. No, I'm just playing. But look, remember how I brought up earlier, this is a year of major releases, mainstay classic releases. You had an entry in Legend of Zelda, Mario. But beside that, why do we keep forgetting about Final Fantasy 16?
Because it wasn't that good.
Yeah. It wasn't that
good,
great.
It wasn't that great though. It was good, but
that
it wasn't
great.
Yeah. Damn. Listen, I got the platinum in Final Fantasy 16. Right? It's honestly the story is fantastic. I enjoyed the story personally. By the time I got to the end, my brother almost shed a tear. Man, that story was really good. But I think it's inconsistent pacing. It really tries to be an action game, but it's not. It's flashy, but it's very simplistic. Right. At the same time, it's a Final Fantasy, so is it an RPG? But when you look at the RPG aspect of the game, it's kind of bare bones too. You know what I mean? So, it's probably the most casual friendly Final Fantasy game I've ever played in my entire life. It's a great game, story, visuals, but it has pacing issues, and quite frankly, in a year like this, I don't think it gets left behind by a lot of games. If I'm being honest, it gets left behind.
Yeah, it's a Final Fantasy game because it looks like a Final Fantasy game. I mean, at least for me.
Yeah.
I agree with Kofi in that it is quite simplistic. It's very linear. It doesn't really have the open world feel that we've come to kind of love about Final Fantasy, and I think kind of Square Enix has kind of adopted this all action RPG thing. I think it might have sold a little better if it was turn based. Just my opinion.
Yeah. I think I agree with you there.
Because at least I'm sorry, Kofi, because at least with that you have to formulate a strategy to attack and defend.
Perfect.
So you could have that same, because the way it's gorgeous. It's a gorgeous game, but it's very easy to finish if you dedicate the time. It's very much a casual player's Final Fantasy, and that kind of cheats what people who love Final Fantasy like about Final Fantasy. We kind of love the saga. We love devoting the hours to it, the time. You could get through this in a weekend.
Yeah, the thing with the game, and you made a point too, that also it lacks strategy. Like I feel like if you're gonna go for the action RPG, I feel like what they're doing with Final Fantasy VII Remake and Rebirth is way better. You have a party system, you know, you have all sorts of, there's no strategy really in, I believe, in Final Fantasy 16. The whole goal of that game is get your enemy staggered, deal as much, use your dominant powers to deal as much damage as possible, and rinse and repeat. You know what I mean? No party system, no like can't poison enemies, can't burn them. You know, like there's no frost. Like those little, like God of War has more RPG elements than Final Fantasy, and that's crazy to say. Like if you really take that, in God of War Ragnarok has more RPG,
and that's true.
It's a fact. It's very true. It's very true.
No, you know what threw me off, right? Because I stopped a little bit after defeating Garuda. Once I got that air twist attack, that's all I had to do. I beat Garuda, and I even put up I think I put up a TikTok where I just stayed in the air doing the air spin and didn't take any damage. Didn't like I literally was just running through the game air spinning with the Garuda ability, and I was, where'd the RPG go? And I didn't even think about the God of War part. That's cold stuff. It's the gear, but the gear. How? Okay, if you're gonna make it more action based, give me more than 3 gear slots to adjust.
Yep.
Like let me craft. If you're gonna take away everything else, at least give me that. And that's where I felt like I was really gypped. Story, like I said, it looked and felt like in terms of the emotion and whatnot, it felt like a Final Fantasy game. But like I honestly, it made me love Final Fantasy 15 more. To be real with y'all.
Really?
Yeah.
I hate that game.
Yeah. You know like, what? You know, Baron, I'm with you. I do like. I'm one of the few people that I come across that actually really did enjoy Final Fantasy 15.
Yeah.
But like I said, I think Remake is a perfect blend. What Remake is doing with the combat system is a perfect blend between action and RPG, and I'm really looking forward to Final Fantasy Rebirth because of that. I think that's the way to go if they want to do that, because I think 16 leaned way too much into the action side of things. But then again, if you're comparing it with other action games like a Devil May Cry, then it's very basic. You know what I mean, in terms of mechanics and how you play the game, and so. I did enjoy it though. I enjoyed it enough to play it twice, get the platinum. I had fun with it. I'm gonna check out the DLC when I get an opportunity. But like when you're comparing it to like other major releases this year, it does fall a little bit short. So I'm not too surprised that it didn't get nominated for Game of the Year. I think I was calling that prior to release. I'm like, yo, Final Fantasy 6 is not gonna make it. It's not gonna make it to Game of the Year. I think there's too much.
Been nominated.
Yeah.
It deserved to be done more than Resident Evil 4.
I don't know if I agree with that.
I
don't know if I agree
with
that.
Go play it. Go play. Look, fam,
I disagree with that completely.
Yeah, I disagree.
I was there, fam. I was one of those people who was heavy like this game. Get it off my screen. Get it off the category. It's a remake of a 2005. I even said it in the video. It was game been remade like 10 times. There's 10 different ways you can play this game, and I will say that as somebody who got to experience it for the first time, being able to shoot a bolt thrower through somebody's knee and then hit them with the earth-shattering freaking backbuster, like, bro, go play it, please. Fang, go play it.
I just still don't believe remakes should have deserved to be. But listen, that's a conversation for another time. We got Geek Life Mike is in the building. What's going on, Mike? How you living, brother?
I'm chilling, man. Everything's good, man. Just here listening. I came in during the Hellblade 2 slander. So I was watching you lose your mind. Hugger, what up, girl?
What up, Mike? How you do, baby?
Cool.
Everybody disagrees with me in the chat. That's crazy.
I don't know if we disagree with you as much as
I'm standing on business.
No, you standing on business.
You didn't deserve to be there.
You standing on business for sure, but I just, the only thing I wasn't sure of with Hellblade 2 is that the combat still kind of looks very much the same. It didn't really show me too much, maybe a couple of moves here and there, but it still looks very much the same. But it could be nothing. It could be nothing. And I also want to add this. I think, in my personal opinion, the reason why I don't think Xbox dropped an actual release date is I have a weird feeling that they're gonna kind of slap this on us out of nowhere.
Oh,
You know,
Shadow.
That'd be dope.
Okay.
That'd be a good win.
I
That'd be a hell of a win.
I think that it's going to be something, you know, a show, something, and they're going to tie it into that, and then bang, Hellblade 2.
It needs to be first quarter. It needs to be.
I
Like,
don't
you
think
need
it needs
start
to be
the year with
first
Hellblade
quarter.
2. You don't think so?
No, I think Hellblade 2 is like a summertime game. Yeah, play that in the summer. Nice little puzzle game. Yeah, play that in the summer.
You heard what he said. Puzzle game.
I heard what he said, but I want to ask you this, Mike, and
It
I'll get
is
Kobe's opinion when he
a
comes back
puzzle
in.
game. I
It's
mean,
a
let's
puzzle
not
game.
dance around it. It is a puzzle game. 90%
hope
of that
not
game is
anymore.
puzzles.
I hope not anymore.
It's a great puzzle game,
too
but it
many
is what it is.
Too many puzzles. It was too many puzzles. But I want to ask you this, Mike, and I'm gonna ask Kobe when he gets back in here, right? When we look back at 2023, I bring this up because we talked about you guys talked about Final Fantasy 16. We talked about Spider-Man 2. We look back on 2023 in gaming in regards to PlayStation, right? And we just strictly looking at PlayStation in 2023. Was it a successful year with what they released as far as software and hardware? Was it a successful year in your opinion?
Yes and no. Because they're still selling PlayStation 2s like nobody's business. The PlayStation Portal is flying out of stores. It's being scalped right now.
Yeah, that's crazy.
So brand recognition is there. You know, and I can guarantee you that the PS5 is going to be the console to have on Christmas. You know, yeah, Xbox, and this is no shade to Xbox whatsoever. Yeah, Xbox is going to sell. They're going to make their noise, but every parent is going out to go try to find a PS5 for Christmas. You know, it's brand recognition. So brand recognition is stronger than it's ever been. So in that sense, it's been a successful year for them. Now, in terms of software, no, they didn't have the cadence of games. They didn't really have much to offer in terms of their first party, and we have no roadmap at all in terms of what first party is going to be. Now, for me personally, I think first party titles are kind of overblown. I kind of think AA and third party is kind of where gaming is going to go because we're getting the most innovation and they're taking the most risk, and AAA has become more safer than it's ever been because of the expense. So that's my issue with PlayStation right now. So in terms of software, terrible year. PlayStation's 2023 is Xbox's 2022. That's the way I look at it.
Wow, Xbox 2022 was terrible.
Exactly. I mean, and we have to be honest about that as PlayStation fans. PlayStation's 2023 was abysmal.
Even with a game like Spider-Man, because I see in the chat what you gotta say to Spider-Man 2 was so disappointing. I know him in the real, and he was from the jump. He was like, "This was disappointing," right? Kofi looks like he ready to disagree. Kofi,
Spider-Man 2 is a great game, but we're just talking about I'm speaking about that in terms of cadence. Just the cadence of their first party titles has been abysmal. That's what I'm talking about when I say that they had a bad year. PlayStation Plus had a lot of really good offerings this year if you're subscribed to it. I saw a really, really good amount of games in there, some really good titles that were thrown in there. So subscribers to that had a pretty good year. But let's be honest. You know, if you're a PlayStation gamer, you're playing PlayStation for them first party games, you know. Yep. let's not lie to ourselves. That's why you're doing it. So if we're judging it by that and we're being honest, not a good year.
Quiet year for play. I 100% agree, Fame. It's a quiet year for PlayStation, but I will throw this in here. I think this is probably the best time for them to have a quiet year. This year was probably the best year for them to have a quiet year. That's what I'm trying to say, because this year's third party games totally carried the entire year. We had Dead Space, we had Resident Evil 4 remake, we had Baldur's Gate. We had a whole bunch of amazing third party titles. Star Wars Jedi Survivor. So I feel like, you know, each outside of Nintendo, I feel like, you know, each console manufacturer didn't really even perform crazy well this year, but the third party publishers this year went absolutely crazy. They dropped a whole bunch of games. So it doesn't really, even it being quiet, you know, it didn't really feel like there was ever really a drought for anybody because there was just amazing games throughout the entire year. You know what I mean? So I think that was the saving grace for PlayStation this year. Looking into next year, I don't know what are the big hitters next year. I don't know what's coming out. So, and it's looking a little quiet for them next year too, unless they have like an early state of play to announce that we got this and that coming, for the rest of the year. But I think if you're gonna have a slow year, you're lucky. This was the year to have a slow year.
But that was my next question I was going to ask, and Mike, I'm gonna swing it back over to you because you had for what people are considering a down year, but you also didn't give any type of roadmap for each. Like when you talk about the future PlayStation games, everybody will say, "Well, Wolverine, yeah, whenever that decides to come out, that might be 2025, and at that point, you got to compete against GTA 6. You got to make sure you maneuver around it. You don't have to be every game needs to avoid GTA 6 in 2025, right?
I don't know.
PlayStation 2020. Oh, go ahead.
No, I was going to say, I don't know, because GTA 6 is its own thing. So I don't think anybody really needs to compete with it because you can't, because everybody who buys GTA 6 is going to still buy all of their other games. GTA 6 is just going to be the game they devote the most time to. So I don't think it's going to stop any other game from selling. Good games are good games, and gamers still buy good games. They'll just be like, all right, I'm going to buy this, put this in my backlog. Yeah. It's GTA 6 for me right now, though.
What do you feel about the roadmap going forward, PlayStation? Like, when it comes to Xbox, we'll talk about that. You could run off a bunch of, and it's due to the lack of previous titles. We know the Xbox Studios, wasn't really around and making games, but for PlayStation, we typically know something. Looking ahead of 2024, like, was it not a bad move not to tell us about somebody name a game other than Wolverine we know that's coming out on PlayStation next year?
Well, remember, you're just talking about first party, right?
Yeah. First party.
Okay. Yeah. I mean, because they do have a roadmap in terms of what they have coming from indie and third party. We've seen a lot of those games. It's first party. We don't know. The only thing we know so far is Wolverine. But again, I'm agreeing with you 150%. That's a problem.
Well, let me add this. Okay, see, when I look at Microsoft and when I look at PlayStation, you see, Microsoft has a shit ton of games announced, right? But on the other hand, we have no release dates for nothing, right? On the PlayStation side of thing, they haven't talked about nothing. So I think it seems like a pick your poison type of situation. Would you prefer to have a roadmap, but none of these games ever the Perfect Darks, it's been announced, but we haven't heard nothing from these games for years, right? For years. Would you prefer to know that, we're working on the game, but hey man, we don't know when this is coming out anytime soon? Or would you prefer a company to be quiet, and talk about the games when we have some sort of release year, or maybe it's 2 years down the line, not we're announcing a game that's 5 years down the line? Because we just found out the Blade game, right? They just came out and announced, we just started development of this. When are we gonna play this game? Who knows, right? Was the announcement necessary to y'all? Is it? I know there may be reasons why they do this. Maybe to get developers on board to jump on the project for marketing purposes. Who knows, right? But I'm saying, as a consumer, what would you prefer? Would you prefer to hear about a game and it come out anywhere from 3 to 5 years later down the line, or do you want the company to stay quiet until it's time to talk about it when the timeline until these games come out, it's a little bit more realistic, 2 years down the line, 1 year down the line, a year and a half down the line? What would you prefer?
I'm gonna say this: I still believe the Fallout 4 rollout was the best rollout in modern gaming. You didn't hear about it until 6 months before release. And then they had consistent content coming out around the game until it launched. And then even put out a mobile game that people are still playing. I think that was one of the best rollouts. And I would prefer that, because I think of games like State of Decay 3. I think of what happened with Starfield.
Little Devil Inside.
Bro, don't please.
Beyond Good and Evil 2, right?
No, you know what I mean?
2, right?
Damn.
I think back about all these games, and and it hurts me because I buy these games. Like I bought Sea of Stars when I first seen the artwork, and then that it had a crowdfunding. I went and supported it. I'm getting my physical copy. Like this was years ago before it even made it to PlayStation Plus and Game Pass. But so to hear these games and oh Lord, to hear these games and then they just kind of disappear. I'm like, there's so much that's out. Games are being released all the time. Do you really need to get hyped 3-4 years out? Like, I don't know. I'm not in the business end, so I'm not gonna sit there and act like I know. But just damn, give me an early access then. Do a Baldur's Gate. Like, let me play the builds. Let me be part of the beta tester for half the price. Like, I mean, like, come on.
For me personally, I feel like if a game is 5 years away, 6 years away, 4 years away, telling me now.
Oh, did he cut off right when it was getting good?
Yeah, he got right to the juicy part.
He about to say something provocative.
About to say something dope.
Ready. Oh,
I mean, look, I see the point that he's trying to make. I get it. But I mean, gaming is a visual business, so people want to see things as opposed to just hear things. Truth be told. So, for me, I'd rather see it and know it's coming, even if there isn't a tentative date, than to not hear anything at all. It's kind of like, your girlfriend being mad at you and not talking to you, or she just ghosts you. So it's like, I don't know, but I'd rather see it. I'd rather see it.
Listen, Gaz was on CP side. Look who entered the chat, ladies and gentlemen.
Sorry, boy. Sorry, everyone. Man, it was a madness. I had to risk my life.
Oh Lord, no, God, no.
Oh, so sorry, man. Fuck, this crazy day. Crazy day, bro.
Dude, we're glad you're here, bro. We really appreciate you making it, for real.
Peace, G.
Thank you for having me. Good to see you, man. How you doing?
I think Kofi's stuck.
Listen, Kofi's stuck. I have no idea what Kofi about. He about to say something dope. But Gaz, while we got you, I'm gonna jump right to you, brother.
Yeah.
We're on PlayStation 2023, and I was asking a panel, was this considered a successful year for PlayStation? Right. With the games they released, hardware, software, was it a successful year? That was part one. So I want to get your thoughts on that before I ask you the next question.
Okay. In terms of, well, it depends on how you measure success. In terms of growth, in terms of sales, sure, absolutely, PlayStation is killing it, and it's going to be like here in the UK, the console sales are crazy. So in that sense, yeah, absolutely. In terms of its first party output, typically the core gaming scene always assesses the platform's health based on its first party output, and we know in that regard it's left a massive question mark around PlayStation, because you had the infamous now PlayStation Showcase event, which was an event that we were all looking, well, the PlayStation guys especially were looking forward to after being left in the lurch for 2 years. That fell flat on its face. And people are desperate to know what's in the roadmap. So in terms of instilling confidence as far as first-party output is concerned, PlayStation isn't doing much, and the Game Awards showed off that massive gap, exacerbated that perception. So in terms of first-party output, there's some serious questions to ask there, because we're also hearing that its gas pivot is internally causing issues. Bungie are having issues. So what's the future landscape looking like for the clear market leader? So it depends on what you sign as success. It's not the end of the world, but for me, 2023, PlayStation wasn't exciting at all, and it didn't even win any awards at all. And
that shocked the hell out of me.
Yeah, I mean, so Spider-Man got nominated 7 times more than it needed to, in my opinion, even though I haven't played it. It's just like, I feel like that sequelitis of it and just the formula generally. I don't know. But yeah, like what happened? Because I gave Xbox a hard time last year for not even winning anything, and maybe one award, and PlayStation won nothing. Best movie adaptation? Are we going to call that? I guess, but not as far as gaming is concerned. So to me, PlayStation did not do enough. Despite that, it's selling gangbusters. So yeah, it depends on what we really classify as success. To me, PlayStation wasn't a success at all this gen.
Now,
Sorry.
When you had walked in, we were kind of talking about the roadmap moving forward, right? Is it? And Kofi was bringing up what do we believe is a better route to do? Hearing about a bunch of games with no release date, or waiting until we get closer to the game to it now? Because kind of what the contrast between what Xbox and PlayStation is doing right now, where Xbox is like, hey, we got this. When is it coming? Who the hell knows? Meanwhile, Sony's like, we'll give you Wolverine at some point. Is it?
It's not good enough. Sorry, I'm messing about with my camera here. It's
no, you're
not
good. You're good.
At all. It's not good enough at all. That's too dark. PlayStation really need to kick it up a notch as far as their first party is concerned in terms of exciting the fan base. They're becoming increasingly restless, and they're relying on third-party exclusivity, which is fair enough. But you built this narrative, everyone did, of gauging in the health of a platform based on exclusivity, which is why Xbox was raked through the coals all of last gen. So, where's the roadmap? And next year, you best believe that all this is adding more pressure. So PlayStation really need to go hard in revealing something that resembles a decent roadmap. And that means pressure on showing a Wolverine next year, and that could be really impressive. I mean, all it takes is one showcase to change the narrative. So and we know PlayStation are cooking stuff, but the question around when are they going to deliver that stuff? How much has that gas pivot really thrown a spanner in their works? Because they were putting a lot of effort in that. There still are 10 games. Let's see. And you're going to get Bungie's going to be exclusive to PlayStation soon. They're going to be swallowed up by Sony. There's no chance that they're going to retain their independence as far as I'm concerned. So there's that as well.
As far as 2023 goes, I don't think that was one of the biggest news of 2020. That's not a word. One of the biggest news of 2023. But I think that's something I did want to touch on, right? Is Bungie. Like, that is a problem PR-wise for PlayStation. You got the CEO saying, we're not giving away gift cards. We're not giving away bonuses. I'm going to fire a bunch of people. They're doing everything. They're scraping the ground to avoid being taken over by PlayStation. Should we be concerned that Bungie just may be something that just not even a thing at some point?
I don't think that's going to be the case. Bungie will still exist. They've invested far too much money, with nearly $4 billion on this.
Well, I guess my question is as it is now, because they only spent $1 billion on talent acquisition, and I think we're going to see a situation to where the people making Destiny it's going to be like a Halo thing. It's going to be a completely different developer making Destiny, because you're going to lose talent.
Bro, 100%. That's already happened as far as I'm concerned. People are talking about an oppressive environment. People are leaving. What's going to happen is, I will be shocked if Bungie retained its independence for a while. I think it's almost at the death now. When you hear about this, it's pretty much done and dusted. And I'm hearing from some people that I know in the space who are developers, who speak to other developers within Bungie. Even Bungie within themselves, they're split, because one half of them they want to retain independence. The other half actually are like, we'd rather just get taken over, because it's so bad as far as the leadership is concerned, that they're almost inviting PlayStation or Sony to assimilate. And that's a sign of, you messed up buying these guys, because that internal turmoil within Bungie, that's not good. That means what you paid for You paid for a multiplayer outfit that you brought in for the multiplayer experience and their expertise. They had their say, and they actually caused Naughty Dog's games, rightly or wrongly, we don't know what, to go back into the drawing board. And it's on the back burner. So if they can't maintain themselves, why are they making decisions on behalf of other studios?
And I made the joke a while back. I was like, man, I wonder if they did that just to shoot the competition in the foot. Like, because that's their direct competition in terms of multiplayer. Like, how you gonna let a multiplayer competition come out and say, this big IP with a TV show, a bunch of re-releases that everybody loves, wins all these awards. I don't know if the multiplayer is going to be all right. It would have sold, even if it wouldn't have did well. It would have still sold, even if people weren't have been playing it today. And I think I really thought it was them shooting them in the foot, competition in the foot. Like, we don't want Naughty Dog to shine while we struggling behind the scenes. Like that was my thought.
Yeah, I think that's a hot take. Baron, what you say?
You saying Bungie was hating on Naughty Dog?
Yeah.
No, I'm saying if you know your company is on the line and how you look is on the line.
You think it jeopardized the Naughty Dog's project that they've been talks? Hey, by the way, can you come into our studio and assess our quality? And they're like, oh, you know what? We're gonna fuck these guys over because we're not looking so good. That's what you basically suggested.
You're saying they're hating. You're saying they're hating.
I think they're hating.
Oh my God! I mean, listen. I think Sony
if you
kind
told
of
me my business was on the line and all I had to do was shoot somebody in the toe that's already winning, I'm gonna shoot them in the toe.
I think Sony is just Sony's just kind of guilty by association now, because if you've paid attention to Bungie over the past 10 years, they've always acted like assholes. Always. They've never behaved well. When they had a publishing deal with Activision, they behaved pretty much the same way. So it's just now that they've been actually purchased by Sony, as opposed to whereas with Activision they just had a publishing deal. But now with Sony, since they've basically put up a large investment in $4 billion, I don't think, and I'm not caping for Sony, I'm just saying I don't think Sony is wrong for saying, yo, bro, we just spent $4 billion. We need to get some of our bread back somehow, some way. You don't do that, we're gonna come in and knock some heads. And to kind of be fair to Sony in this respect, the board still fit. The board has a 5-man makeup. Bungie still holds the majority on that board, with Pete Parsons being the time making vote.
Yeah,
you know what I'm saying? He's still the tie breaking vote. Worst come to worst. So they don't necessarily have to get taken over, but it's easier. I just feel it's kind of easier for Bungie to sell that publicly to kind of make Sony look like assholes. That way they can cover their own asses for behaving badly. That's just my take.
They have been.
Bungie
you're right.
Didn't want Microsoft. They was like, I don't like you, I'm leaving. They went to Activision. I don't like you, I'm leaving. They went to Sony. I don't like you, I don't want you to take over my house. It's safe to say that
everybody's crazy except y'all. Everybody's crazy except y'all.
Exactly. It does look like that. Like, once, okay, like you've got some massive Goldilocks complex here. If you're like, Microsoft, we don't want to work here. Microsoft said, okay, fine, walk away. You go to Activision, and Activision burn you, and everyone's like, well, it is Activision. We understand that.
Yeah.
Fine. Okay. Now you go to Sony, and before you even churned out a game, you've got people getting murked internally, saying that the environment's oppressive. In fact, you've murked the studio's game, first party's game, and now you're doing it. If you're going to cry and shed tears, it's going to look pretty sus. Really, it seems indicative of Bungie's potentially mishandling. But, Destiny's not doing that well in terms of expansions. The player numbers are dropping. So if you're going to assess quality, base it on their game, and it's not doing it. And that seems to hint at all the problems that 343 was suffering from, which was poor leadership. And it's almost like a mirror of that company. PlayStation has a big problem in its hands. It's a $4 billion problem. It paid $1.2 billion for staff retention. Staff is such a high commodity here. They're not going to stick around. Most of them are leaving. So you've just sunk big money. And the irony of this is, Jim Ryan said, we think our investment in Bungie is better than Activision and value. I'm like, are you joking, bro?
Yeah, but we knew that was bullshit. We knew that was
bullshit.
But he had to say he had to say something though.
That's just a stupid thing to say though.
Yeah, it's a dumbass thing to say, but you know.
Yeah.
That I forgot about that.
Nobody really took that comment seriously, man. Everybody was looking at him like, yo, Jim,
sometimes it's better not to say nothing, though.
Man.
You gotta know how that sounds.
Yeah, like everybody was like, yo, Jim, shut the fuck up, man.
Even the PlayStation guys were like, yeah. Well, some of the hardcore actually went with that. But
I wasn't with that. I'm a PlayStation guy. I'm like, yo, Jim, shut it up, man, please.
now, Mike,
yo,
Jim Ryan leaving PlayStation was one of the biggest news stories of 2023, right? Off the heels of Sony, not necessarily. I guess it's a loss for them when they lost the ABK courtroom battle and all the back and forth. So shortly after, Jim Ryan comes out and say, "Hey man, I'm tired. I travel a lot." Jim Ryan leaving again was one of the biggest news stories of 2023. What kind of impact you think that has on PlayStation moving forward? Because Jim was changing it. Long gone are the days of Sean Layden. As I lost my earbud. Long gone are those days, right?
I don't think it's going to have any more an impact, in terms of what Sony and PlayStation can accomplish, but it's going to have an impact in the court of public opinion, because now, PlayStation, with Jim Ryan leaving and Connie Booth getting canned, it looks like PlayStation's a broken home right now. It's like, nobody wants to live there. It's nothing but abused people there now. Get us out of here. So, I mean, that's how it looks. It looks crazy. I mean, I was never a fan of Jim Ryan because I don't like the idea of corporatists running, gaming companies, and I've said when I was with you guys before, Jim Ryan is the Tim Cook of video games. They don't care about what they're doing. They're bottom line guys. It's money with them, So for me, Jim Ryan leaving, thank fucking God, See you later, bro. Yeah, see you later, bro.
Yeah, absolutely. Like Jim Ryan, he may have made the moves that were necessary for PlayStation survival, because ultimately, as much as people bemoan gas and multiplayer, I think the hardcore PlayStation fan base have been quite resolutely in favor of single player experiences, because that's catered to PlayStation's strengths. But Sony themselves obviously have identified that that's not really financially stable, because they keep an eye on the big players in the space, big IPs that are churning money, like Roblox, the Minecraft, Call of Duty. You can't ignore just how much these are making now. So it's a tantalizing prospect for anyone, but I think if more than tantalizing, it was almost a necessity. So as much as we come at Jim Ryan for the gas pivot itself, it's the manner in which he's gone head first into it that seems like they didn't really think it through. And I think the legacy of Jim Ryan's not going to be looked at fondly. It's going to be on PlayStation to prove it. The first ever big gas game out of the first 10, that's going to have so much scrutiny behind it. So it's good. Yeah.
Oh, sorry, guys. Go ahead. I'm sorry.
No, that's all good. I was just going to say it's going to have a lot of scrutiny behind it. So the way that's received will set up all the rest of the gas games. And I think that's one of the first ways you assess Jim Ryan's premiership. Because let's be real, Jim Ryan, what has he done that we can attribute to him? Because all of the goodness is Sean Layden's, apparently.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, I was going to ask, was it Sean who was pushing the PC stuff, or was it Jim?
That's remnants of Sean.
Okay.
Was it remnants of Sean? I thought it was.
I thought that was all Jim.
I thought it was Jim Ryan's focusing because he thought the console was too. He said there were two. He said, and I'm paraphrasing here, that it was a shame that their gaming experiences would only be isolated to the PlayStation console, which is so small.
I do remember.
Considers the grand scheme of everything. Whereas Sean Layden has always been resolutely creative first.
Well, this is my thought on it. Like, I think that's gonna be his big claim to, like, what in the future, right? What he's remembered for on PlayStation, if that's the case, if he was the driving force behind PC, because I think that's gonna continue to add legs. Like, of course, Sony's not going anywhere, but it's gonna add even more legs, being able to pick up all the major releases on PC, and I think that'll be his big staple. If they continue, like you guys said, if PlayStation continues, down the path.
I think, just to go back to what Gaz said, I don't think PlayStation gamers like myself have a problem with PlayStation making a gas pivot, in terms of just making an investment. But what Jim Ryan was basically saying is all of our investment is going into this gas push. And that's when we're like, yo, what the fuck, bro? Well, what about the rest of the games? What are you doing? And that's the problem. He made it seem like everything that PlayStation is going to do going forward is going all into gas. And that's where the problem lies. And that's where we're like, and I think the shareholders kind of saw that too. Now, Jim Ryan may not have been fired, but they were definitely looking at him like, yo, bruh, you might want to take a vacation,
You think Jim was pushed out? You
They
think Jim
didn't
was
say
pushed
it,
out,
but
honestly? Was Jim pushed out?
I think so. I don't give a fuck what anybody says. I think so.
I think it's we don't know. Well, he says that he was getting tired from traveling and all of that. That may be true. I think it's a combination of, look, Connie Booth getting ousted, pretty senior in there, is quite significant. You cannot ignore that. No one's refuted that, and that's basically Sony have confirmed after a week after Jaffe broke the news that Connie Booth had left, not confirming that she had retired, because that would have been the news thing. I have retired. I'm looking to retire. Normally, the person retiring makes the statement. She didn't do that, so Connie's leaving, and that's a problem. We're also hearing that internally there's some people not happy with the gas pivot. Jim Ryan could have perceived this. He's obviously going to get massive cash injection, and he's paid very well, and he might end up somewhere else into another job. It sounds like he's angling for another position, and he'll get it straight away. It would be funny if it was Microsoft, but no, please keep it away for Microsoft. But yeah, like he will have restrictive covenants. He won't be able
That would be
do
the greatest fuck you move ever. I
man.
throw
Legally,
my
it'd be very
PlayStation in the
hard.
garbage if Microsoft ever did that. I'm like, Microsoft is the coldest group of motherfuckers on earth if they did that.
Given Sunday.
Oh,
The
that'd be
coldest
crazy.
group of motherfuckers on earth.
That'd be crazy.
That
Give
would
us
be
all the secrets.
crazy.
That would be so bad. But I don't know. I mean, the PlayStation's now, he's going to be, whoever the new person's going to be is going to be quite interesting. I'm just hoping one thing. I just hope whoever it comes in has a funny looking face so I can make memes about him. Because Jim Ryan was perfect for that, man. He was perfect. He gave us so many good memes. He gave us so many good memes.
Hey, tell me,
Ryan, his
what's
last
wrong with
legacy
you,
will be this cookie. And I bet this
No,
cookie was
no, what
dry
about him?
and bland as possible.
what about him rocking the white T-shirt, signing contracts like
Oh,
on camera? That was
Check it out.
comedy.
That's the most relaxed I've ever seen him. It was quite
Bro,
funny.
he looked happy. He looked legit.
Yeah,
Looked like
it was like
somebody
I'm scared.
grabbed him by his shirt before he walked in and said, sit down and sign this fucking copy. You see the neck on his shirt? I'm like, does this guy got on a stretched out t-shirt? He got a couple dollars. He couldn't put on a nicer shirt?
Bacon tea. Oh, Lord.
Oh,
That is
God.
The Japanese would have not liked that as well, because having worked with them, they're very based on very formal meetings, and you're signing a very big deal, presumably for their online focus, and this man's rocked up in a t-shirt, like, yo, what the hell's going on? They would have definitely had the conversations like, yo, why is he doing that? That's a bit weird. And he's like, I don't give a fuck. He's like being a rebel right now. Like, fuck you guys. You guys basically let me go and made a fucking cookie for me.
Yo, those-
Fine. Yeah.
Yo, that picture looked like. Yeah, did anybody see that picture with Jim Ryan holding the controller? That picture looked just as awkward as that. I'm like, what the fuck is going on here? Like, what's happening here?
He's not a gamer.
Yeah.
Oh, well, we know
Bro,
that. That's why I want him out of here.
He was like,
It's so
he was
weird.
like,
Fucking weirdo. Like, you doing? Like, just put the controller down, bro. Don't even touch it anymore. Just put it down.
Exactly. That's a good point, actually. I hope whoever comes in next actually is a gamer, because Phil Spencer is a gamer. 100% is a
absolutely
gamer.
is.
He's Phil Spencer. That's crazy.
And I always appreciated that about him. I'm not an Xbox guy, but I always appreciated that about him. You can tell he loves this shit. He may not love the business, but he loves this shit, if not anything else.
Yeah.
Two things really quickly. I'm willing to bet this cookie was dry as I'll get out.
Dry as a
And
motherfucker.
secondly, I want to give a big thanks to one of our sponsors, even one of our favorite publishers, Freedom Games. I do want to give away a game. Sorry, I heard that coming through. We do want to give away our next game from Freedom Games. It is called 9 Years of Shadows.
bro, no, for real. No, for real.
I want to see that. I want to see how that would carry over in 2023.
I think that came out around the time of, like, that Snoop Dogg, not Snoop Dogg. What was it? Was it the Snoop Dogg shooter? Like the Ride or Die or something like that?
I don't know, but anybody who's never seen Narc, the video game, just go on YouTube and look up the video game Narc. It was an arcade game. I want to bring that back. I want to get that kick-started.
The code for the game we just showed in the trailer, as the Steam code is in the chat. The last digit is a question mark, and it's the number after 5. No robots getting codes today. So it's the number after 5. Codes in the chat. Shout out to our sponsors, Freedom Games, for allowing us to give this code to this game.
Yeah, I got a bunch of shit to sort through. I got to give away some games to some people.
Listen, now that we're back and we got Gaz in the building, Gaz, I can't have you here and we talked about PlayStation 2023. I can't have you and not talk about Xbox 2023. Number one, if you guys have not already, hit the share button. Hit the like button and share the stream. I let people know we are live. We are live until 4 p.m. CST. We're going long ways today. Very, very, very long ways. But Gaz, Xbox 2023. We talked about was PlayStation's a success. You know, we hear year over year console sales are down, yada yada yada. Game Pass is up. Game Pass games can drop. Was this comparatively a successful year for Xbox?
Compared to PlayStation, so it's very different. It's almost like inverse to what PlayStation did. Whilst PlayStation consoles are selling out, Xbox's console sales have plateaued quite suddenly. Quite like with the one spike with Starfield that really kind of even increase beyond their expectations of Microsoft themselves. So there was that brief blip. But as far as console sales concerned, concerningly, they are quite low. So Microsoft has a challenge on itself. Microsoft, in terms of Game Pass numbers, has also kind of stalled on the console front, but the PC side is seeing a lot of investment as well as a lot of growth. So that's interesting there. In terms of the first party stable, that's where Microsoft has turned it around, especially compared to last year, which was basically non-existent. Having started off with a surprise Hi-Fi Rush, before that there was this event, that the Developer Direct we had in January, if I remember correctly, and that was really good. It was met positively. People said follow this format. It had a game event, showcase event, and that was really good. They had Hi-Fi Rush, which is big, but the big dent came by way of Redfall, where Arkane Austin's basically good reputation got completely shattered, and alongside that, so was Microsoft, and it was a very bad look for Microsoft, for Arkane Austin, just generally. So you just thought, well, wow, this is not what Microsoft cannot afford these hits. And then the big one came, which was Starfield, which rescued it quite well. It sold loads of peripherals, sold loads of copies of games, 12 million players. But in terms of critical reception, it still didn't do what it was supposed to. I always said that in order for this to be a critical success, in my eyes, the necessary critical success, because this is the game that looks like it'll be the most important game for Xbox for a very long time. And it needed to hit a 90 plus meta. Now, you might say Metacritic doesn't matter, blah, blah, blah. But in terms of critical reception, Starfield, with all the hype that Todd Howard had funneled into it with statements like 20 years in the making, with all the Xbox guys hyping it, including myself, I thought this was going to be a game of the gen contender based on the scope of the game, based on what Bethesda was saying, based on what they showed. It looked really good. And Starfield was a great RPG. It was a good, fun game, probably the most polished Bethesda RPG I've ever played. And I completed it, and that says a lot. And I still need to go, and I'm still hankering to go back and play some of those side quests. But it didn't do what it needed to do critically, because it wasn't even in the conversation for Game of the Year as far as the Game Awards are concerned. I know it's one show or whatever, but it was such a stacked year that it didn't get nominated. And I think that's absolutely fair, because there's so much there. But the Game Award nominations were disgusting, in my opinion. They shouldn't be. A remake shouldn't be there, in my opinion. But then you've got that.
Thank you,
Yeah.
Gaz. This was a topic
We
earlier
didn't
in the
disagree.
show.
We
It
didn't
deserved to be
disagree
there.
with you. We didn't disagree with you. We were just saying, if we had to choose between, if there was a slot that had to go, and it was between Final Fantasy 16 or Resident Evil 4, we would have taken Resident Evil 4. We didn't disagree with you. We didn't disagree with you.
That's
Give me
fair.
Steel Star.
I've played both.
I would put Hi-Fi Rush there instead.
I
That's
thought
what
Hi-Fi Rush was
I've
Xbox's
been-
best game this year.
Thank you.
Yeah,
I've
that's why
They
been
deserve to
said
be
that.
there more than
I've
Resident Evil
been
Remake.
singing its praises all year long.
Yeah, absolutely. And whatever. Game Awards has had fundamental flaws, which we also saw yesterday. But so Starfield didn't hit, and then still a great game. It restores some faith in Xbox generally anyway. That, okay, well done, you've got a big seller here. And then Forza comes out, and Forza still, in my opinion, and I'll view this very critically, it loses the racing crown to Gran Turismo strictly on Metacritic, but also because of my perception of the longevity of this game and the amount of noise being generated about it. And also technically, now John Lindemann is doing a comparison between Gran Turismo and Forza, and a lot of console warriors, including myself, are keeping a keen eye on it. But it doesn't look like, for some reason, which is surprising me, Forza's actually besting it at all. So, but on its own, Forza is a great game. I loved it. I actually loved most fun I've had in a sim racer, and I can't wait to go back and spend some time after I get rid of Alan Wake and some of these big games that once I get my channel relaunched and I play on stream. But you've got Forza, you've got Starfield, you've got Hi-Fi Rush, you've got 3 big games. Well, one was a Shadow Drop game, and the games should be at the forefront of the discussion. And first party, and these are first party games. So there was that. And then you cannot ignore the $70 billion deal that, beyond all odds, Microsoft fought the world and paused. Oh, as my wife is here. What's up, Erica?
The way she blushed.
The way I looked up, that should not have happened. Why did I look up? No, don't.
And then Nintendo was like, "Is it me?" Sorry, Nintendo.
What's up?
I was gonna say I wasn't aware of that. I didn't know.
Everybody,
that we
what's up,
married.
everybody?
So, yeah, no. So it was just so then you got the $70 billion deal, and then you've got this incredible showcase. So it looks really positive. And then you've had yesterday's show, which was almost like an Xbox show in many regards. So like Microsoft in the public perception stuff is starting to get better. And I feel like the momentum, which it critically lost in 2022, is clawing back. So again, success, how do you gauge it? But Microsoft has some serious challenges ahead of itself. Serious challenges as well.
Yeah, I was going to just kind of, stay what Gaz said as his last point. I think their biggest success this year, forget, hardware, and Game Pass is going to do what it does. Game Pass is great. We all know that. I think Microsoft's biggest success this year was just seeing how excited their community has been, more so than I think probably ever before. Or at least not since the 360 days. They're excited like never before. I think that was their biggest success, and they've earned it. With the moves that they've made. The ABK deal, Hi-Fi Rush. I mean, say what you will about Starfield. Starfield was huge, and it didn't disappoint. It may kind of be contentious in terms of whether you like it or you don't, or you love it or you don't. But we can't deny that it is a solid game. We can't deny that. So I think that was their biggest success this year, just kind of getting their community excited. All the other stuff will come later. They'll make their money. They'll sell their hardware. They'll get people to subscribe to Game Pass once that cadence of first party games rolls around, and they get that content flow steady and routine. But getting the community back involved, to whereas with the PlayStation community, they're kind of like, what the fuck? I think that's their success this year, being able to turn that a little bit, So I agree with you. I would agree with them.
Listen, Mike, Gaz, I really appreciate y'all coming through and rocking with us. Gaz is on CP time, but he still made it. Listen, those recordings I'm gonna have forever. I know he was doing at least 85 down the freeway because I heard the wind.
When he was talking about Redfall, if anybody's never seen it, go watch Gaz's video talking about Redfall.
Oh yeah.
Oh, with the glitches and all that. That was hilarious.
I was on the floor.
Gaz, I have a question before you go. I didn't hear it, or if you talked about. Did you end up going to Popeyes?
I did, bro.
Yeah. Was it fire?
Was it good?
Oh, I saw that.
I did. When I came out, people were like, you should have got the biscuits and gravy. I didn't get that. I didn't get the biscuits. I got the Supremes. Okay, spicy Supreme sandwich. Very nice. But yeah, chicken sandwich. It was like, I don't know why it's called Supreme. It's probably because it was large. And it wasn't spicy, bro. I can handle my spice. I was disappointed. I was like, give me some spice. But the chicken tastes nice, though. But I'll tell you right now, it was nowhere near as good as what I tried in Vegas. Popeyes in America was different. It was like sex in my mouth.
Probably hits different.
I had eaten. I'd just eaten. And when I walked out, going shopping with my cousins, I was like, what? I had to go in there. And I forgot to film. Usually I would like take pictures of it, but I was just like, where's the food? Came in, I just inhaled the food because I love fried chicken, but that was good fried chicken. But I remembered I need you guys call it biscuits. It feels wrong saying biscuits. I don't know what that's not a fucking biscuit.
What do you call it?
What do you call it?
I don't know what. It's a scone or something.
That is not a goddamn scone. Those are biscuits.
That's a biscuit.
Now go eat one dry and see if you can do
get your ass kicked out here calling biscuits scones out here.
I'm not doing that in America. I can get away.
Listen, the reason why it tastes different because America has all the stuff that's bad for you.
The chemicals, bro. That's what's missing.
More fat.
That red 42.
Bro, whoever it is, you can inject those chemicals into my body because when I had it in Vegas, it was so nice. But to be honest, and the fries, you call them fries, they weren't that great. I want to go back and try the right stuff. The gravy, chicken gravy is the one, man. But the spice, come on, man.
That strawberry dessert.
No, they need a
bro.
Church's chicken in the UK.
Yeah.
That's what you
Strawberry
need.
biscuit. Strawberry biscuit.
Strawberry biscuit.
Churches.
The strawberry
you guys
biscuit.
need Church's
Hey.
chicken.
Oh, but
People in the
Church's
South
chicken-
know about Church's.
Yeah.
I love American food, man. When I go back next year, you guys need to take me to some mad places.
Well, you know,
Come-
they're
come
usually
to
not
Texas
in the
and I
safest
can give you some
places,
good
the
food.
churches. But
You come to Texas, I'm gonna hook you up, buddy.
yeah,
Oh,
man,
you gotta get the barbecue then. You gotta get him some brisket.
I've heard so
I'll
much
give 'em
good
some
stuff about
barbecue and-
brisket, man.
Brisket
Brisket
is
sounds
fire.
really nice. I don't know if I will like it, but it sounds like I should
Oh,
love
you're
it.
gonna like it.
Yeah,
Tender.
it looks
Tender.
Oh, okay. I think I love it.
How do we
Yeah.
open
Bad boy
up
on a
to
roll.
food?
Listen,
Falls off
listen,
the
Mike.
bone.
But good
Mike,
show,
Gaz,
everybody.
man, I appreciate y'all, man.
Much love to
Thank you
y'all.
for coming through, and y'all have a
you.
blessed one. All right,
All
take it
right,
easy.
take it easy,
Bye,
guys.
guys. Bye.
Hey,
Hey,
Listen,
we're here.
before the next topic, we got a follow super chat from Don Sega the Otaku. Says we're only talking about Sony's mediocre 2023, Xbox is good 2023, and not talking about the GOAT Nintendo demolishing them both. And I think that goes, like, people forget. Everyone's so focused on Xbox and PlayStation, how great of a year Nintendo had, and they're consistently having a great year, regardless of the talk of power and FPS and 4K. Nintendo is consistently great at being Nintendo.
You know what? I compare it to the way we don't compare anything to PC. Like, it's in its own realm.
Yeah.
It does its own thing and it
that's
wins. Like, I never, when I'm thinking about, how you gonna console war with a Nintendo person? How? What are you gonna say? Oh, my game sold half as well as yours, so that's a win. It's like beating Bama in peak season. Like, bro, like we scored on them. Yeah, we scored on y'all. That's a win. Like, you cannot compare. Were we gonna roll one more trailer before? Or are we gonna just jump right into it?
Listen, no, we're gonna do a quick trailer from our sponsor, one of our sponsors, Dames for Games.
Let me see.
As long as it's not about Souls likes, I think we'll be okay.
Oh,
Yeah.
okay, yeah, no
That's the
problem.
worst.
I'm
That's
joking.
the worst genre. I don't want to talk
Yeah,
about
this.
Absolutely.
Yeah,
it.
who
Overrated
Who
games.
plays?
Bro, that's why he didn't have his own category, scrub topic. We don't talk about
Ooh-wee.
I didn't say that. I'm sorry, honey. Don't kill me.
Oh,
Millennium
I'm
looking at
gonna
Mike.
tweet it
She
out
said,
right
what?
now.
okay. So are we back up?
Yeah, we good.
Guys,
Yeah.
what is up? So I'm absolutely kind of not really taking over. I like to think I run things sometimes, but really I'm just here. And I once again I want to give a shout out to everybody who's here. We got 40 on my screen. It says 49 people in the chat. I appreciate you guys.
Hey.
Please make sure to like, subscribe, share this out. It helps us out, and we're just here celebrating all things gaming. And when it comes to all things gaming, we can't skip over one of the best genres of all time. The genre that I think still holds true to the core of gaming, that reward of working towards something and succeeding. And it brings a tear to my eye, that feeling of victory when you've gotten beat up and curb stomped 30 times by a boss who somehow came up with a new move set when you got their health bar down to 25%. And
so true.
Yeah, like
it's like, oh, you got all my moves on. You thought that was it, or the second phase. Oh, you thought I was done.
Yeah,
nah, I got something else for your butt.
Third phase
with a whole set of moves after that. It's like, all right, I'm done.
And then you gotta wait for like
to show up later in the game. Yeah,
right. Like, are the poisonous death cry from like that poisonous screamer person from Remnant 2, where they die and then a bubble pops out? Yeah, like you could literally beat the boss and then die last second.
It's almost like you know how they're learning this boss, but it's almost like they're learning us too, and they come back with something like you said we never seen before. It's like they learned a new move. It's crazy.
So there's more than one phase for these bosses?
Oh yeah.
Oh, that's a thing.
Well, I mean, I never made it past the first phase, I guess. So
the rule is never celebrate too early. If you think it's over, you don't know. You're never sure celebrate. Until that trophy pops. You don't know.
And don't stand next to the boss after you killed it. Back up.
Yes.
Back up.
Sister Frida in the painted world. Hell no.
Oh yeah, that's a crazy boss.
So for those who didn't know, we're talking about Souls-like games. Now, 2023 has had actually so I knew you were gonna wake up. I just knew you were gonna do that.
It's
2023, it's the Souls-like. She's down. The 2023 has had so many freaking Souls-likes. I mean, and not just a lot of them, but actual AA and AAA quality. We've had Lords of the Fallen, Lies of P, Wulong, Star Wars Jedi Survivor. Now I'm gonna tell you guys, the Star Wars Fallen Order, and because I haven't played Jedi Survivor, I have it, but I have not played it yet. These are Souls-likes. Crank that bad boy up, crank it up, and you are playing a Souls-like game, 100%.
Respawn said they wanted to make their own spin on a Souls-like. These are Souls-like games.
Yep, and so if you can enjoy that, we'll get to that in a second. But we had Blasphemous 2. That didn't get a lot of shine. I know Erica was covering. You covered a lot of it, and you talked about it. And then of course one of my personal game of the years, Remnant 2. And so in a year coming off of Elden Ring, right? Now, of course, these games have been in development for a while, so you can't be like, oh, because of Elden Ring, all these games came out. But I think a lot of these games, I think the Souls-like genre got a bigger spotlight on it than it would have within the gaming space. Not so much, obviously, it didn't play out that way with the award show, and we could talk a little bit about that later. But what do you guys think about the good and bad of 2023 Souls-likes? Like,
I'm going to jump in real quick and say you also forgot Lords of the Fallen and Last Faith. The Last Faith.
No, I said Lords of the Fallen. I didn't say Last Faith.
Okay.
Last Faith. Yes.
Did I mention Wulong? Because I forgot that.
You did.
You did say that one. I think that one was the pinnacle of I'm going to kick your ass, and all right, I don't want to play this game anymore.
Yep.
Yeah, I definitely put down Wulong because even though it allowed you to grind. Like the grind was it felt like they respected and allowed and really pushed grind. Get out there, earn your keep. But I still feel like it wasn't enough.
Because it wasn't enough. If you couldn't parry, screw that. You couldn't do anything.
Yeah.
You need to parry in that game.
You have to.
You can't parry, just give it up.
The first boss. If you couldn't parry, you could not beat him.
Yep.
I don't care how high your health bar was. I don't care how. Literally, to get to the next transition to the second part of the fight, you had to parry, right? Like there was a moment that required you to parry. That game was the filter.
And that's why we don't hear a lot of people talk about that game this year.
They dropped it.
Nah, we don't want to. We don't talk about this game. It's on Xbox Game Pass. We don't want to talk about this game. We don't care about this game.
Yeah, I was gonna say, especially Lubu. Once they hit Lubu, that fight,
That fight was
I'm
awful.
assuming a lot of people probably dropped it. Yeah.
I know I did.
Yeah.
It's so. What were some standouts for you guys? Like what? Like thinking of Souls likes in 2023, and let's start with you, Erica. Like what really just
Ooh.
like bam?
Well, Keith brought it up. The Last Faith. Since we last
Mhm.
talked, we had our little Souls talk. What was it? A few weeks ago.
Couple weeks ago.
I put in so much time into that game. I beat it. Did a review. Amazing game. Like if you love Bloodborne and Castlevania, play it because it's freaking amazing. And it's not perfect, but I mean, man, a lot of those bosses were just super creative. Even though they used like similar elements between them, they still varied and were like different and refreshing and challenging. I thought it was really cool. Like a good challenge, not to where it's like unfair or anything like that, but it was like, I want to beat this thing. And that's, I think, overall when it comes to Souls games, when you have that desire to like want to best these bosses, like that's where this love comes from, And I felt like this game just, it's just perfect. It just did that for me. So that's a huge sleeper. I feel like if you guys never heard of it, you never seen it, it's cheap. You could buy it on Steam, anywhere. I think it's on the Switch too. It's like everywhere. So you could play it and check it out. But other than that, I loved Wulong. I've been going through the DLC. I'm trying to get prepared for the third one. There's already a third DLC, which is insane. They've been supporting the game like crazy. But that game's tough. I will say, though, the one thing that makes Wulong a little bit easier is you can pretty much block and hold that block and then parry out of the block. So it's not like a timing like Sekiro. Yeah, you can do that. And that's what makes it easier.
Wait a minute.
Baron's having a revelation right now.
Wait a minute.
You could do that the whole time. The whole time.
No.
If you wanted to.
You know what's okay, and I'm kind of jumping topics, but I'm gonna get right back to it.
Go
You
for
know what was crazy? Remnant 2 in the beginning, not explaining how to activate your second ability. For the longest time, I was not activating my second ability because I was a hunter and I thought the abilities were passive, not active. So I never thought to press it because of the way it was described. I just thought it had to. Yes, I didn't know. So for a long time, I was playing without it and didn't even realize I was handicapping myself because it wasn't cleared. But now playing it on console, they have added in help. Like
Yeah,
crazy.
they've updated a lot of stuff.
They've added windows for everything. Like, hey, this is for this and do that. Like, it's a lot of help. But going back to things that stood out and going over Hugger, what did
happened?
you go? No, Hugger, I'm rolling over to you.
Oh, okay.
What stood out to you? What was something that just shined in the genre, if anything at all?
So I don't keep up to super date with them. I do love the games. The one that stood out to me, because I just like sort of finished it, was The Surge 2. That was solid, better than the first game. Hard, very hard, and I think it's worth playing. But I did enjoy, if we're talking about a game that came out this year, Twink Pinocchio, Liza P. It was solid.
We didn't even mention that yet. Yeah, Liza P.
Twink
Fire.
Pinocchio really got me. The bosses were cold. Like, it was so good. I'm just got a little bit more to finish and I'll be done with it. But yeah, Wulong was too hard for me. I had to put that down. I love myself.
Wulong's
and I know
wild.
myself. I can't do that to myself. But yeah, Twink Pinocchio all day, every day.
Awesome. Yeah, Wulong's a bit different. It's more like Neo. If you played Neo, it's like I call it a Neo-like instead of a Souls-like. I mean, they're the same, but they're Souls, but more Neo-ish. Yeah.
Exactly.
You know what's so trippy, right? And I'm gonna go over to you with this, Roger. Like, this genre is one that I put so much time into, but have very little completions. Like, I don't have that many completions with these games. I promise
That
you,
sounds about right for a lot of people, though.
I've played a crap ton of them, and I've put a lot of time into them. But in terms of rolling credits, I haven't rolled credits on very many of these titles. And then it's funny, I've rolled titles on like the obscure ones, like what was that one that you helped me with, Erica?
Oh, the Code Vein.
Code Vein.
Yeah, Code Vein.
The vampire Souls-like anime
Souls.
I rolled credits, and it wasn't easy. And there was plenty of moments that felt extremely broken, but I rolled credits on that. But I still, as many hours as I have in Dark Souls 2 and 3, I haven't beat those. Like, hey, I've started over so many freaking characters. Like, anytime I boot it back up, I start over.
The last time?
No, because we were doing the charity stream, and I stopped. I got to the Gulch and stopped after I beat that boss there, the butcher dude.
Oh, the Gulch. Oh, memories.
Yeah, like after the fact that I can almost tell you exactly where I was. That's how ingrained this stuff is with these games. And rolling over to you, Roger, like I know I threw you into this pack of wolves of folks who like love to get beat up by bosses. Yeah, right?
Yeah.
As somebody who's on the outside of this, what is your experience with Souls like, and what do you think could be done to maybe not necessarily make it easier, but maybe make it a little more, open the door a little more?
Yeah.
People like me.
Well, so my history with Souls likes is weird. So years ago, I was at a game store and I saw Demon Souls. What's this? So I bought it just on a whim.
Ooh,
and I got home and I'm like,
sorry.
oh God, what did I get myself into? This is before kids, so I was able to play more, right? And like my stress level wasn't as high. Like I feel like after kids, like my stress level is like way up here, right? I think the thing that appeals me the most is just how gorgeous and beautiful these games look, right? And it's like the boss battles and just the uniqueness of all the bosses and their attacks and everything. Like I was attracted to that with Elden Ring. I'm not very far in Elden Ring, but I was like, whoa, this is so cool looking, right? And in Wulong, like I am a huge martial arts like fan, and I loved the art in that. I can't play that game though. Like I got my butt, handed to me, and I was like, okay, I'm done. But Lies of P, I think, is like one of those games that I was like, okay, like I like this game, and I feel like it's more accessible for like gamers like me. It feels, I don't want to say it's easy because it's not easy, but it feels like it's more of like, hey, this is a good entry level for these Souls-like games.
That's what I felt.
Like it's welcoming.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Because that's a huge part. Because like hearing that Demon Souls was the first one you picked up, I'm sorry. Not because it was
welcoming.
bad. It's not welcoming.
No.
Like the granddaddy. Like it's not welcoming. And I found out a lot about myself in the journey of getting into Souls. Like it brought back that almost arcade feeling of like, this is my last quarter before I got to go back to my mom. And I'm sitting here, the pressure is on. I got one potion left. I dodged that attack. I dodged the AoE attack, and I got the hit. And they drop, and then the spirits sparkle, and ash leaves their body, and then you get the loot drop for the new weapon that you may or may not want to crack. Like it brings something back that I felt like I lost in gaming.
Exactly.
Like, because when you like, have you guys went back and tried to play Pokemon? I like min-max to the point to where it's not fun for me anymore.
I've never played a Pokemon game. I don't think
never
I
have.
to.
Well, as Souls-like people, you would min-max the hell out of it to a point where you'd get a perfect team and you would never change it.
Y'all never played a Pokemon game?
Not once. I played Pokemon Snap. That's it. That's all I played.
I would never play the one that recently came out, but then the issues with the performance and the glitches, I was like, nah.
Oh, Fame Love.
I ain't gonna
What
waste my
you
time.
played Pokemon Glock and Holster?
I was never introduced to it by anybody. I never had that friend that was like, hey, play this, and I just never got into it.
What's the matter here?
Wow.
Oh, we had a super chat. Fame, did you want to read that out, or you want me to do it?
The Melodic Punk. Shout out to Melodic Punk, man. It's a good follow on Twitter. He says, I've been dormant in gaming this year, but 2023 has been a great year for gaming. Tears of the Kingdom is better than Breath of the Wild. Hot take, both games are mid.
Damn, Melodic. You gonna take that?
Thank you, Melodic. I appreciate the super chat.
Shout out to Melodic.
But you know why? It goes back to what we talked about earlier in the chat. Don't give me an open world and say, hey, man, go do what you want to do, and then come do this whenever you're ready. Like, I don't like that. It's two things about it. I don't like that. Hey, you can go straight to the boss if you want to. That's stupid, number one. Number 2, hey, here's the great super legendary master sword. I hit a lemon 3 times and I gotta go repair it. That's dumb. It's a dumb mechanic in every game.
That was rough. Yeah.
That was rough. I remember never using it until getting to the final boss.
Same.
And then realizing you don't need it. You shoot him with an arrow. Like, spoiler alert.
Weapon degradation in any game is just dumb. I busted my ass to get this weapon. Don't be something that'll break after a couple hits. I hated it in Dark Souls 2. I was like, why is this even a thing in this game? This is just dumb. And then if you played on PC, it was worse because there was a fix to put the game from 30 frames per second to 60 frames per second. But it also doubled your weapon degradation. It was like, what this? Why? Why?
Yikes.
See, I'm a weirdo.
It's probably the worst thing, and other than like escort missions, it might be the worst part. Like,
you speaking my language right now. I do not like escort missions. They get me stressed.
Liza did the best job with introducing degradation, but also giving you a way to fix your weapon right then and there. I was hooked. Like, I can repair my weapon? Are you serious? And I would just hit somebody and then repair. It's like, wow, okay, this is great.
On the spot, and then it added a little bit more of a challenge because you had to pick and choose when you're going to do it. You know what I mean? So it was cool. Yeah.
See, I'm a sucker for weapon degradation and crafting. Like, I'm a sucker for it. And then I find myself
you're giving us something to do just to give us something to do. You're just giving us something to do. Like, I don't want to. Like, hey, craft all of this equipment to make this sword, and it can't handle killing 3 people. Like, that's silly, bro. Like, you just giving us busy work.
Let me kill stuff. I don't need to repair my weapon.
Hey, look. I clearly like to hurt myself in gaming. And
a little too much. See, we do too, but you go into extra mile.
I'm just saying, like, what do you mean this game doesn't have fishing and cooking and crafting? And
no, I don't play games for that.
I do. I like to play games
to do things I don't need to do that in the game.
I can too, but I refuse to. Hey, B, let's go fishing in game. Sure.
Let me ask you this, B. Would you play a fishing cooking simulator?
Yeah. Absolutely.
Because I hate that stuff in gaming because it's like, bro, I don't, it's busy work. Like, oh, you can go fish. If you catch a big fish, you get the scale. Like, I don't care. Like,
hey, bro,
I'm telling you, as I've gotten older, I just want to be told, and I know y'all love Souls games, right? And the Soul game is like, I need a map.
Oh, damn.
Like, quit playing with me, bro.
Sorry.
Wait a minute. Y'all remember Nightmare Before Elm Street? I think it was like number 3 or whatever. And they just kept like going around the neighborhood. That'll be me. I'm gonna keep like, damn, that building look.
Oh, damn.
I don't know where to go. I don't have time for that, bro. Shout out to Swaggy to the $5 super chat. He said, just want to shout out Level 1 squad. Keep doing what y'all do. Appreciate the love, my boy. Swaggy, see, I always put Level 1, but I need a map. Don't give me weapon degradation. Don't make me escort Susie, because Susie taking her time and she getting hit, and I got 2 minutes. Otherwise, the gate don't close and we all die. Ooh. It's stupid stuff in gaming, bro, that I don't want to see in gaming next year, bro.
Not the My bad. No, but no.
Nightmare on Elm Street 3 came out in 1987.
That's the year I was born.
I feel old.
Even alive.
Yeah, well, okay.
Damn it.
So what happened was.
But I'm sorry, I didn't mean to run. I didn't mean to run over.
No.
Damn. I was gonna tell you, you got to play Elden Ring. Then they gave you a map.
Yeah, it's a map.
And that was a thing for a while, and I'm sure Keith and everyone else remembers. Like, some people were upset about the map, thinking, oh, it's too easy now, and then the ones who wanted more, they didn't think it was enough. They wanted like a checklist, but Elden Ring still didn't do that.
They came out with it. They
brought out the journal?
Yeah.
What?
Because people complained and stuff. So yeah, aren't you supposed to play one Fame or something?
Yeah.
I remember that.
Aren't you supposed to play Remnant 2?
It's unplugged because it's still broken.
Aren't you supposed to play Remnant 2?
Yeah, Game Pass. You can
play. Okay. Remnant is the only Souls game that's good ever in life and history.
Are you serious?
Remnant is the only one that's good.
But he doesn't.
We ain't talking no more. We can't.
Keith, before you go off, I was actually gonna ask about this. I was gonna ask about this, and Remnant 2 was gonna be my answer. What is what is the Souls-like game you would recommend to introduce someone to the genre?
Remnant
And
2, hands down.
Remnant and Remnant 2.
I wouldn't even
I-
say Remnant. I
I
would
haven't
just say
played the
Remnant
prequel.
2.
Yeah, Fame did play the prequel. I haven't played the first game.
Chronos.
Well,
Yeah.
it came out after the first one, but it's a pre. I played
So
all three.
it came out first, but it was only for VR, and then it came out Remnant from the Ashes, and then they
Mhm.
came out and redid it again for people who didn't have VR, and then they came out with
Yes.
Remnant 2.
Mhm.
Yeah, I would
Remnant 2
definitely
is very
introduce
good.
anybody to Remnant 2. Remnant 2 is, I don't want to say the hand-holding Souls-like because it's anything but.
I
But
like
Hello,
man,
last boss of the game.
man.
But it is definitely a way to ease somebody into the mechanics, make things easier because most of the gameplay is gunplay. Unless you really want to do
Yes.
a melee, you have the ability
Yes.
to make and mix and match any builds you want with 2 archetypes, which is fantastic. And the thing that kicks From Software's ass, it's the multiplayer.
Yeah.
It's more
oh, we both
seamless.
die. You go back to the beginning. Oh, you died. I'll come back and come get you. From Software, you die. Go back to your world.
And then we gotta like.
And then you
hope
gotta
and
use
pray
the
your
item
marker.
and
Yep.
put the
And I just
password
wanna
and
go
the
in there.
thing down.
Elden Rings
Yeah.
multiplayer was like, you got to get this item and hold this chicken and go here. Like,
You gotta put down the word on the ground, and then
Uh-huh.
they gotta find it and put the password, match them.
that
Yeah,
was so
Are
terrible.
like with one of the greatest games of our time, Hellpoint. You had to put your handprint
Shut
on
up.
the wall.
We're not talking.
I remember you talking about that. I remember you talking that. That sounds wild.
I
I
will
was
say
like, how
this,
did you do
anybody
that?
who's thinking about going to play Elden Ring, if you have access to a PC, this is not me trying to say PC's best, but there are mods out there to make the multiplayer so
Really?
much better. Yes.
Where it's just jump in, jump out? Because
Yes.
I heard about
Okay.
that. I haven't done it, but I heard about it.
So do we all agree that Remnant 2 is the game? Oh, go for it, Erica.
I
Let us
kind
know.
of half agree. Like if we're talking about somebody like Fame who does not like Souls,
Damn.
who just like hates Souls, I would say yeah, for someone like that. But I feel if you want to get the true Souls experience, like really, like they
Oh, no.
have the desire to learn Souls, I would say
I want to hear this.
go into Dark Souls because you're
Yes.
that's where you're gonna
Yeah.
get it to get
True.
that whole formula, the everything that goes with Souls. I mean, obviously you're gonna go to the grandfather and figure it out there. But like I said, if it's somebody like Fame who just wants to be a little more casual, a little more eased in, like to the max, and wants to shoot things, hell yeah, play Remnant. Of
Now,
course.
which Dark Souls do you want to ease them in really nicely, or do you just want to throw them to the wolves and say, "Have fun"?
See, I started with Dark Souls
Meat
2.
grinder.
So
Meat
I went
grinder.
into the wolves, but
The
I would
meat
say Dark
grinder.
Souls 3. I would say Dark Souls 3.
Okay. No, Meat Grinder is Dark Souls 1.
Mm.
Go play
Mhm.
remastered.
Is that
Go
where the
back and
one
play.
where you
True.
were walking through the castle gate and then the Baldur and all the skeletons were coming out, or the zombie dudes?
Yes.
Yeah,
That's
yeah.
yeah. Dark Souls 3 does that too, though. There's a
Hey,
big boulder
okay.
in that.
Can we talk about how I don't know if it's traumatic or memorable these games are that you could almost I could almost pick up,
Visualize.
dude. I could probably get to Missoula like right now and talk you through it, like just from how many times. Like,
Their
how-
maps
This is
are
what you're
memorable
doing.
ones.
I get what you're doing. You're pretty much subconsciously telling me to go back and play Dark Souls 2. And I hate you for this.
He makes me
Don't-
want to play it too, honestly.
Yeah, I want to go back because we talked about this and I told him I love the theme from Majula. It's just so sublime. I can just
And
sit
then, you know-
there and just go, okay.
Look at
I'm
the
good.
ocean.
and go buy the black cat ring and then go down the hole and bro, I can
Can
this
I-
is seared into my
Can
brain.
I tell you how many times when I started playing that game many, many years ago, I kept trying to jump down that hole and kept dying. And I'm like, what am I doing wrong? It's like, oh, you need this ring. And this
Buy the
guy is
ring.
charged, this cat is
Memories.
charged you with this, like, this. I don't have these many souls. I can't buy this ring. Oh, looks like I'm grinding to get this damn ring.
And then
You
all
You
the
guys are
damn
you guys are
assholes.
making me.
Thanks. I'm
This
gonna
has
go play
been
it
so
now.
far- I feel like Dark Souls 2 has been so far removed out of my mind because I haven't played it in years. But now that like you guys just simply mentioning the ring, and I'm like, I visualize it. I see it. The pigs
Yes.
Around the thing, right?
And then hitting the thing to get an extra Estus flask, like bro, like the body that was on the
Crazy.
stone to go into the well. Like, why do I
Yeah.
remember this? I have not played this game in years.
But you
The
played it multiple
mind
times.
Always knows. The mind
that's
never
right.
forgets.
That's true.
You don't forget your first beating. You know what I mean?
Oh,
That
yes.
was my first beating. After Bloodborne, I went
Hey,
Bloodborne
never forget
beating.
your first beating.
Right?
Hands were thrown.
It was insane.
Oh my
Somebody in
god!
chat
And
is asking, did anybody play Lords of the Fallen? I played both of them, and the first one sucks. Don't play it.
I played the
I don't like the
original
first
one because I
one.
didn't know what I was getting myself into, and I was like,
I
why is
dropped
this
it. The first
slow
one.
dude.
Like immediately. The
stupid.
second one, I've been trying to get through. I have my issues with it. We won't get into it, but I mean, I'm gonna go back to
I
it and
will say
hopefully beat it.
Erica, it's gotten better. It's not
need
the
to see.
PlayStation, but it's
Yeah.
gotten better.
I
But you're
need to
playing on
see that.
PlayStation. I'm playing on PC, so two
I have
different.
both, but yeah, my character on PlayStation's further, so I've been kind of
Mm.
taking that one the distance. So yeah.
And why did you say the distance, and all of a sudden Hercules pops into my mind?
Oh.
But yeah, it's been a crazy year. I mean, I don't know if
Yeah.
we're just talking Souls, but I feel like, I mean, we just had the Game Awards, right? And I made a video that was kind of like a parody, like the Souls tax, like, oh, it's not going to win any awards. And it didn't. They didn't.
Yeah.
Liza P didn't
Yeah.
win anything.
Oh,
A lot
boy.
of games weren't even nominated, you know what I mean? So I knew that was going to happen, but I've kind of been making a joke and a meme of it, like, oh, forget the Xbox tax. There's a Souls tax
tax.
too.
Well,
But
and we
you know, it just kind of sucks.
and you're absolutely right because you got to
We were
think
talking about that. Me and you.
the
we were
media
talking about
because
that.
it's media who voted on it, right?
Mhm.
What's
No,
the number one complaint?
No, it wasn't the media. It was not the media.
Who
It
nominated?
was-
I thought it was
it
media
was-
who nominated him.
No, it was the jury who nominated these games.
Okay.
Yeah.
Well, let's talk about that. What's the number one thing you always see from reviews of these games?
How many
it was
enemies
just
do you wanna
too
make right now?
difficult. It was
Too
just
hard.
too difficult. Like, no, I'm just being honest. These are the general terms you've been hearing for years. Oh, it was just too difficult. It was too
They're
difficult.
too hard.
Needs
Yeah.
easy mode.
They're too
Yeah.
difficult. They're not user friendly.
Yeah.
I don't like the fact that the bosses are too hard.
Yeah.
Why do these bosses have two phases?
Yeah.
And it's like, have you not played a game that has not had one or multiple of these things? I keep telling people, you know, I'm 47 years old now. I played the first Mega Man. Go back and play the
Bro.
first Mega Man.
Multiples.
Yeah.
Well, that's
Come
why I
back
keep
and tell me
bringing
that
up the
game was not hard.
arcade.
Yeah.
That's why I keep bringing up that arcade feel because that's what it adds. It adds the arcade feel. And my phone's going off, and I apologize.
It definitely does.
But no, that feeling, that stress, I feel like that's not there in a lot
I
of
don't want
games
that
like it used
stress.
to be. But
Things
that's
like, I don't care. I don't want
what
it.
keeps you alive.
I want to win, Bucko. I'll play video games and take out. You know, Eric, everybody remember their first beating. I'll play video games to beat stuff, not to be beaten on, bro. Like I didn't come
You're
here to
not
be
alone.
beaten on.
Listen,
After you
you're
play Souls like for so long, like Erica can attest to this. Dark Souls 3, it's no longer me getting my ass kicked. It's basically me. I want to just relax, and I start Dark Souls 3, and it's like there's no challenge in Dark Souls 3 anymore. It's just fun to play.
Yeah. Once you do
You
it
know-
enough, you know the
Yeah,
patterns.
you
You have
know
a
it.
formula within yourself too, how you approach the games. Like you just kind of just
It's
roll
like
with that.
been in a relationship for 30 years. Like you got to spend the first 20 years trying to figure that out. You spend the last 10 years. We
20
good now,
years?
but you beat
Not
me.
wrong.
You beat my
Damn.
ass
Not
for
wrong.
the first 20 years. Like no,
Not
Damn.
wrong.
But you're
Y'all
not
are
alone,
glutton for
fan.
punishment.
You're not alone. You remind me of who am I thinking of? Solid Rev, maybe. Like guys like that, they just kind of want to relax after work and stuff, and they're not trying to grind. They're not trying to, you know what I mean? They're not trying to level up. They just want to get in there and kick ass. And like
that is relaxing.
But see, here's
For
the thing.
us, yeah, for us,
I
yeah.
for years, I was always on the get good train, and I realized that was toxic and wrong, and not everybody is going to like the stuff that I like, and not everybody is going to like Souls like. So I don't force things on people. Somebody in chat said Battletoad NES. Oh my God, yes.
Oh my God.
Holy crap,
impossible.
yes.
Shoot.
Get
You
to
said
that
Lion King.
motor, the scooter stage, and
Lion
it's like
King?
I'm done. I'm done. I can't.
All
do
the
it, I'm
Disney
done.
games all hard.
All the Disney games, but the original Souls
crazy.
games. Like you come
Play the
here.
Teenage Mutant Ninja
get your
Turtles, the
beating.
first one, and the sewer section.
Yes.
I hate
I'm like,
this.
bro, I'm
On Game
sick.
Boy.
How am I supposed to beat
On
this?
Game Boy, it was even tougher, man.
Oh, yeah,
Metroid and games like
so-
that.
So getting back to it, I don't force Souls likes on people anymore, but I do at the very least say, hey, just give it a try. And if you don't like it, it's fine. It's just like my son. He played Bloodborne and he got his ass beat. He's like, I can't play this game, Dad. Okay, fine. But you're no longer my son. But I understand that.
It's okay,
Let-
but I disown you.
Let me
but it's
ask y'all
okay.
this. I put a poll. I put a poll in the chat. Right? Are Souls games still niche?
No,
No.
not anymore.
It's-
Look,
What made it mainstream?
Elden Ring.
Elden Ring for sure. I would say I know Sekiro's not really a Souls like, but Sekiro I think kind of opened the
not?
door, and then Elden
No.
Ring kind of
Because if we allow
software,
Sekiro,
boom.
then we also have to allow Armored Core 6. And you know what? I would say Armored Core 6 is more of a Souls like than Elden Ring. Oh, than Sekiro.
How is Sekiro not a Souls like? Explain that to me. Because I
it's
lumped
more
it
of an
in with the rest
action
of the
game. You don't level up. There's no builds really. You don't lose
customize your
souls.
character.
Yeah, no
It's just hard.
customization. It's just hard time. It's more of a rhythm game, timing, parry, action game.
Well, there go my ignorance because I was like another.
You shook
But
your
I thi-
head
but
when I
I thi-
mentioned Armored Core. Why? I think that's on the edge of being a Souls.
Who did? Did I?
Yeah.
Oh, I did.
Yeah.
I don't know. I still need to beat it. I haven't beat
See?
it yet. I probably feel like I can't.
The bosses are hard. The
They are
levels
hard.
You can customize your character. The only thing
But
you
it's
can't
not
do
a
is when you die, you
Souls.
lose your money because you don't.
Right.
But it's not really. It's on the cusp of being a Souls like.
I mean, it's from software, so they got some stuff in there. They added a couple
yeah.
Souls things in
Oh,
there too with 6. So I mean, it's debatable, I guess.
It's a great game. It's a great game. Everybody should try it. If you like Mecha, if you like Gundam or
Oh, for sure,
Gundam,
for sure.
you should play it.
It's kind of wild. It didn't get as much praise at the awards too. I mean, the awards they're flawed. We all know this, but like it got one award and that was it. And that's kind of
That's why
wild
we need to
for
go back.
you know what I
We need
mean.
to go back to what Baron was saying. So this is what I was saying, and I'm not trying to make enemies or make you have enemies, but we talked about this before of the award show, and we had this conversation about the people from the juries are the ones who picks these games, and it's either they don't like the game or genre, they suck at the genre, or they don't think it exists. Souls, we had enough Souls like between this year and last year for it to have its own genre or to have its own category. If the biggest Souls like game of 2022 won 4 or 5 categories plus game of the year, you should have added it. You should have just added it, but you didn't. And then you put Remnant 2 in best action game, and then you put Lies of P in best RPG game. That had no chance of winning. It was a gimme. It was like, let's put this in there, but it's not a RPG. It's okay. It's fine. Let's put that in there. That's just like the idiocracy of, let's put Dave the Diver in an indie game, but it's not an indie game. Who
All
cares?
that money behind it.
It's
like,
indie though, yeah.
What's
It's so bad.
what's an indie game? Because that started up a lot of controversy this year, right? It wasn't one of the biggest news topics of 2023, but it started a lot of controversy, right? What is an indie game?
You know why it started up a lot of controversy? Because everybody who was in the pot didn't ask the indie developer what the hell indie game was. Go ask the indie developer what it is, because we all have our own. I could say it's a game that doesn't have a lot of backing, but then again, Kickstarter is where indie people go to get their money, so therefore they have a lot of backing. So what is it exactly? An indie developer needs to be the person to say what that is.
That would be I agree with that.
That's fair, because I know for me, when I see indie, Baldur's Gate 3 is indie. If you are doing your own, like, if 90% of your team is working on one game and you're not owned by a major publisher, in my opinion, you're indie. No, Hello Games, indie. Like and these are big games, but they're indie. Dave the Diver is far from indie.
Shovel Knight was an indie game, but that was from Way Forward. Way Forward is not an indie company,
Then I wouldn't call it indie, just like I don't call Dave the Diver indie.
but they call it an indie game.
That's weird because it's not. Like but then again, when you present these games, if you present it to the general public, all they're gonna see is pixel art and not 3D shooter. Oh, so it's a cute indie game.
Yeah.
Like that's just off the rip. So I think this may be an issue for folks in the gaming space, not so much the consumer. Because a consumer's gonna look at Dave the Diver and be like, "Oh, that's a cute game," even though it's actually kind of creepy and
Low
bloody.
They're gonna think low budget indie
Yes.
art style, and they're not gonna know any
Yes.
better. You know.
So we can blow people's minds and say, "Hey guys, by that definition, Hades and Hades 2 is an indie game."
Yes,
I considered
Yes.
them
Yes.
indies before.
100%.
But dude,
yes.
it gets blurry. I feel like the definition. It can, you know.
It does.
And I guess we're not the only ones because Jeff and all of them got blurred too. So I don't know. It's just one of those things. But I feel like they're the ones that should know, not me. They should, get, like Keith says, maybe get it straight from the developers, get the definition from them, and then have them present too. I know Jeff, they're getting killed with feedback right now about how they didn't have enough time to talk. Developers weren't introducing the awards. They have these actors out there. They got Kojima out there for 10 minutes, but then this guy, the ones accepting Baldur's Gate award, only talked for a minute. So there's just so many issues with the awards. I mean, beyond the categories. But if we're just strictly talking the categories, yeah, that's where that needs to start. Like fix it starting there. Souls category would be awesome. That would be awesome. There's plenty of games to fill that 5 or 6 slots easily nowadays.
Yeah.
It's so much
And
more
that's why I
popular
got
now.
frustrated. Me and Brian were talking about that, and I was going to do a video, but I was literally at the point where I was so frustrated at this industry and the people that pick these games, and I was like, you got to be kidding me! It just doesn't make any sense. How is it that
Nobody's eyebrows went up?
How do you not pay attention to? And again, this is just my prerogative, but a genre that has blown up in the last 10 years. From Software, it's come up from, I don't want to say from nowhere, to be From Software. Oh my God, Dark Souls, or Elden Ring. We know what these guys are, and then has gone on to spawn other companies to go and say, I want to make a Souls-like game. That's like Street Fighter coming out, and all of a sudden we got everybody else wanting to make a fighting game, and they consider Street Fighter to be the godfather of fighting games. So it's like, hey, they've done the same thing. How is that not considered a niche? Is it niche or niche? How do you say niche?
Is it niche? I would say niche.
How is that considered to be a niche genre that has done so much
at this point?
I mean, when Elden Ring came out, when Elden Ring was coming out, everybody was asking about that. People who didn't know what gaming was asking about that. They were showing commercials on TV about that. They were running ads during sports events about that. I mean, granted, there were a lot of people who bought the game who was like, I hate this game because I didn't know what it was, but you should have paid attention to what it was. But it did its thing. You tell me the biggest Souls-like game, probably still in our generation, was able to do that, and you still don't think that it deserves its own category.
Yeah.
We got best RPG, best sports game, best action game, best fighting game, but we didn't have that.
I think there needs to be a DLC category.
Aren't Souls games just action?
I agree with Hugger too, the DLC category.
Because there's no way Cyberpunk should have won ongoing game over all the games that were in there. I know it changed the game, but it is a DLC standalone. Anyway.
And Roger, what's your thoughts, man?
So I'm gonna play devil's advocate, not devil's advocate, but I'm just gonna throw this out there. So like, I agree with you. Like, there should be a category for that, but then the question is like, well, then should there be a roguelike category, and should there be a platform category, right? And I think that's the hard. And I agree. I mean, I think there has to be better definitions for what these games fall into, right? Because it seemed weird to have Lies of P in the best RPG. Like, that doesn't make any sense to me. That didn't make any sense. So I don't know, but I don't know what the right answer is, right? Because then pretty soon that becomes diluted, and then really what are Like if we have 20 different categories or 50, well, we probably already have 20 different categories, but if we had like 50 different categories, then it's like, at what point do we just say, well, I don't know, is this even a meaningless? Well, maybe it is meaningless. I don't know. I don't know.
Well, let me fire back after you finish that. I get just that one question for you.
Yeah, no, I'm done. that's my.
Well,
that's my.
you said in the RPG category, are Souls games? I always looked at them as action games. Are they considered RPGs? Because if they RPGs, they're role playing games. The only role I ever played in the games is the victim.
Well, see,
those games.
See, that's the thing. They're RPGs, but they're a subcategory of RPGs. Just like you got, why do you have a best action game and a best action adventure game?
Yeah,
there's literally the same darn thing. So let me ask you this.
Go ahead.
So, what is the name of this show called?
Celebration of Gaming. This one?
No, what
Or
is
are
it
you talking
actually
about
called?
the game- What?
What's it
The
called?
show?
Yeah, no. What is the show that we're talking about? What's it called?
Oh, the Game Awards.
Game Awards.
There we go. Take out the music stuff. Take out the people coming out. Take out the damn stars. This is a celebration.
That's what I said.
That's what it should have been about.
I don't agree. I agree with you on that. Like I was really upset, and I know this is not the topic, but
No,
throw it in there.
It's
Yeah,
gaming. Yeah, no,
we're talking
go for it.
2023.
Yeah,
throw it in
go
there,
for it.
man.
You know, to me, when you see like shows like the Oscars, right? So when they come out with the best actor or best actress or whatever, it's usually the person that won it the year before that presents that next year, right? Why then best game of the year wasn't it? You know, from last year's, why didn't Elden Ring come out there? The producers behind Elden Ring,
cool.
right? That would have been cool. Instead,
Yeah.
we get Hollywood coming out there, and I'm like I didn't realize he was a YouTuber either. I didn't realize that, but I don't know. It bothers me, especially in the now. Like it's a really weird time right now with how much money the industry is making and how like we say this is the best year of gaming ever. And then you look at the 8,000 people that were laid off, and then how can you say this is the best year ever? Like
They don't say anything. Yeah, they
don't say anything
about that. I made a video about that people are clowning me on. Guys said the same thing. It's like it's just not. Beginning of the year was the best year of game, and then we started hearing about these layoffs, and then more layoffs, and then Embracer Group buying all these people, and then they're laying off these companies or destroying these companies because the Saudis backed out of a deal. Who the hell spends money that you don't have to that extent?
The banking. No, let's stop.
So they did that, and then they didn't address the gaming journalism scene where people are losing their jobs because the companies are like, this is not a big return on investment, even though it's been a good year for them, and they're just firing people left and right. And there should have been something about gaming addressed in that show. Take 2 minutes, 2 minutes to say we acknowledge something. We acknowledge that people have been losing their jobs and the layoffs, so we understand. And you have something. No, not one thing. We got Gonzo. Not that I hate Gonzo, but we got.
Bro, I said the same thing.
That's
too long.
in the
It's
show.
just too
Why was that
long.
even there?
And yeah. And you know how Christopher Judge came out at first and he had that little joke about him taking too long last year. I thought that was kind of cool. Like this kind of monologue kind of. I mean, I know it's kind of like Oscars, I guess, but it would be gaming, the gaming version of it. He threw a shot at Call of Duty. I thought that was funny. I know they're upset now, but at the time I was like, that's kind of funny. Do more of that. Acknowledge the year, sum it up. And Christopher Judge, I felt was a good candidate to do that, or bring out some developers or somebody out there to just kind of talk about the year, sum it up, give us a good revelation about it, But going back a little bit, I just want to throw this in there before I forget. The whole thing about having a Souls category, maybe Roger's right about that. Like maybe that would just open the hole or open the gate for like all these other categories. But you know what would kind of help at least a little bit is just have action RPG category. That would be, I think, great because you have action adventure, you have action, do action RPG. And I think that's where you can get in the Souls likes there. At least like Liza P should have been in that one instead of just RPG.
And I just want to say, I'm sorry if I sound salty. I get frustrated.
No, I'm with you.
Kind of words come out because I'm passionate. I've been around this industry for a long time, and I love to see what's happening to it. But then the last couple of years, it's been turning to crap, and it's just frustrating. And I always felt like if there's a chance for you for a big stage to talk about what's happening, like, hey, look, we're having a fire chat. we're a fireside chat. We're going to talk about what's happening here. Then do it.
Yeah.
Do it.
Yeah.
Not
Yeah.
everybody
Like I
pays attention. Not everybody's like us. Not everybody pays attention to what's going on. You got people who are like, oh, I didn't know. Wow. Well, who did that? Who allowed them to do that? Well, it's not in your newspaper. It's not on, CNN and MSNBC and everything else. So unless you actually have your ear to the ground, you don't know what's happening.
Yeah.
Eric, I want
saw
to
a
ask you a
tweet.
question because you brought up Christopher Judge right after Keith had brought up talking about how we didn't talk about the layoffs and stuff that happened this year, right? Wasn't the best game. And then Rock talked about what couldn't be the best year game because of layoffs, right?
Mm-hmm.
Do we think, as funny as it was, and I will also say it was funny, when we talk about a year to where so many people got laid off in this industry, for someone in the industry to come out and take a shot at other people in the industry, like, was that the appropriate time to take a shot? Because imagine being at home and you got rushed to make Call of Duty. We talked about this earlier, so people who've been there for a long time, we're gonna kind of rehash this, right? You at home and you got rushed to make Call of Duty because we heard the rumors that Call of Duty Modern Warfare 3 wasn't what it was supposed to be. They ended up doing something quick,
They were
right?
rushed.
You
It
at
was
home
crunched.
and you're watching a celebration of gaming just to catch a stray from someone in gaming.
Yeah, I see where you're coming
Yeah,
from.
I
I
think
saw
it was
your
a little bit in bad taste.
Yeah, well, I saw your retweets, from the Call of Duty,
Mm-hmm.
the developers. They were kind of mad about that. But in my mind, at least even at the time and even now, I didn't feel it was a shot towards them. I thought it was a shot towards just the game and like not making fun, but just having fun with it. And when I was live streaming it and everything, I thought this is kind of a cool idea to kind of throw some humor in there and just lighthearted, kind of just, I don't know, maybe I'm alone on this, but I thought it was cool. I thought it was funny. But I can see where you're coming from. I
like that he made fun of his stuff a little bit with the time, but he also ended it with, it's another company I never worked for. I was like, bro, like you kicking him.
He did throw that in there. I did catch that the second time.
If he had kept it with just my speech was longer than Call of Duty's campaign, but it was it's a company I never worked for. Like, to me, that's a bad time.
I could see that because I didn't catch that part until I watched it again. I think earlier this morning or yesterday, and I was like, oh, okay, he added that part. And what I was thinking too is like, okay, even if he did do that, maybe throw more shots at other games too. Like, make it a monologue, make it a whole, kind of humorous
like
part of the show. Yeah, like a roast in a sense.
Yeah.
And hopefully people won't get butthurt or anything like that. But if they could just keep it tasteful, like maybe that's the right word. Let's keep it tasteful, keep it like, lighthearted and not at the developers themselves, but like just keep it about the games. Maybe that would be in better interest. But maybe after the drama now, they'll never do it again. Because I feel like Jeff Keighley, we're talking about all this stuff about, they don't talk about the layoffs. They play it so safe, and Jeff's going to play it safe. And I just feel like for better or for worse, I don't think it's going to change anytime soon.
See, that's the problem, because he's in that position. He can afford not to be safe. He knows what's going on.
Mm-hmm.
Take a chance. What are you going to do? Oh, I don't want to come to your game show. Okay, I'm pretty sure that somebody else will want to fill the slot.
Yeah. And then, I mean, it's a whole other topic, but the fact that Hogwarts Legacy wasn't even mentioned once, wasn't nominated once. That alone should tell you what's going on with these awards. They're not trying to touch anything political. They're not trying to outrage people. They just want to play it safe.
Did it deserve a Game of the Year nomination? And if so, should it be there over Resident Evil 4 Remake that shouldn't have been there?
Oh no, it should have been RPGs.
It should have at least been nominated for something. I'm not going to say Game of the Year. I still need to beat it, but it should have been in there for something, I feel.
And the music was phenomenal.
Music's really good.
Music direction should be in there at least.
Lies of P music too.
Yeah.
Really good, man. So it's a mess. It's a mess. Yeah.
Listen, but before y'all go, I do want to go on. I want to ask y'all, right? Taking away the layoffs, we're gonna put that to the side, right? Is this, as far as just video games, is this the best year we've probably ever had in video games? Like, just speaking on the games we got to experience.
Yes.
Agree.
Somebody mentioned this to me a while ago, earlier this year, and I tried I look back to every year that I've been on this planet and looked at every year, and no, this has been the best year.
Ooh, I think for like, because we're talking Souls, for me personally, this year was freaking awesome.
Yeah, I was talking about everything though.
Everything. Great year. 2017 was amazing too. That's like one of my other favorite years. This is like neck and neck with that year, I feel, for me personally.
Because I put those two up against each other, right? 2023 and 2017. 2017 was
phenomenal.
Ridiculous.
Yeah.
But I think it's 2023 and it might not be close, depending on. I don't think nothing else is left for the rest of the year, right? We got God of War DLC. Isn't it just a roguelike mode like The Last of Us Part 2?
I'm hearing that. I'm not positive though.
Yeah, it's on here. It's just roguelike. So
it's free though. That was a huge surprise.
Yeah.
Yeah, that was awesome.
Sony doing something for free.
I know Jim Ryan don't like that. That's all I'm saying, bro.
What's up, Neo?
Hey, what's up, Erica?
What's up?
Shout out, Neo. Neo, how you living, man?
Oh, I'm doing pretty good. How y'all doing?
The guns just got here, man.
Oh yeah, you know it. Yeah, you know it, Erica. We had to go ahead and pay our dues to the Iron Gods. You know
I need that nutrition plan. That's all.
Oh, I got you, Erica. I got some. I know. You could have waited.
Me and Hugger, we need that, Hugger, right? We need to make these bigger.
I started the timer, and then fame within 1 minute. Look at that. That's a new record for you, bro. That's a new record, man. Jesus.
But my bad, Keith. Keith, you had a point. I'm sorry.
I was just saying, like, look at this. Like, we got Armored Core 6, we've got Remnant 2, we've got Hogwarts Legacy, Street Fighter 6, Mortal Kombat 1. I got this list here. Resident Evil 4.
Got Lord of the Rings, Gollum.
Gollum, can't forget that.
Yeah.
We got Starfield,
King Kong.
we got Star Wars
Yes,
Jedi
sir.
Survivor, we got Diablo 4.
Redfall.
Yeah, Diablo 4. We
Spider-Man
forget about
2.
that game.
Oh,
Man. Yeah. Spider-Man.
I mean, like Zelda Tears of the Kingdom. There's just so many phenomenal games that came out this year.
Mario.
A lot of stuff came out this year.
It's pretty crazy when you start to list it. It's like, whoa.
Yeah.
It's wild.
The average gamer cannot play all these games just because they can't afford all these games.
Yeah.
It's timing.
Yo, time more than anything.
More time.
Yeah.
Yeah,
It's
this
just
year has
impossible.
been amazing.
It's one of the things where I get what people say, because
Final
there are some
Fantasy
people
16.
legitimately to say
Forgot about that game.
I don't own multiple consoles because it's too much. Like, I don't have time for multiple consoles. And this year I get that, because no matter what console you played on, you had a lot to play.
It's a lot of stuff, dude.
It's insane.
And
Definitely.
it kind of
great
goes back
year.
to the point somebody made earlier about how great of a year Nintendo had. Like,
Oh, I was just about to say that, man.
Mhm.
Like, they launched two big Mario games in the span of a month. Zelda, Pikmin, Xenoblade DLC. Like, bro, I've been playing my Switch now, I think, more than since when I got it like 5 years ago, bro. It's been insane.
What is Nintendo not getting credit? I mean, I know when the games come out, people talk about, but it seems like it's always like third-party games, Xbox or PlayStation. But it's almost like Nintendo is right over here, and they're not getting when you look back in gaming. Oh my God, who did great? Nintendo. Why is the Nintendo? Maybe it's me. They're not getting the praise they should be getting for consistently being great.
You know why that is? Because they don't care.
Yeah.
They
really don't.
They are the Apple. We don't care what you guys are doing. We know that every year, even if we don't have the best hardware, even if we don't have the most exposure, we know every year we will drop 3 to 4 games that will take over the entire world. Every year, we don't care.
The way I look at it,
or Zelda or Mario Kart or Mario Party or something, they will do it. And then the game drops, it reviews great, and everybody's playing their Switch.
it's one of those things with Nintendo. You've got to have a really bad year. I'm talking about on the Wii U levels for it to not be relevant. But it's like every year there's something for people to play. And I think Nintendo, because they play to that the whole blue ocean, red ocean strategy, with PlayStation and Xbox, you get 99% of the same games. And then the 1% are those exclusives, whether the first party or second party.
Right there.
And then with Nintendo, everybody knows that you have this Nintendo console to play those exclusives. So if you get those 3 to 4 games a year, even if, let's say, for example, they drop 10 and the other 6 don't interest you, you're already winning because you have all your other gaming needs covered, and these Nintendo exclusives no other platform is really doing it. Like no other platform is doing a Breath of the Wild, Tears of the Kingdom. No other platform is doing like a Fire Emblem to the same degree, and something that's high quality too. Like we don't really ever discuss about Nintendo games launching broken or buggy. I mean, sometimes they do, but to the polish, it's so rare, and I think that's why people don't discuss it like that. Because they just know it's like, okay, you're already winning. You've been winning for the past like 5-6 years. It's like, oh, Nintendo dropped another banger. It's like, what else is new, bro?
There's no controversy. You're right. They're not broken.
Right there. Nintendo knows its system. It knows what it's doing. It's not like they've got like a Activision or somebody working on the games and they gotta align it with the Xbox version and PlayStation. No, they are working specifically for their system. We know the ins and outs. The only thing I hate about Nintendo is they have yet to give me an F-Zero game.
Oh, bro, you ain't.
My man, hella early.
I'm not but you're getting F-Zero. You're getting an F-Zero 99, aren't you?
Yeah, there you go. 99 reasons
I played
to play
for a while,
F-Zero.
I'm done. I need a new F-Zero. I'm getting too old here. I'm getting gray. Eventually, I may not be able to play games. Who knows?
Your
grandkids,
your grandkids will appreciate F-Zero in the next
I don't
4
want
years.
no damn grandkids.
You don't want the next generation to prosper. What's up with you, my man?
No, I need
this.
Yeah.
Look at this lineup we got here.
I know, right?
I'm almost like earlier when
Streets of Rage.
Earlier, it was like you already here now.
Yeah, I like that shirt.
Cognito say I'm jumping in now. I ain't waiting.
I saw that second drop and he's like, I gotta get drip for this show.
Grown man tears. Man tears. I was losing it. I was back in the day. I was like, this is for me.
Yep. Hey, let me ask you real quick about Streets Rage. Are you looking forward to that what is it, updated retro? What do we even call that? Remastered? No. What are they calling this lineup now? Is it like remastered or new?
Remade,
what exactly is the word?
It looks like just new teams being assembled for the classic properties, right? So I'm considering it Super Game, right? Which was them looking at all their classic IPs. The key, what you said is like, how are they going to deliver this? That's the question, right? How is this going to be delivered? But it definitely feels like new development studios are being assigned to classic Sega IPs, and then they're just going to reimagine every single one. So it's crazy because as soon as I saw the trailer start, I immediately knew what it was because I owned the arcade Shinobi cabinet. So I was like, show me in the back. Show me, they're doing it. So I was already going crazy. So yeah, it looks like they got a whole project going with this. So yes, it's looks.
I'm glad they're doing it. I kind of want to say that I feel like whoever owe the companies that, I don't want to say paved the way, but took Sega properties and were like, look, we're going to do something that you haven't done for years, like Streets Rage 4. You know, now Sega's like, hey, this is doing great. Maybe we should do this.
Yep.
And I got no problem with that.
Yeah, it's finding value in their classic properties because we know they're doing new stuff. You know, me and Neil, we on our Yakuza, we on that flyness.
We got that, baby.
We got that. But for the old heads, the OGs, you gotta remember where you started, baby. So it's cool to see, like you said. I think it was Detemo that did Streets of Rage 4, and that was a big deal for them to give them the property and say, hey, we trust you with this IP because you guys are a fan of them. But I think now they're like, you know what? Let's do this ourselves. Let's get this going in the home team. So yeah, I agree.
They just gotta do Crazy Taxi properly.
That Offspring got a hit.
You know, Erica.
Or else we ain't playing. We ain't playing. Listen, but I had fun. I know these guys got to get in here.
Erica, Keith, I appreciate y'all for coming through and rocking with us. Seriously,
thanks for having me.
It's been a hell of a time. Thank you guys for coming out and just talking games with us. We really appreciate y'all. And we're going to do a quick transition to one of our sponsors, Dames for Games, and we'll be right back with it.
That popped off
Yo,
too.
It
and
did, bro.
looking at
Yeah.
the last time I had these
Yeah.
two on, we did the voice black
Yup.
men
Yes.
in gaming, right?
Yes, sir.
And I always wanted to get that back going, but everyone's schedule is kind of
Yeah.
difficult because everyone's really busy. But
Yup.
one of my goals in 2024 is to bring
Yes.
that panel back, and that's to kind of run that
Oh,
back.
absolutely, bro.
Because
Absolutely.
we had
gotta
some
do
great
this.
discussions that we even was beginning to dive into. We couldn't fully get into.
Yeah.
But first, I'm gonna do some super chats. And I'm gonna introduce our guest for the next upcoming hour. First, we got Don Sega the Otaku said the greatest Mayo-centric YouTuber has arrived. Mayo Games
brother, here we go.
Jay,
I ain't even in
super
this
chat.
10 minutes.
Listen,
Jesus.
not only did he super chat, he dropped a 3 months of Game Pass Ultimate in the chat.
Beautiful.
Up for grabs. He makes you guys go grab that. And then Don Otaku again, it says Lord Beefy coming through with this meat on the table.
Hey,
I had to
yo.
change my name to show Sega some respect.
You out of pocket, but that's
No
big for Don though, because this is Nintendo hardcore. Like he was the dude, when, you know what I'm saying, Sega Genesis and the Super Nintendo battles, and he's that guy. So for him to respect the Sega situation, I got love for that. I got love for that.
He'll respect
Mayo?
Sega. He'll respect Sega, but he ain't respecting Sonic. That's a big difference.
Yeah,
there.
true. He let that go.
He's like, no.
Explain the Mayo, Neo. Explain
All
the
right,
Mayo.
all right. So let me explain the Mayo. All right. So one faithful evening, I was streaming. I was having my just chatting session, Ask Neos, you know, where we just have fun, we chill, we relax, we vibe, and it's just a chill, free flow, free form discussion. So people be asking everything, relationship questions. People be asking me like, yo, what'd you have for breakfast? And then one person super chatted like $20 asking me, okay, you got a plate of fries. You can't use ketchup for a condiment. What are you doing? And I said, yo, I put some Chipotle mayo on my fries. That's pretty good. And I thought nothing of it. And then I checked the chat and people were like, yo, Chipotle mayo, what? This dude, and I was like, yo, y'all don't like Chipotle mayo? What's going on over here?
Yeah, you can mess me with that.
Yo, and it just became a long, ongoing thing. Every stream people pull up, it's just like, yo, mayo eater in the building. And I'm like, bro, it just started. It's the pre-show. Why y'all doing this? And then one day, I don't remember the context of this. I think I lost a bet, and I said, because you know I always be putting my foot in my mouth. I said, listen, if I lose this bet, I got to eat a spoonful of mayo live on camera.
Man.
And I don't know what happened, but everybody pulled up to that stream that night. Someone sent this out into the ether. We got everybody pulling up, and I'm just like, well, why is Jez Corden here? Like, what is Bro, it was insane. I just took a spoonful of mayo, and then from there, people clip it. They be sharing it. Like, just random people. K-Med be on there saying like, oh, this is great, but look at this mayo shot. I'd be like, all right, so I gotta embrace it. I don't even eat mayo like that, bro. I have mayo like once a month. And then people are just like, oh, no, this man wake him. You've heard of wake and bake? It's wake and mayo for this dude. Oh, my God.
It's on you now. They got you, bro. They got you.
Yeah, so I just embrace it. You know, I don't let them have that over me. Like other things that people now be saying in the community. We went from mayo to now this. I'm not even gonna say the name, but you know what's happening.
Yeah, all right now.
You know what's happening.
Mayo on fries is a Canadian thing?
Yeah, very common. You'll see
there we
mayo
go.
and then
It's Tim
dip 'em into
Purr.
gravy.
Thank you, Tim
Really?
Purr. Shout out to the Canadians. Shout out to y'all. Y'all got taste.
It's hella
Yo,
common.
y'all tweaking mayo nasty.
No, it's not,
Mayo is
bro.
good.
Mayo is good. You got to get the good mayo. I ain't talking about no Hellmann's, bro. I'm talking about some real
Get you
legit
some
mayo.
Japanese QP mayo.
Yo, listen. Y'all know what it is.
Call me undercover brother. I'm putting a
Yeah,
little
he's like,
Speaking of undercover, she come in
They
and
like, I don't know about
here
that.
and not saying nothing. Des, mama, how you doing?
I didn't want to interrupt, and I came in a little late. But what's up, y'all? Super
Hey,
excited.
what's going on? What's
Sure.
going on?
Looking
Going on?
cute.
Thank you.
With the
Listen,
Grogu in the background, I respect that.
Oh,
Yeah.
there's a whole
army of Grogu's.
Yeah.
I love it.
Ooh.
Yeah.
I love it. I respect it. Yes.
The Mario goes hard. I
I
respect
feel
that.
bad though because I've never seen the show.
Huh?
Yeah.
Okay. All right. You know, we on a different time tonight. We'll talk about that later.
Yeah. Okay. I just like cute things.
Well, there you
so-
go.
What
Yeah.
Listen, while we got some new guests in the building, you know, we're going over multiple things throughout the year, but I still got one such thing that I've been asking about with certain people is about the Game Awards, right? And one thing we haven't really dived into yet is to be brand new since we got Cog and Neo in here. We talked about PlayStation, we talked about Spider-Man, we talked about, you know, Christopher Judge's comments. We haven't talked about Xbox at the Game Awards, right? And specifically OD, right? moving forward, it looks like we're going to get something that's going to be different than what we normally get in games, right? Neo, I want to start with you, Neo. Do you have any type of? I mean, Hideo Kojima's name runs supreme within game, right? You say his name, people come flocking. He has his people, almost like how you are with Don Cheadle. And I do want to get your thoughts on what we saw from Xbox, including OD, including the game that you're doing mocap for Blade and and Hellblade 2. My bad, Neil. I had to throw my shots in there. My apologies.
Yeah, all of them. But you just emptied the clip. That's everything. It's done. It's over. You got nothing against me. All right. Listen, man. The most exciting thing about OD is the fact that we'll probably be able to play it on Game Pass. Because I'm gonna keep it a stack, bro. Every time Kojima be coming up on this stage, I don't know what this man is talking about. It's a movie, but it's a game, but it's also an experience. What, bro? You got on here for a 10. Listen, man, this is my rant. I get people like Kojima. People think he's an auteur. I have respect for Kojima in the industry, but all this kikiing that we be doing, bringing him on stage to talk about literally nothing. That's what we're doing. I just went on there. I saw the Game Awards. We got all these people, these Hollywood actors, just to show their faces. And oh, look at the mocap technology. Man, if you don't go upload that clip onto YouTube, why are they on stage? What is going on here? And he doesn't tell us anything about the game until damn near the game comes out, and then we experience it. So yeah, in the sense that maybe this is gonna be interesting, cool. But until then, I can't get excited for this. This man is over here, dipping fries in mayo with Jordan Peele. What is that going to do for me? What does that do for my day? Talk about gaming.
But that's Jeff Keighley's love. Like,
I know that's his boo. I know that's his boo. But all I'm saying is, if Jeff Keighley, he doing all this stuff, and Kojima don't propose and get down on one knee, then it ain't worth it. He got to move on, bro.
It's definitely a one-sided relationship. It's a one-sided relationship. I was really upset watching that whole thing. It was like 4 hours long, but like you could see how much time and money they spent, and for Kojima to walk through a door.
Oh, shit, a production.
And I was like,
dude.
Yeah.
Okay, if people didn't know, they know now.
Yo, Kojima is. You would think that Kojima is the most celebrated small-time indie developer. With how Jeff is just every year, it's like my friend Hideo. Like, we get it. It's like that. You know that meme. You know that meme from Jimmy Neutron where Sheen is like, "This is Ultra Lord," and it's like, Sheen, you have shown Ultra Lord every day for 7 weeks straight. That's how it is with this. It's like, oh, all right, but y'all got it. Y'all have fun with that. You know what I'm saying? That's all I gotta say, man. I'll get excited when I can play it. That's it.
I feel you.
Cog, I gotta ask you, bro. I think for the most part, Xbox has had a phenomenal 2023. Did you probably got some inside knowledge, but did you expect for them to come out at the Game Awards and hit? I mean, they pretty much, in a lot of ways, they kind of stole the show with with what they showed at the Game Awards.
Yeah, man. I mean, we heard rumblings. I heard rumblings that they were coming through. Not to this level though. Like this was they were showing out, and we all know what happened last year because this was right around the time around, I believe, the CMA block, and then Phil was there. They had the camera on them kind of tight, and then they had really no presence at the awards. So I didn't know how they was going to approach it, if they was going to have like something and then do most of it on an Xbox Direct. But when they came through, my first thing was, okay, Hellblade 2, and I've been really hard on Ninja Theory because as much as I love it, I think that game's going to be amazing. I just don't like the constant teasing, and we ain't getting to this combat yet. Like, I get it when you showed it with the console, fine. I got it when they was on the beach throwing the thing. I'm like, okay, looks like in-game engine. So then when we saw that, the Xbox showcase direct prior to this, it looks phenomenal every time. I'm just like, when is she gonna pick up a sword? When are we gonna know what's up with the combat? So I didn't expect Hellblade to be there. So I'm sitting there like, okay, they doing this rock album Hellblade theme thing going on. I'm like, all this for a game that's not gonna be there? This is weird. So then she gets on stage and I'm like, all right, something's up. Then the trailer happens. Then I'm watching all during the stream on IOP. I'm like, if she don't pick up a rock, a sword, or something, I'm gonna flip out. She better do something. I'm tired of the faces, and it looks beautiful. Don't get me wrong. We need to see the combat. Then when they got the combat going, I think somebody shot the flame Thor or something at her. She did the dip to the side and then threw the thing, and they got the brutal stab to the. I said that's what I'm talking about. Here we go.
Wait a sec, Cog. Are you telling me you didn't like her walking one way and then walking backwards? Are you telling me that's not exciting?
Bro, when she looked at the mirror during the Xbox showcase for the whole thing, I mean, at the water, I was like, yo, if someone don't put a sword in her hand, I'm really gonna lose.
Cog, I just think you don't anticipate games, bro. What's going on here, man? Like, listen, it changed my life, man. Dare I say it made me a better father, but anyways.
Because my whole thing is, I'm like, Ninja Theory, I love y'all, but y'all gotta show it. But they did that. And I was like, let's go. So that was like a cherry on top. I'm like, all right, Hellblade's there. Then we get to Dinga. And I'm like, all right. Before they showed him, I'm like, what's this? Seeing, little theme, the hip hop beat popping, go to the barber shop. I'm like, all right. Somebody get in the car. I'm like, oh, hold on. I think I know what this is. I'm sitting there, I'm peeping it. Then your man scared to cut because he had the little blood on the head, blade in the chin. Like, oh, okay, had this man thirsty to kill me. So he doing the shape up. I'm like, all right. And I was like, okay. The art style looks cool, looks very, distinct, very stylized. But the key for me is because I knew Arcane was doing something. But when Dinga comes on stage with the Marvel rep and they're talking about it, the thing that blew me away was they was third person. Because Cog is hashtag Jez Corden. I always want Xbox to have a new IP, third person over the shoulder, kind of thing for them. And I'm a superhero game guy too, so I'm like, yo, they need one of those. I've always said you need a Spider-Man, you need one of those on your platform exclusive, which we got to find out if it is, but we most likely know this thing is exclusive. They're just playing games, but for whatever reason. But yeah, I was blown away by that, man. I thought that they showed out. You could see Dinga was super excited. That was for the culture for him, because he was like, look, I'm a mixed background. He was like, yo, like this is a big deal for me. So they're gonna do the Paris thing. That was dope. And then let's talk Neo real quick. So I'm with Neo on this. Like, it's to the point. It's so ridiculous. The BFF-ness going on with this situation. Because I already knew. I was like, here he come. But I have to give Xbox credit. Forget any studio. This is the greatest acquisition they ever did, because if you want screen time on your game, this man wrapped up developer speeches and playing to wrap it up B music. When Kojima came out there was no time stop. There was shut the shot clock off. Shut the shot clock. We gonna gush. We gonna beam about my man. You know what I'm saying? We gonna get Jordan Peele out here. We gonna talk about. We ain't showing no game yet. But we gonna talk about and bloviate for just 15, 20 minutes unstopped. Which was hilarious. But I will say this: they looks like what he said is like an all-star cast of directors and
the Avengers of development or something. So it's gonna have high production. We know that. Yeah.
High production, and the fact that for those who played PT on PlayStation, he came out the PT door. So the door process is because that little demo was fire. I remember playing PT to the point before I got rid of my PlayStation. I was like, yo, I still have it on my hard drive because they took it off the store.
You can sell it.
Yes, it was valuable.
That's money, bro.
They was like, you got PT on it? I'm like, yeah. Sold my drug, got extra bread. I was happy. But
how much you sell it for?
I think at that time, I had that on it. Got a nice little 450, 500 or something like that at the time. Yeah. So man. So anyway, I think he's gonna do a play on that. And again, just the fact that I will give him that I'm not the biggest Kojima guy like that, but I will say this. I feel, being that this game is going to have some type of cloud implementation on some level, he's going to figure out that we utilize cloud in a cool way. Because Death Stranding kind of teased a little bit of that with the strands and stuff. My guess is he's going to figure that out, and I will give him this. His games look good as far as production value and graphical fidelity, that kind of thing. So we don't know what it is. We don't know when it's coming out, but it was a big move by Xbox to get that type of thing. Because I didn't think OD, I love the name, would be ready. I thought he was going to show Death Stranding 2 or something like that. So I didn't think that would be there. So overall, Xbox showed out, man. They put their stamp on this show. For me, I feel like it shows that the avalanche of games that's about to come is really impressive. And the fact that they had all of this for the Game Awards means they still got more in the clip. As far as I'm concerned, there's a lot coming. So it's exciting for them to see them kind of show out after last year.
Neo, I want to swing back to you, right?
Yeah.
And like Cog said, we know the Avalanche. We know what's coming. The future looks great. No matter what platform you play on, the future looks great. But looking back at 2023, in your opinion, was what? Because some people are saying it's the best year in gaming we've ever had. Some people are saying, well, it has a stain on it because a lot of people lost their jobs. What was 2023 in gaming to you?
So when we talk about the discussion of, because I see this a lot, not to call anybody out in the industry, but when I see some people saying this is not a great year for gaming because of the layoffs, and the layoffs are, yes, a very, very unfortunate part of it. It sucks. And it's definitely a discussion to be had, especially when we're talking about the corporate level and the things they're trying to push. It's crazy. They celebrate these meteoric sales and all this revenue. At the same time, yeah, we'll lay off all the people that did that. It's similar to what was happening in Hollywood with the writers and the actors strikes. It's like, no, let's not pay these people. But at the same time, we want those people to give us another $1 billion movie. It's like, nah. So yeah, that's definitely a discussion to be had. But I think that you kind of have to look at it differently because we're still enjoyers of the craft. We're still enjoyers of the medium. So I personally believe that it's been one of the best years in gaming. And part of that is due to the fact that the past 2 years have been kind of sparse. I mean, we've had good games, but, the COVID-19 pandemic cannot be stated more than it already has. It pushed a lot of games out. And 2023, I believe, was the first time where we're seeing a lot of those games come to fruition. And this is not the end of it. I mean, just think of the amount of games that were almost done or close to being done that they pushed to 2024 just to get out of this onslaught. Like earlier before, they were naming off the list of all the games that were coming out. Like, I still haven't even played half of that stuff. I'm still working through some stuff. Like, dude, just this year alone, like just the past month, there's already 4 games that I want to play. And I know I'm not getting to that until beginning of 2024. So yeah, in terms of game variety, in terms of everything firing on all cylinders, I think it was phenomenal. There's something to play. And I think more than anything this year, we saw a lot of people get into particular genres that they wouldn't have gotten into. Like just the explosion of Baldur's Gate 3 and what that did. Just like seeing everything just hitting and firing and stuff that you thought that wouldn't be a success, it was, man. And I just love that everything is being celebrated and supported, and it's not just you get this one genre and that's the big thing and then everything else is like flop. There's a lot of good stuff, so I love it. But just to piggyback a bit, because I didn't really speak much on Xbox's approach, I just want a whole Kojima tirade. I think that Xbox this year, it was one of their stronger years, especially considering how bad 2022 was.
I don't think it get worse than that.
Yeah, like 2022 was definitely the bottom of the barrel. And yeah, you could say part of it was because they were trying to appear weak because of the FTC thing. But it's just, at the end of the day, like, how is that good for me? You know what I'm saying? You look weak. No. Give me the games. Give me the games. That's all I want. And this year, starting out with Hi-Fi Rush. And also, one thing I was critical on was the Game Pass drops. Like, the past 6 months have been so friggin' good.
Yeah.
Incredible. And then, like Cog said before, the onslaught is about to hit. What has been something that we have all been critiquing Microsoft for the past 3 years? All these games you announce, they're years out, CG trailers, logos, all that stuff. It's about to come to the point where we see those games coming out. And then you start thinking, all right, yeah, Hellblade 2 next year. And then wait, Avowed is next year. And then wait, no, that's next year. So it's getting to the point now where that plan that Xbox said before, where they want to drop a big game every quarter, it's coming to fruition. And I think next year will be the year where it's just, there's legit no excuses at all. Like none. Like this time next year, we need to be talking about like, this was the greatest year in Xbox history. No caveats, no asterisks, no more making excuses, because they've had enough time. They have everything. They invested hundreds of billions of dollars at this point. It is time to see all that stuff, and I'm excited for it. I'm so excited, and it's a great time to be a gamer, man. I'm just so fucking pumped.
Dez, I want to swing to you because I know you're passionate about this topic in particular, right? Would you say, because it was unfortunate events of people losing their jobs this year, right? It sucked to see that, right? Even more so when we look toward the most recent one with Bungie, hearing that they only laid out those employees because they don't want to be bought up. They don't want Sony to take control, right? Do you think what happened with people losing their jobs and stuff like that, did that kind of overshadow what, as far as just purely gaming goes, of a year that we had, just because of it kind of put a stain on the year?
I feel the opposite, and I think it's a little sad that, like, just listening to you guys talk about how excited you are about like these games, I feel like there's not enough emphasis being put on the fact that a lot of people lost their jobs. But I do think it's two separate conversations. So when people say like this is the greatest year of gaming, they're obviously not talking about like the industry. So I think there needs to be that separation, because when you think about the consumer and the person who just plays games, they're not thinking about the industry, right? I do think that the award show somebody should have said something like, this show is to honor the people in the industry, and you don't say anything, like even just a sentence, you know what I'm saying? Like, just to be like, it's been a really hard year, but like we've come here today to celebrate gaming, and we just want everyone to know like we're thinking about you, and like, you know, just something like simple to wrap it up, because it felt like they were like just ignored. If I was watching the game show and I had just been laid off from a AAA game and everybody's excited about it, you're showing trailers and like, but I don't have a job, I mean, like, that's going to be hard for me. And let's just be honest, these people in the industry, they should be getting thanked way more than they do. And so that was my main issue, just overall. I don't think it's a stain on the game industry, except for the people who are in the industry. The people who are in the industry know how fucking hard this year was, right? But the average consumer, they're just excited. You put a little glitz and glam on the screen and they're just like, yeah, this is great. We had Baldur's Gate, we had Half-Life Rush, blah, blah. And then there's so many games, I don't know if I'll be able to play them. And then you have people over here who are laid off and don't have any money for Christmas. Like, this is a real problem that people aren't talking about. So I think they missed the ball with that. I also think the show is too long. I sat there, I watched the whole thing. It was just way too long. There was a lot of stuff I just didn't care about. I honestly think it should be two separate shows at this point.
Honestly,
I think there should be a show where they just honor the developers and have that. If it's going to be 4 hours, just do that in the first 2 hours and then be like, hey, right after this, we're going to be dropping all kinds of reveals. Stay tuned, blah, blah. People will sit there and stay for that, but it'll also give each part like its due, you know? Like, you get to see people come up there and like express like their gratitude to their fans, because we want to see it. The fans love it. Listen, every time somebody gets up there for a game that I was hyped. When he got up there in full armor, I was like, yeah, this is my boy. I don't know who he is, never met him, but we family. He's invited to the picnic, you know what I mean? Because I love the game. But like, yeah, I love the trailers, but it feels like a really long direct at this point. And I definitely don't like the fact where he just runs through and says, this game won this.
Oh, dude, 7 awards in 14 seconds. 7 awards.
Nobody got to get up there and do like, it doesn't feel like an award show at this point, right? So I know that was wonder.
It makes you wonder, because you got to question, like, obviously they'll have the big awards, the best performance, the best game of the year, stuff like that, narrative. And then there's just like random stuff that they'll just say like, oh, sound design gets a spotlight, but then best score doesn't. It's like, how do you pick and choose what? And that's what a lot of people were saying. Like, at this point, what it's become is the Winter Games Fest. Like, let's be real about life for a second. The Winter Games Fest, with some awards sprinkled in. And then there's the whole discussion of, well, because I saw, obviously, you know, you see people looking in the comments, they're like, well, the reason why the show is the way it is because it's what advertisers pay for, and the only way you can put on a show of this scale and this magnitude is by catering to XYZ. And at that point, it starts becoming, well, we're rolling back to the days of the Spike TV Video Game Awards, because that's what it was. They were doing the type of show that they thought the normies would watch, that the advertisers would pay, And then people say, well, you have your shows like the BAFTAs, you have your shows like the DICE Awards, and look at the views of that compared to the Game Awards. But it's like Jeff has never given it an opportunity where, hey, listen, you can have your Winter's Game Fest at the beginning, and then you'll have your separate showcase that's more prestigious.
Thank you.
Have those separate things, even if you have to cut it back a bit. Obviously, I'm an armchair analyst with this, but like this year in particular, we have seen now more than ever everybody speaking up about it. Everyone's speaking up. It's
he
egregious.
even said something. He was like, like, I just want you guys to know, like, we're sorry about like playing the music too quick, because I was like, y'all, that's real disrespectful.
Did you catch like, obviously I'm reading into this, but what did he say, like, by the way?
Yeah, he said by the way.
By the way, like, bro, come on now. Like, it's just what got me was just like when the first award, Neil Newborn got up there to thank people, and he gave this emotional, passionate speech and saying like people like, you know, they felt represented and seen. Music starts playing, and then like you couldn't hear this because the music got so loud. But after he said thank you, he was just like, I want everybody to know that you are not alone in this. And I was like, bro, when you talk about stuff making an impact in the industry, like that is what you need, bro. That's why I'm sorry, Cog. That's why I'm so hard on this whole Kojima shit. Like, bro, stop it.
We get it. Yeah, we get it.
It makes sense. It makes sense.
Yeah, it's losing focus of what we're here for, right? You know, this is supposed to be this celebration of the people who create the things we love. And I get the balance of, okay, there's advertisement and there's spots like that. And granted, I don't want to be too disrespectful, because I do feel like this is our Oscars, right? We as gamers, I'm an old head, so I've always wanted a game show. So I love the fact that it exists. But if we're going to do this, we got to do this correctly. And the thing that really pisses me off throughout to no end is when the consistent runoff of names and categories without anyone being able to come up on stage and actually receive their blessing, right?
Why were they even invited at that point?
Exactly.
Did you guys see on Twitter all the pictures of people from LA? I'm landing, I'm touching down.
Yeah. Super excited.
You see all these tweets, people in the hotel room
dressed up.
Yeah,
and then you don't show them. You don't even put the camera on them.
Very disrespectful. And that's the part. And to me, it's like, you know, the first year or two I saw it, I called it out immediately. But this was so egregious this year. And let's be clear, like, we got Gonzo and the Muppets up there, I'm like, for mad long. You know what I mean? So it's clear what the focus is. And my mom always told me, like, when someone show you who they are, believe them. So it's clear where the focus is. And there's a part of me that's like, he doesn't still seem receptive to the criticism or willing to make those changes yet. And that's the part that's upsetting, because I agree with you, Neo. When I saw his tweet, it was just, oh yeah, by the way, you know, this, that, and the third, but you're not really addressing it yet. And this is the first time, fam, I'm seeing developers speak out.
Yeah.
I don't know if you saw, what's my man, Josh Sawyer's tweet?
Yup.
You know, there's a couple of devs that are like, yo, what are we doing here? Right? And we got to do better. We got to do better.
Fix it, or somebody else is going to come through.
Yes.
And make another Game Awards show and give people what they want. That's what's going to happen. Like, and to me, this is going to sound so like messed up, and I'm going to say it because it's
talk your talk.
It feels like the show is just a bunch of dudes going up and congratulating each other for being cool. Like, I think you're cool and I think you're really cool, and that's what it feels like.
You know what it is too? I agree with you. Don't get me wrong, games are to the point in the entertainment sphere that we them dudes now, right? We have kind of compete with movies. We've passed all of it. But now it's like he's catering to the Hollywood crowd, and you're so excited that they're there, but you're losing the focus. Like, they need us now. You know what I'm saying? Like, to be relevant. It wasn't like that before. So I think that's what it is now. It's like you said, it's like you see him, they're trying to appease all of this. And don't get me wrong, I love, you know, that these people are involved in games, but I don't want to hear about my man's foot that was broke and Gonzo and the thing. You know,
dude,
like, come on.
It's insane, because I look at it like this. 2023 is going to go down as one of the absolute worst year for movie blockbusters. Very few movies have been a success this year. But you know what's been killing it? The Last of Us on HBO. The Super Mario Brothers movie. Twisted Metal got renewed for a season 2. That is what Hollywood is looking towards now. The comic book stuff is still going to be there, but it's not as big as it was before. Now they're looking and they're pivoting towards, well, what else is popular? Oh, gaming. The revenues gaming is making, the amount of hype it generated towards gaming, it can't be competed. Yet for Jeff to be like, let's bring all these people in here. And I look at it like this, like, bro, if the celebrity has something to do with the game, like let's say they funded the studio, or like Matthew McConaughey, if they have something, if they have legit relevance there, cool. But if you're gonna bring random dudes out there, like,
what did he do? I was like, okay, he was the last one. He did the game. He did the game of the year. He did not look like he wanted to be there.
Timothy Chalamet. So the whole running joke around that is Timothy Chalamet, because he's like younger. I think he's like in his like early mid-20s. He had a YouTube channel where he discussed like modded Xbox controllers, and that was the running joke because somebody found it out and they're like, aha, that's hilarious. But it's like,
he did not look like he wanted to be there.
He didn't. Like, it's like, what are we really doing? Like, man was there just to give the award. Why can't we do what, as weird as this sounds, you want to be like the Oscars, what do? They bring back the past year's winners to present it. Like, bro, we're at this point now where this is a show that should be catered to gamers. We have legit celebrities. Bring Reggie on there to give an award. Bring Phil Spencer. Bring Josh Sawyer. Bring all these people.
Sarah Bond.
Bring them. Bring Sarah Bond. Like, we're at this point now where we know a lot of people. Bring Yoshi P. Bring people there. Show them. Celebrate them. You're talking about, like, and this is the thing I don't get. Are these views with the celebrities? Is the mathing cog? Is the mathing? Like, bring in Timothy Chalamet on stage. Is that generating hype to bring his fan base in there to watch him give an award? I want to know what metrics Jeff is using to explain this, because that has to be the only way that they're bringing people on here. Like, that, there's no way in the world. It must be doing something.
You know what he's looking for? He's looking for the NFL T Swift effect.
Oh yeah, that's the thing.
Yeah.
Cog, let me ask you this, right? It's you're 70 years old in your suit. You're at the gym. It's your 30th rep of 550 pounds. Corporate cogs in full effect. You get that 50th rep up with ease. A little kid comes to you and say, "Hey, that's corporate cog. What was gaming like in 2023? What are those things you're going to point back to and say this was 2023?"
From a creative standpoint, one of the greatest years in gaming, because there was just it was to the point Neo said earlier, like, it was just the plethora of quality titles all at one time, all in different genres, was really, really impressive and overwhelming, to the point where it's going to bleed into 2024 for a lot of us. We cannot possibly be able to play all of these games. So that made the Game of the Year contending thing really, really interesting, and made so many categories really, strong. As far as like the human side, and this is a shout out to Des with that, is that it was disheartening to hear about all of the layoffs, all of the people that are creators losing their jobs, while at the same time we're hearing how much revenue is being created and how gaming is at the greatest place, but you can't take care of your creators. That's the part that's really disheartening. So it's a weird dichotomy we're in, right? And we have to figure out, how do we do better by these studios, by these developers that's creating these things. So I think, for me, I try to look at it like, I think this is going to be an inflection point though for change, because I think people are finally speaking out on it and realizing what's actually important. And then for the creative standpoint, I don't know if we're going to get another year like this. Like, this was insane. So yeah, I think maybe it's a combination of development schedules, because COVID may have pushed some things back. It just all formed into this year from release standpoint kind of thing. So that's how I look at it. It's like a double-edged sword. It's the beauty of something like, again, I'm Lord turn-based, so I'm happy to see Baldur's Gate win. Like, I'm like, it's about time y'all get up on these games. I've been telling y'all. I know I love my hashtag just one third-person cinematic movie experience. I'm all for it, but we got to play these other genres. That's why I go hard for Midnight Suns. I go hard for Baldur's Gate. Give people a chance to see other genres, and that's the only thing I want to say, Fame, which is something I'm still going to be on the Game Awards for, is like, it's clear the classification of these games. Whoever's voting still don't have an understanding of what the categories are and who should be in the correct categories.
Oh, yes.
Right? Because you cannot. I'm a Destiny fan. You know how hard I go for Destiny. Ain't no reason Bungie should be up there for no community support after they laid off their whole comms team. You know what I'm saying? So it's like it just goes to show the disconnect. So to me, how I look, I know tax is the word in the streets. But what I look at it,
Xbox tax, baby.
I ain't gonna go there. But what I am gonna say is there is a genre tax, because there are clearly people who do not play all of these games, and if they don't on these committees, that's fine. Get people in so that I don't have racing and mixed together. I don't have, and no disrespect to Cyberpunk, I don't consider you an ongoing game.
Yeah.
You know what I'm saying?
That was strange.
You know what I mean? Again, what are we doing? One year, Sifu won best fighting game of the year. Like, what are we doing? Right? So, you know what I mean? So it's like we gotta, again, I understand it's a plethora of games. Get communities in turn-based strategy that played all of these different games and make the classifications correct. It was even one guy that was like, yo, I didn't even coach in esports this year. Why am I up there? So who's doing you know what I mean? We gotta fix the
work. It's not hard work to get those people. There's so many. It's easy. Just walk out your front door. Like
we gotta fix the process. That's the thing. I'll stay on them.
Us right now.
I do wonder if there's a lot of money involved when it comes to, and I know that sounds really shady, but sometimes I'm just really confused. You know, like when everybody's really surprised that something's in a category, or it's like, and I'm like, did they sponsor?
Man,
It's a valid
money does play a
question.
part.
You know, like, did they sponsor? Like, because like in order to get stuff shown, you usually have to play a pretty big sponsorship. So like, I don't know, like guys. Don't come at me because I don't know for sure. This is just me wondering. You know, I was part of that. I put that whole thing together. No, I just like sometimes it just doesn't make any sense, especially for you to be a show about games. Like people are looking at you as the expert to know what categories these games should be going in. So for us to be watching and being like, that's weird, that doesn't fit there, we shouldn't have to have that conversation, you know? So that's why I'm like, okay, were they like, where can we squeeze this in? They sponsored us. They put in a lot of cash. What's the best category we could push this into? Because that's honestly what it starts to feel like.
Yeah, it's what you guys say. It feels like a winter E3. It's clear, the advertising money is there. It's clear people are paying a lot of revenue to get their spots and their time slots. Because my running joke during the stream was like, man, Capcom with that monster, how much you paid to get? Remember, they were right before Game of the Year was announced. That's the biggest reveal spot. So I was like, oh, that Capcom bag had to be crazy because it was over like God of War, OD, a ton of games that got announced. And I thought
OD didn't get that spot.
Exactly. So to me, I was Capcom numbers, they revenue. I'm pocket watching. Whatever they sent that check to get their spot. That was a big deal. So that's what I think it's becoming. That's the sad reality of it. It's really just, that advertising and really trying to get these games out there. And like you said, we just got to have a balance. We cannot lose focus of why we are here. Is to celebrate these creators.
Then the price.
You know what I find interesting?
You
know what I find interesting? That when I asked our guest about 2023, one thing that didn't come up in conversation? Activision Blizzard King.
Yeah, good point.
Because I felt like we were in a massive. We had Gaz on talking about him eating Popeyes, right? We was in a chokehold with ABK. It's like that dominated. I'm really surprised that isn't a link. It's almost like it felt like it was going on for so long. It happened such a long time ago. But we're literally not too far from this thing having an ending, right? And so I want to ask y'all, like, are we, because now it's like that's something that's going to get rehashed up. Is that the biggest news of the year as far as game goes? Because we had this, of course, we had the thing with, I guess you consider Jim Ryan leaving. Like, is ABK, does that dominate the news cycle for this year?
I mean, I just think that it's because it started almost 2 years ago. It's gotten to the point where it's become such a part of the conversation that I stopped caring, bro. I stopped caring. It's like, oh, here's this roadblock. okay, like what else is new? Let me turn the next page. And I think it's gotten to the point that now there's some form of a proper conclusion, maybe, possibly, potentially in sight, that people are just like, okay, we'll deal with it as it is. And there's some people who still like report on it and cover it and do their thing. But I think the reason why a lot of people aren't really talking about that, their year-end wrap-ups, is because it's been ingrained for 2 years straight that it's like, like if it was one of those things that was started at the beginning of the year, ended at the beginning of the year, okay, over and done with. It's great. We'll see where it goes from there. And if there was any more crazy controversy, because that was another thing, there wasn't any like crazy controversies that spun from this. There was just a lot of litigation and a lot of the behind the scenes like courtroom documents and dramas, but nothing that's like fundamentally going to change the view of someone who's already a fan of Activision Blizzard or plays the games. Like, you're still going to do your thing. You know what I'm saying? Like, oh, courtroom documents in this case about the next generation of Xbox. The Xbox might be out by 2020. I don't care, bro. Like, stop it. So it's like, to the people who care about it, maybe that was a big deal. But for me, I'm just happy that it's like, gaming is going to supersede everything.
That's what I was thinking. I think for us in the industry, we care about it. It was big news for us, but like for the majority of gamers, they're not even worried about it. They're like, when's the next Spider-Man coming out? Next.
Yeah. That was a marathon, right?
Yeah.
We was in
man,
every week. Bro, so I mean, from like you said, from our standpoint, the hardcore, we did learn a lot of things on how, they view each other, their stances on certain things. I thought that was interesting, and I mean, man, Xbox business was all out in the street with these leaks. Jesus, they whole business, the emails. I was just like, okay, this is how they viewed, before acquiring ABK, this is how they viewed each company, that kind of thing. As far as like, Bungie, I believe was on the list. Square, a lot of things. Nintendo was on the list.
Yeah.
I just thought they were very ambitious on how they were going through, and I thought obviously the Sony stuff was funny. Both of them trying to feign strength, we can't survive without ABK. All that stuff. It was just a lot of corporate posturing. You know what I'm saying? Like that part's funny. But I'm with everyone. It was exhausting. It was definitely one of the longest sagas I've ever seen in game. I got tired of seeing it in everybody YouTube. I got tired of seeing it in my YouTube channel. Come on, we got tired every day. We had to put the next step.
Talking about it.
But you got tired too. But you kind of had to.
You had to.
Especially when something happened, you had to talk about it.
You had to talk about it. Yeah, absolutely.
As content creators in 2023, you couldn't like everyone's talking about. You're like, well, I'm gonna talk about War Machine.
You had a good streak. You had a good streak. You had a good streak going. You had a really good streak. I was almost proud of you. I was almost proud of you for a second. Almost. I can never be unabashedly proud of fame. Never.
I'm so mad at myself, Neo, because you did the Act Neo and you talked about the Godzilla -1.
Yeah.
And I was in the chat trying to piss you off, talking about, you looking for War Machine +2. And I kept trying to create a picture of War Machine fighting Godzilla. I just couldn't find it fast enough.
I bet. No, but to add on to what you were saying about like the whole ABK thing, it got to a point, bro, where because I would get like DMs from people saying, oh, what do you think about this thing? It got to a point where every single tweet I would say about like if there was a roadblock or like a milestone, I'd be like, congratulations, or I'm very sorry something bad happened to you. Like, that was my response. Like, bro, and it like,
the key now, it's over, and now we just need to see the implementation of how they're gonna, work with all three companies and stuff. That's it.
Yeah,
I got something I want to ask you guys. I'm gonna get through 2 super chats really quick. One from legendary Yobi. Shout out to Yobi, man. I can't wait for him to come back and be around next year. One of the great guys in this community. I'm glad he's taking time. I always tell people, take your time, get your mental health right, because that's super important. So shout out to him. Absolutely. He says, hello, y'all. Just want to leave some love for Level 1 Gaming. Take care of your mental health first and foremost. Had to step away from the community to take care of mine. 2024. I'll see y'all. Love you all. Shout out to Yobi, man. Thank you for the super chat. Thank you for all the support. And I really hope you get what you're looking for so that you can be mentally strong in 2024. And then JD the Game with the super chat. He says, possible TJ improvements, fewer Jeff special friends guests a la Gonzo, which we spoke about. Longer war speech times, which 15 seconds or so was not enough. You can blame Christopher Judge for that. Fewer rapid awards marathons and more awards on stage. That's big facts. But I do want to ask Cog. I know we getting to you guys' time pretty soon. I want to ask you, going into 2024, right? 2023 was great. What are you looking for to say, you know what, we went to 2023 and beyond. We did it better. Like, what do you need from next year in gaming?
I mean, just the continued. I think the genres I'm big on, right? Just seeing, besides obviously my turn-based and, you know, the action adventure stuff like that, you know, you're seeing, and I'm a guy that doesn't like Souls game, but I gave like Lies of P a shot, right? And so I'm seeing all the genres now getting more love, and I like that. So that my thing is, don't get me wrong, as a person who is championing the phrase #just1, I like diversity of games. I like different styles of games. So it's cool to see people break free and say, hey, I don't have to just do this style and make a great game. That's why the Baldur's Gate thing kind of really resonated with me in a way. So just continue that. As far as like, you know, as far as anything specifically from a game title standpoint, obviously Hellblade 2, Avowed. I want to see what Sony's doing. I got a lot of questions for them this year as far as 2024. It's like what's the roadmap? I'm more used to them having more of a presence and being outside and say, okay, this is coming. Is Wolverine, when's that coming? When's Death Stranding 2 coming? So I'm curious, outside of Rise of the Ronin and that we know about, and maybe what is it, Final Fantasy, of course, like those Helldivers and Helldivers, yes. Yeah. Outside of that, how are they filling out the rest of the year? And then the other thing for me is Nintendo. Like, I need to know that Switch 2, if this is coming. What is it doing? You know what I mean? Like, is it back compatible? I'm asking a lot, Nintendo. You know, but can I have an online system with messaging and you know, party chat? Maybe?
No.
Come on, man. I think it's time.
You gonna get your friend codes, and you gonna like it.
I don't want to give people my social security number.
Look at y'all asking for it. This is so sad.
Y'all asking too much. They just upgraded their servers from the 90s a few months ago. Like, that's just...
I don't want to be having to give people my social security number just
you're right. It be feeling dirty. Like, I just because like, oh, let me get you my friend code. Like, what do you mean? Let me get you? Like, man, I had to screenshot my friend code, bro.
It is literally like a glorified stalker list because it's like, yeah, Neo's doing that. I can't talk to him. I can't message him. You know what I'm saying? Like,
bro,
we just stalking each other, looking at what each other doing.
I'm like, oh wow, Cog's playing this game. Let me see how much hours Cog in that game. Oh, Cog's got that, but that's sort of the extent. Like, why do I have friends on the Switch, bro?
Exactly. It's like, so come on, Nintendo. I need that. But I am look at Donnie. He go hard. He get mad at me right now. He go hard for Nintendo right now in the chat. But it's like, bro, we need some modern sensibilities with this console because I know the games are coming, and I actually think I'm very impressed with the technology that they're using. I think that NVIDIA, so they're gonna be able to get some of these third parties on there running pretty solid. So that's my main thing. So yeah, those are probably my three from the big three platform holders. What I'm looking for.
Neo, what do you? Thinking back to 2023 and how great it was, what do you need for 2024 to say, you know, we're at least on par or we're exceeding what happened this year?
I mean, pretty much the same way as COG. I mean, they don't got to go too crazy because one thing I've noticed in the games industry is when they try to go too crazy with something and redefine it, it ends up blowing up in their face. So what they need to do is just maintain the status quo and just be marginally better than it was this year, because this year was amazing, one of the best years all of gaming. That's what it's going to go down as. So if you can be just slightly better than that, cool. If you just maintain the status quo, awesome. But yeah, another point on what Cog was saying about the diversity of the genres, I think what a lot of publishers need to start seeing, and we've seen this a lot, is don't take your audience for a fool when it comes to some of these games. Like, people are going to show up for these titles. You don't have to do something crazy or drastic or reinvent the wheel. Just make it a great game. And that's all it comes down to. You don't need to focus test it. I mean, we had this discussion at the end of the PS3 360 generation, because that's when it was at its worst. But yeah, just like let these games shine. Like Sea of Stars, that game blew up like crazy. Yeah. Like, people are going to show up for these games. Give them the opportunity, have fun with it. And I will say though, if there is something I do want to see a little bit less of, and this is just me being in my hater era, but I want to see less and less these developers, or should I say, I want to see more of these developers pivoting away from the live services format, because this year what we saw a lot of were games.
Tell Sony that.
Yo, I mean, they've already started to pull back a bit. They had to reanalyze everything, but we've seen them pull back and reassess. But we've seen a lot of games launch this year, and a lot of games close up shop this year to, I think, a record degree. Yeah. And I don't mind the idea of the live service. I think it could be interesting if it's supported very well. But it's like, it's still the same handful of games that we're getting, and it's like, I would rather this team and their expertise is on that single player. Give us another single player banger. That's what I want. Support it, and hey, man, you never know what you're gonna get. But yeah, that's it. Just maintain the status quo. Continue to give great games to the gamers out there, and just don't take your audience for a fool. That's it.
Point.
You know, I need Nick to come on camera so someone can take a screenshot of this panel of people that's on here right now, right? I think come on camera to take a screenshot. There we go. Someone screen capped that, man. That's looking good.
Nice.
Listen, one more thing we talked about, and we're gonna go to transition here in a sec. We talked about the greatness that we had this year, right? But we had some stinkers. I mean, we had some stinkers that when I talk about we don't want next year, we're talking about Skull Island. That Kong game shouldn't have been made. Now, Hug, I know you love Life of Black Tiger, but the Kong was bad.
Yep.
The Walking Dead Destiny.
Oh, that one.
Bad.
Yeah.
Shouldn't have existed. A game that just released the day before could have stayed where it was. It didn't have to release as well, right? So I'm hoping that those stinkers are what we don't take into next year. But listen, Neo, Cog, you guys are freaking amazing, man. I appreciate you guys coming through and rocking with us. Cog was like, I'm coming in early, but I'm glad you came in when you did, my brother. I really appreciate you guys. Listen, we're gonna do a quick transition. While we do, we're gonna do a quick big shout out to our sponsor of the show, Dames for Games. All right, we are back. We did transition. We do have some new amazing guests with us, but before we do have one more sponsor from Freedom Games. We will be giving a copy of this game as well. Humanity. Make sure you guys check out the trailer. sponsoring the show along with Daniels for Game. In the chat, there's a code for that game. It is a Steam code. The question mark, the last letter is T. So whoever gets that, please let us know that you got it. We do have some new guests with us. Ryan McCaffrey from IGN Podcast. And like, Ryan, how you doing, brother?
I am great. Thanks so much for having me.
And then good. He don't be guessing. Y'all think Nick is guessing? He's not guessing. Nick has all the facts and he's never wrong. Special Nick from Xbox Era. What's going on, brother?
Hey, everyone. Thanks heaps for having me. It's good to be back.
Hey man, we appreciate you. Ryan, I want to get right to you because you just got back from the Game Awards, right? And the Game Awards has seemingly every guest we've had on today, they sort of drifted to the Game Awards, right? It's how we ended the year. It's part of the stamp on the year. I want to get your overall thoughts on the Game Awards, what it was, because it seems like there's been a lot of controversy around how it was formatted. Did we end the year the proper way, celebrating games with the Game Awards?
I mean, mostly, yeah. I mean, Keighley has this perpetual line to walk of balancing reveals that get people watching and make him money to pay for that show, to recognizing awesome game developers and giving them the proper time and appreciation that they and their teams deserve for making awesome games. And yeah, I mean, clearly, they made a joke about it when Christopher Judge came out about how long his speech was last year, and clearly it was in response to that from last year that they had the play it off music. They played everybody off stage. Now I saw Jeff's follow-up tweet that said, hey, that we dialed that back during the course of the show. I don't think you can ever please everybody on that, and I'm not defending Jeff because I do think he went too far the other way this year and not giving developers proper time. So yeah, I don't know what the solution there is ultimately. Again, I think no matter what the solution is, not everybody's going to be happy, but on the whole, I think it was a really good show. Now, again, can you criticize for not mentioning anything about developers affected by ongoing conflicts in the world? Yes, you can say that. Can you criticize for not making any light of the mass amount of layoffs that the game industry suffered this year? Yeah, you can make that case too. But on the other hand, you can also make the case, well, this is a celebration of the good of the industry. So, I know I'm kind of just, it probably seems like I'm playing the middle here. I think the Game Awards has gotten overall better a little bit each year, and I think this year was a good one overall. Not that it was perfect, not that it was without flaw, but I think all the winners felt right to me. There were none of the awards where I was like, oh, come on, really? Like the awards were well awarded, and the reveals were super solid. I would say there were no like jaw-dropping holy shit kind of reveal moments, but also we didn't get any of the kind of middle of the show lulls that we typically get with a show this long in years past. I thought it was, for being 3 hours, I thought it was a pretty steady, solid 3 hours for the most part. So I enjoyed it. I recognize that my perspective is skewed because I'm there in the audience, which is the perspective that most people don't have, and I'm maybe a little too close to it, literally speaking. But overall, yeah, I thought it was good.
So let me ask you this, Ryan. With the Game Awards, it put a stamp on the year. I mean, for the most part, all of its purposes, the year is over. For you, 2023 in gaming was what? Like, if you had to say this is what I'm taking away from gaming this year, good, bad, and ugly. What was 2023 in gaming for you?
Well, as far as the video games that shipped, it's definitely one of the best years in a long time. Would I say it's better than 2007? Is it better than 98? Probably not. But those are also two examples from a long time ago. I think this was the best year for games that shipped in quite a while. Certainly of this generation. We're a few years into this generation now. There's no question this was the best year of this console generation. But yeah, I mean, there are also systemic issues in our industry with the questionable sustainability of the economics of blockbuster gaming, where you have people like Bungie making big layoffs, you have Microsoft making layoffs, you have a lot of these big developers that you kind of wouldn't ordinarily think would be on any sort of shaky ground, laying very talented people off. So, there's those are, I don't pretend to have the answer to that at all, but there are some serious issues that I hope the appropriate people at the higher levels of the game industry are really seriously having meetings about and thinking about and trying to plan better for, so that we don't see in the next, over the rest of this generation, the next 5 years, we don't see what we've seen over this past year.
Nick, do you feel the same? Do you feel like 2023, like, I know Ryan brought up 2007. I know a lot of people before were comparing it to 2017. Is this the greatest year? I guess if you're speaking just from a games perspective, like we take what the terrible things in the industry that's happened, we put them to the side. We take ABK, we put it to the side, right? As far as the games go, is this the best year we've ever had in gaming? Does it compare to 2017 and some of the great years before?
It's up there. Ryan mostly took the words out of my mouth, but whether it compares to 98, 07, look, I'm a bit of a weirdo who's got an affinity with 2014. I think 2014 is really underrated as a gaming year as well. But the problem is, how everyone rates a year in games will depend on their personal taste. I loved Sunset Overdrive. I loved Titanfall. I loved... Killer Instinct's out because it was a launch game for Xbox One, but...
yeah.
2014, I think, had Alien Isolation as well. It was an incredible year. 2023, there was sort of something for everyone, I feel like, which is probably why so many see it as such an amazing year. But yeah, it's right up there. Right up there.
So let me ask you this. So we talked about the games. And we know ABK happened, and that could have been, that was a PR blessing and a PR nightmare for a lot of different things. We got some great news about, we heard news about Indiana Jones, stuff like that. We kind of seen how these companies talk to each other over email, right? And so from a PR perspective, I think one of the things that I think it left on a little of a sour note at the end of the year is Microsoft and Blade, right? The conversation about this game wasn't about, oh my God, we're getting a Blade. We just had Neo Gamespark, right? Who's mocap and Blade, by the way, if y'all didn't know that, right? He's not, but he looks like Blade. The conversation at the Game Awards where from Xbox goes, it's Hellblade 2. Did we get enough actual combat gameplay? Which, in my opinion, if you played the first Hellblade, you did. OD. And it's not really a game. It's more of a movie. Or is it a game? Hideo Kojima, is he overrated? Or we just bring out a bunch of celebrities, and then we get Blade, right? Why would Microsoft end the year with people questioning what they're going to do with their game? We spent the entire year arguing. Well, we didn't. The conversation throughout the entire year was, is this going to be exclusive? Is it going to be that? It's going to be this, that, and the other. Why we continually have to have this conversation versus us actually talking about being excited for and preparing for the next game?
Yeah, that's an interesting question. I think the issue is, again, personally, people view Microsoft and Xbox probably differently than they should. Like, Microsoft, for example, working in Microsoft would be as close to working, say, a government job as you can get in a job that's not a government job. Like, Sony and Nintendo are much smaller, they're much more nimble. Microsoft has so many levels of just hierarchy and bureaucracy and red tape, and you've then got a company that massive dealing with another company that massive in Disney. And God only knows the rules in place that Disney has or Marvel has for how they reveal their games. Because in the end, this is more a Marvel reveal than it is an Xbox reveal.
Yeah.
And if you think about, so Marvel, we know Marvel has no problem with exclusivity, because look at Spider-Man, look at Wolverine. But those games were revealed at Sony. Maybe Marvel has different rules for games that are revealed in a neutral space. Maybe they don't want to show platforms.
Oh.
And sorry, what were we going to say?
No, I didn't even look at it this way. No, keep going.
Oh, so And the problem is, if you don't know, then hard to say. It could be just all sorts of stuff in place. Maybe Blade's a next gen game.
That's
doesn't want to talk about next
It might have been
gen.
Neo that said that earlier. Yeah, it might be a whole different generation of gamer we're looking at here.
It could be. Like they're saying they just started development. And here we are talking about how AAA games take forever to make and have massive budgets. And it's for the next Xbox. Or cross-gen, as in Series X and whatever comes next.
I'm still going to Series XL, baby.
Maybe they don't want the stench of Redfall on it. That was the last Xbox exclusive that was a vampire game. Maybe they don't want that attack. It could be a combination of all of the above. I don't know. It's a tough one. Maybe Ryan probably knows a lot better than I would as to why.
Well, you think, Ryan? You think it's a bit of a sour note to end the year with this? Now it's confusion. We're back because a big conversation throughout the year is what platform is Xbox game A? That was a conversation throughout the whole year, mainly because of ABK. You know, we're fresh off of Bethesda and run to ABK, so the conversation throughout the entire year was whether or not Xbox is. There was one point: are they going third party? Are we putting all their games over here? It's like now we're ending the year with the same thing, leading us to next year. Or is this studio owned by Microsoft going to be placing games on its competitors' platform?
You know, I haven't spent a moment thinking about whether or not Blade's coming to another platform because I don't believe for a second that it is. But I'm not blaming the community for wringing their hands over it. It's Microsoft does this stuff to themselves all the time that Sony just doesn't do, where it's as simple as put a damn logo, your logo, on the trailer, and there's none of this. They have to know by now that this is going to be the reaction. They know, which takes away from the reveal of the game itself. Yeah. And it's just unfortunate that Microsoft does do this to themselves. Now, I think the great point was made that it could have been Marvel that stipulated this, and given I think the context of it that you pointed out was a wise point that, hey, you know, this wasn't Microsoft's stage, this is a larger industry stage. But I have my gut, and that's all it is, says it's none of that it is just for whatever. I mean, there is a reason that Microsoft didn't put a logo on this. I don't think it's Marvel's fault. There's something, I don't know. I mean, there is an outside chance. I'll just throw one more, even though I just said I'm not concerned that this is not going to be an Xbox exclusive. I guess the one little like fiber of thing that must be considered is it possible that this deal was signed with Bethesda, with Arcane, prior to the Microsoft acquisition, and thus maybe it is contractually stipulated to come to PlayStation. I don't think that's going to be the case, because through the court documents we found out that's not the case with Indiana Jones. So again, I'm not concerned about it, but it's just that like one little like shred of doubt that Microsoft leaves the door open by doing this. You know, that I tweeted right after the show, I thought Microsoft had a great show here. And that's so it's a shame to me that there's really any conversation happening that's negative around you know what platforms Blade is for. And again, not blaming the community for that at all, but I do want to kind of pull back a little bit and note that as I said in my tweet last year, I wrote a column tearing Xbox a new one saying, what the hell, you guys did not show up at all for this huge industry event, what has become, whether you like the Game Awards or not, one of the biggest industry-wide events of the year, particularly with the formal, you know, put it in the ground, take your picture in front of the gravestone death of E3. Yeah. Like E3 is gone. Like, this is one of the biggest, if not the biggest event of the year, at least it certainly is in terms of everyone gathering in one place physically, which may be to the greater, you know, to the people watching on live stream, if that doesn't matter. But this is a big industry event is my point. And so last year, Microsoft didn't show up. They didn't bring anything. If they won, yeah, I think They won like one award for for As Dusk Falls, I think. But this year, they get a ton of credit. They won, I believe it was 3 awards, 2 for Forza Motorsport and 1 for Hi-Fi Rush, I think.
Yep.
And so they get credit there. They brought of course the Blade reveal. They brought another excellent gameplay trailer for Hellblade, which I'll say, and I had the Xbox tax people come after me for daring to be disappointed by the fact that this is the 4th damn time we've seen this game and there's no release date. I thought when that trailer started, I'm like, yes, we're getting a release date. Here we go. Let's put it on the calendar. And then when there wasn't one, it was just like, I think every game, no matter how big, hits that point where you're like, you see it enough times and you're like, okay, when's it coming out? Like, when can I play it? I'm sold already. You've shown me a few trailers. I've seen gameplay. What's the date? Let's go. But still, the Hellblade 2 trailer release date, or lack thereof aside, was a great gameplay trailer. And then we got the what's the one? The OD, which you guys already mentioned. Which I know technically the partnership had already been unveiled, but that was the first time we heard anything about the game, including the name of it and who's involved. So Xbox, they showed up this year and they were recognized and they brought some reveals. So that is what I'm happy to focus on. I think I was just really happy to see Microsoft show up for this thing.
I want to ask, and I asked my other guests this as well, right? Because when you guys first came in, we talked about the ugly. I brought up Skull Island, The Walking Dead, Destiny, terrible games, along with the day before. Those games shouldn't have been released, right? But the good, right? I want to talk about the good. So Nick, when you're 70, and you're signing your book and you're sipping on
not that far away, mate.
Yeah, you are. And someone said, "Oh my God, that's Nick from." I want to know about 2023. And when someone asks you about this year, what's the first thing that you'll point out? This was 2023.
God, what a question.
Yeah. Packed.
Jesus, what was
Rocket
2023?
League takeaway trading.
Yeah, me. That's right. But normal people, 2023 was probably, to reference Batman, maybe it was the Two-Face of the gaming industry. It was the best and the worst. So we had amazing games, but we had arguably one of the worst years in terms of, as Ryan mentioned earlier, layoffs, abuse within the industry, unions being, or attempted unionization being stifled, horror stories about stuff going on at studios, so it was this very weird juxtaposition there between what we all see on the surface and what goes on underneath the surface. Maybe that's probably the way to encapsulate 2023.
That's a good answer.
It really is. And I how people say you can separate the art from the artist. I think it's going to be impossible to separate what we saw versus what we experienced as gamers this year, right? Just because you feel for people, and and some of the stuff is a bit self-inflicted in a way, and I say that because of Bungie. Bungie is laying off developers because they are trying to avoid being taken over by Sony, right? But Ryan, if someone comes to you and say, "Hey, man, 2023 was what? Like, what do you like? This 2023, whether it's a game, like, what sticks out to you in your mind the most of 2023?"
Well, it's tough to top Nick's answer. That was the Two-Face analogy is spot on. So I'll try to add on to Nick's answer, and I'll say my hope when I'm looking back, when I'm old and gray, that hopefully I'm gonna take the optimistic view here. Hopefully we look back as 2023 being the year everything that the industry started to make a turn for the better in terms of getting to the root of its issues, in terms of employment stability, in terms of gender and diversity equality on the development side of the industry, in terms of, you know, this generation starting from a more, you know, not micro level, but let's, you know, if we're looking at an 8-year generation, because, you know, not that we didn't get anything good in holiday 2020 up through the end of 2022, but this year was like you needed to, if you wanted to have maximum fun in the video game space this year, you needed to go ahead and purchase a PS5 or an Xbox Series. Like, this was the year where it's like, yeah, you gotta get one or both of these consoles to get in on this stuff. So hopefully it is going to be sort of we'll look back on as like, oh yeah, that's when things started. Even you could add ABK onto that, because, you know, I've said this a million times.
You're the first person to bring up ABK without me bringing it up, Ryan, because everyone else kind of forgot about it.
Just real quick,
we don't want to know about it anymore.
Yeah, it's the reason I bring it up in the context of hoping that we look back on this year as a turning point for the better for the industry. I've said this on Unlocked plenty of times, but I am counting on Phil Spencer and the Xbox leadership team to do a sweeping culture change at that company, which we know factually there are just the evidence is insurmountable that there is a serious toxic culture issue, particularly for women and people of color. Like, it is a bad scene, and it has been for a long time at ABK. And if Phil Spencer, I don't think this acquisition is successful at all unless that culture is changed. And it won't happen overnight. Like, we're not going to sit here in 6 months and go, "Yep, good job, Phil, you fixed it all." Like, that's not going to happen. It is going to take a lot of time. But, you know, once Kotick has shown the door, once a lot of these C-suite guys that have, and they have been the problem. You know, not that there are problems clearly at that company at every level, but the higher you go up on the leadership ladder, there's all kinds of culpability and responsibility for this stuff. So anyway, I'm kind of droning on here, but that is part of my hope too, that if, you know, we're looking back in many years from now at 2023, everything Nick said spot on about this sort of weird two-faced year for better and for worse, but hopefully it is also going to be like the start of a serious turning point for just the entire industry, particularly on the culture dev side at the biggest third-party publisher. I mean, I guess it's not technically third-party anymore, but what had been the biggest third-party publisher in the world.
Do you guys believe that this year, because of the negatives, do you think, and then seeing what's going on in different industries, that this is we're gonna see, this is gonna be the launch pad for unionization across multiple levels within the gaming space?
Yeah.
Hopefully.
Yeah.
How could it not?
Hopefully.
I mean, yeah, it's already started to happen. Raven, right, which now a Microsoft company, Raven Software, recognized their union, and I believe there's one or two others that are escaping me at the moment. But yeah, it's you know, to his credit, our games media colleague, he's an actual game journalist. I don't call myself that, but Jason Schreier has been. He wrote a book about the need for, two of them, about the need for unionization in the industry. And yeah, it's like the balance of power is just way too lopsided in favor of these big publishers, these corporations, and it's the talent and the effort of the developers themselves that, you know, unions are probably going to be the best way. I don't pretend to be an expert, but probably going to be the best method that is at the game developer's disposal to try and even out that balance of power at least a little bit.
Yeah. And
it needed to happen. I was just gonna say, this year needed to happen. Like, it needed to get bad, and it needed, like, we needed to show up and talk about it. And I hope that we continue to talk about it. I don't want it to be kind of like ABK where people are tired of talking about it. Just for example, like, everybody celebrates Black History Month in the United States in February, but then after that, we don't really talk about the struggle.
Yeah.
So I'm hoping that, like, this is a continued conversation. I think the analogy of like the Two-Face was like perfect. But like for the consumer, they're not going to be talking about it. So we need to continue to have these discussions, and we need to continue bringing like light on it and everything like that. Because you know what happens? Gamers will like jump on something and be like, yeah, we're going to boycott this and this and this and this. And then like 2 days later, we're not talking about it anymore. You know, like a new trailer drops and they've already put aside money for it. So I think the developers deserve to be heard. They definitely deserve a hell of a lot more respect, because like without them, we wouldn't have these trailers dropping. We wouldn't have these amazing games to be playing. So I do think this needed to happen. It needed to happen this bad for us to get better. And I think when people talk about 2023, it won't just be about like, oh yeah, there were some great games that came out this year, but it'll be the year that things really start to change, and you will see that overall in the industry, overall with the consumerism, overall with the games that start to come out. You'll actually be able to see that. And I love that. I love that when we go back, we'll be like, yeah, 2023 was the year that like the industry got better. And because the industry got better, the games got better, you know? So that's what I'm hoping is what's going to happen.
Like Ryan alluded to earlier, the Game Awards itself is probably a perfect encapsulation of what we're talking about. So the amazing games won the awards. There was amazing trailers and reveals, but then the developers were given 15 seconds to talk, and there was a big prompter that said, wrap it up, please.
Yeah.
And awards were bundled together into 6 awards in one, and they just handed them out, and that was it. That's pretty much the perfect encapsulation of what we've just been talking about 2020.
Baron, I want to switch to you, because we've been live for like 4 hours, and we've been talking about games this year. You know what game we haven't mentioned yet? Starfield. Is Starfield the most polarizing game from this year? Like, I mean, as far as the conversation around it before, during, and after, is this the most polarizing game of the year? Because I mean, I freaking love Starfield. I think for what it was, the game was great. I think it dominated a lot of the conversation, and more so about the game, let alone whether or not it's still was it coming to whatever platform, right? Was it the most polarizing game of the year?
If you lived on Twitter like we did, I'd say yeah. 100%. Twitter and YouTube, you know, anytime something's brought up, the first comparison is, well, what is about Starfield? You know, like, well, Starfield didn't do, you know, you see the memes of the space dude getting beat up by Mario, Link, and Spider-Man. Like, you know what I mean? Like, so I would 100%. I mean, come on, it's the first new IP from Bethesda in 20 plus years. That alone is enough to bring, if you said nothing else, that is enough. You know what I mean? And I think this is going to be a game that's going to be appreciated more over time. This year was just absolutely, it was just an onslaught. It was a meat grinder of games.
A lot of competitors.
Top tier games from Remakes. And I was one of those people who was heavily against Remakes until I played Resident Evil 4 myself. And
oh my God. I'm going back to
Starfield. I got you.
Just to say, because Ryan Nick wasn't here, I'm gonna say why they're here, because I want others to agree with me. Okay, Resident Evil 4 remake should not have been nominated for Game of the Year because it's a remake.
He hasn't shot anybody in the knee.
I don't agree.
He hasn't shot anybody in the knee with a bolt.
You don't agree?
Yeah,
I don't agree.
Why?
They're good people.
Resident Evil 4 and Resident Evil are, for all intents and purposes, new games. I know they carry that name, but they are, for all intents and purposes, new games. I understand Dead Space Remake not being included, because that's a little more of a
one-to-one,
eloquent enough to describe it, but Dead Space Remake is that more straight up basic, pretty much the exact same game, little bit more content, but pretty much the same.
Should
the original Resident Evil 4.
Should we not be calling it a remake then? Because I think that's the real issue. Like, if for all intents and purposes the game is vastly different, then it's not a remake. Maybe it's a reimagining.
Probably right. Yes,
Okay.
you're probably right. Yep.
I think that's where
Exactly.
people get caught up on it, right? Because you're like, well, if it's a remake, it's just a remake of a game that was already released. That's where I was caught up on. I was like, I'm not gonna play that. I already played the other one.
Yeah.
But if it's a
the problem-
reimagining, that's different.
I guess for me, I think the term remake we're probably all most familiar with from movies, right?
Yeah.
'Cause Hollywood's
Yes,
had this for a
exactly.
while. And so I'm okay with it being called a remake because with a movie, 95 probably % of remakes aren't shot for shot remakes. You know,
That's true.
You are taking new creative and artistic liberties off of the original concept, the original story, what have you. So I think that's exactly what Resident Evil 4 did. So I'm personally completely okay with RE4 being labeled as a remake, and I'm also totally okay with it being nominated for Game of the Year, because if it is a, you know, it's a game that, okay, yeah, there was an original version of it 20 years ago, but if it's been remade for 2023 and it's better than everything else, great, then give it a trophy, give it a nomination. So I'm good with it. I mean, I understand the case for omitting it. I totally get it. There is not, I'm not saying I'm totally right. I think you can make a case either way, but I'm personally totally good with RE4 remake being in that group this year.
I would say with all the remakes that are coming out, it should have its own category. I do not think it should be in.
We might get to
Game
that
of the
point. Yeah.
But I was also going to say about the remakes of movies, it's usually reboot, right? Which is different than remake at the same time. So that's where, like, because I actually had this conversation with somebody else. So I used Batman as an example. Batman has been rebooted time and time again. It's the same character, the same main story, but it's a different movie each time it's rebooted. So if we're going to say, like, Resident Evil 4 is a reboot, that's the terminology is very important when you're talking about these kinds of things, because it can get very confusing. So what I'm getting from Resident Evil 4 is that it's a reboot of the original game. It's not a remake. So if it's a reboot, that means it is different, right? It's somebody else's perspective. They may have the core elements there, but it's an entirely new experience. So yeah, for that, Game of the Year, right? Because it's different, but it's the word remake that I think really confuses people and kind of makes them feel like, why did you not put a different game in there? Why not have, I didn't play Starfield, but like, why not have Starfield there instead of a remake? I think that's really what the conversation is, and people not understanding, you know, the
that's
terminology
me.
behind
Like,
it.
I would have much rather seen a game like Sea of Stars, Final Fantasy 16, Hi-Fi Rush, versus a game that is just a remake of a game that already existed. To me, it should have been new games and sequels, not remakes.
Well, and I'm gonna be honest though. I think the view on this is real jade. I don't know if jade is the right word. It's skewed because this year has been just so jam packed with games. Now, if we throw Resident Evil 4 remake in 2022, it's no debate.
Good point.
Like without debate, it would be one of the best games of last year. Like almost sweet. So I think the big issue is there's just so many games. So hearing a remake of a game from 2005 that's been remade 10 times, there's 10. I think there's about 10 I don't think I'm being dramatic.
There's a lot of ports of it.
Yeah, they're okay. We'll say there's 6 ports and 2 VR versions of this one game. In a year full of new IPs, in a year full of pick a game and it could have been Game of the Year, I could see why RE4 is an issue. But if that's the only reason, then it's kind of like
so good though.
Yeah, it's good. Oh, I'm on chapter 8 on my second run. I don't play games twice. I'm playing this game twice. Everybody here they know me, guys. Right, Nick. They will tell you I will play a game for about I'll grind a game for like 60 hours and never touch it again.
Yep.
I am playing the hell out of this game.
Like me in Starfield.
Bro. Yeah, I got 6 days of Starfield and haven't picked it up since RE4.
That's crazy.
Go back.
Because you guys were so hyped about Starfield. Like, you were
I got
so
6 days.
hyped.
I have 6 days.
You got 6 days in it?
I got 6 days.
Okay,
what
that's
what
good.
more do you want from me?
I don't know.
Here's the
The
problem.
hype that came with it. I just thought you still be playing
Here's the
it.
problem, and I talked about this earlier, Des. I'm gonna get some of these super chats here. Here's the problem with Starfield, and why I have open world fatigue. When you tell me I can do a million things, I'm gonna go do those million things, and around the time it's time to start the actual story, I'm just like, man, I'm tired now. Like I'm tired. Like I want, and that's the problem with Starfield. It's like, man, I would love to go back and just shoot through the story, but I'm like, I've done so much in this game. Heck, I was you going through the main story. By the time you get to the main stuff, I'm already so overpowered with all these amazing ships and all this other stuff. It's like, I'm not. I kind of ruined it for myself.
I would say I don't want to be like, that sounds like a personal problem.
I did,
but y'all,
I ruined it for myself.
Everybody was excited about that. Right? Like they were like, oh, it's open world. There's so much you can do. Like, obviously, you have to pace yourself when you're playing that type of game. If you didn't pace yourself, that's what happens.
Yeah.
That's how I got with Baldur's Gate. I am gonna go back to it because I need to finish my romance.
Same.
But that's how
you and those bears. Shout out to JD Game between all the super chat. He says, Sega, I want my Panzer Dragoon Sega. Sega. Didn't see that coming. I know some people
did not see that coming.
Holy crap,
Very
Jet Set Radio. I'm super excited for that. JD Game again says, Xbox, please give me a new Halo campaign this gen. I think when we look back at 2023, I think we can say Halo Infinite is one of the bigger success stories of the year. Y'all tell me if I'm wrong about that, right? I think
turnaround.
Ryan,
it was a turnaround.
Oh yeah. Yeah, I mean, the gaming community, vocal as it can be about things, the gaming community will get back on board with you if you do the work and you turn your game around. We've seen it time and again. Obviously, No Man's Sky is probably the biggest classic example, but we've seen it time and again. Final Fantasy 14, that's a big example too.
Cyberpunk 2077.
Yeah, Cyberpunk's a great more recent example. So yeah, and Halo belongs on that list. So yeah, that's 343's done the work, and it wasn't easy, and it wasn't overnight. But yeah, they've got that game very much on the right course now.
Nick, are we on the right track? Can we finally get some story DLC then? Do you think the confidence is back from what gamers are loving with the multiplayer? Can we finally get an extension of this story?
I doubt we get anything story-wise myself, but my man Pierre has definitely turned the multiplayer around. That guy, you got to remember, he was tasked with fixing Master Chief Collection as well, which is now an incredible package. It's funny, I can't let it go. I'll keep saying, if the Master Chief Collection of today had launched back in 2014, my God, it'd be in a very different timeline right now. And that launched like that back then. But yeah, so Infinite's turnaround is great in the multiplayer space. I still like the campaign myself, and I've actually gone back to it.
Campaign.
Yeah, I've gone back to it to try and get all the achievements for beating the missions on hard and all that sort of stuff. I understand why it let some people down, but I doubt we get any kind of update or DLC or anything. And I reckon that will just come with whatever the next game is. That's when I'll put their focus.
Didn't Paris Lily just have Sketch on
Sketch?
And I believe that Sketch straight up said that's campaign. Campaign DLC is not a thing.
There you go.
Which makes, I'd kind of abandoned hope on that a while ago. Like, there were so many other priority issues with Halo, from Forge to co-op to getting the multiplayer, the live service, ongoing multiplayer piece of it right. It's that the campaign ship has sailed. I honestly don't think it would be, as much as we would all love it, in the grand scheme of things, it probably just wouldn't be worth their time right now, as much as it pains me to say that. I think the bigger question moving forward is, does Infinite remain this platform under which the next full proper Halo 7 campaign lives, or do they move on and will they close the book on Infinite and the next proper Halo campaign is its own game, its own full thing. I think that's what is going to happen. But, you know, the last thing they were on the record telling us is that Infinite is a platform and we'll continue adding on to it over years. So we'll see.
Is it time for a reboot?
I've said that not that I want that. I've said that
Halo remake.
I think I've said that I think Microsoft might do that, and the community did not like that tweet. That was not one. That one rankled a lot of people. I'm not advocating for it, but I will say I would not be too upset if that happened. Infinite did a good job of cleaning up the mess story-wise that was Halo 5, and Infinite, sorry if you haven't played the campaign yet, but Infinite ends in a way that's very much like, tune in next time for Halo 7. But if 343 decided, you know what, we're going to have a largely new development team here, Infinite is what it is. I mean, whatever we're going to get's not... I mean, I don't think we're going to see another Halo campaign this generation. That's my opinion. Because the team is kind of... I don't want to say... What's the right word for it? I mean, they've had a lot of people leave, a lot of senior people leave, and they suffered some layoffs. So it seems like the team will be new to some extent, and they're going to need time, and obviously a lot of 343 has been dedicated to making sure the multiplayer gets back on track, which they have been doing a great job of this year, as you've all said. But I just think that, I mean, look how long Infinite took. That was a 6-year odyssey. I think it's probably... I will expect the next proper Halo on the next Xbox. Whether, you know, maybe they'll aim to hit day one launch, which they tried and didn't do with Infinite. Or maybe they'll just aim for sometime early in the next Xbox life cycle. But I also think, just based on everything we've heard about some of the challenge with 343 being that when they would bring in the contractors and bring in people to onboard them, that the tools with Slipspace were tough to learn, and there have been rumors about Unreal Engine 5. I wouldn't be surprised. I mean, if there's any substance to any of that stuff, it wouldn't surprise me at all if the next Halo at least reboots technologically and just starts over from scratch as an Unreal Engine 5 game, or maybe even Unreal Engine 6 by the time, you know, we actually get there. So the future of Halo it's murky, but I'm just kind of curious to see where it's going to go.
You look very pessimistic about that, Nick. You like,
No, I agree with pretty much all of it.
You know, this year Nintendo they put out two, because I am always an advocate in the room of Nintendo kind of gets away with things other people can't get away with. Can you imagine dropping 3 Halo games this year and a Gears of War game? They were like, wait a minute, you just beating the dead horse, the same IPs. Halo, Gears 4, you guys remember the Halo, Gears 4, Halo, Gears 4s, right? And Nintendo was able to drop 2 Mario games, right, and a Zelda game. And no one bats an eye, but I think at the same time also not giving them like I think the credit they do for just making flat out good games, right? When we're going into next year, can we possibly continue to see the more of that of Nintendo? Like, not necessarily new IP, but hey, you're going to get the next Mario game, you're going to get the next Zelda game. You're going to get
if it fits, it ships.
If it fits,
it ships. Look, Nintendo sold people cardboards and it sold out. Like,
I forgot about that,
cardboard, bro. If it fits, it ships. They are USPS of gaming. Like,
they've been consistent with their quality, though. Regardless if it's like a cardboard box, it was made well. That's the thing about Nintendo. Like, oh, they sold you a cardboard box, but it's probably the best damn cardboard box you've ever bought from someone. So I think they know what they're doing. Nintendo knows what they're doing. They're the GOAT. They've been doing it forever.
I actually just hope Nintendo brings back booklets. Like, I feel like if anybody could do it, Nintendo could do it. Like, we have cartridges.
Game guides.
Cartridges. Yeah, like, give me birthdays and blood types. Like, let's do it.
Yeah.
Like, it just
standing in like Walmart picking them up.
Yeah, come on, man. But yeah, that's my movie. Nintendo.
Let me ask you this, Nick. So this year we had the Lenovo Legion, we had the PlayStation Portal, the ROG launched at the beginning of the year. Somebody correct me if I'm wrong. Was that this year?
Yeah, it was this year.
All right, so it's not like handheld. I mean, if you can call the PS Portal a handheld, I mean,
it's not, but yeah,
it's right. So we had these released this year, and it seemed like it kind of revitalized people wanting their handheld devices, right? Does this give you more excitement of us possibly getting a Switch? Like this year of handhelds, like, and this one does this great, but and then the Lenovo Legion. It's so hard to say for some reason.
Steam Deck OLED as well.
Switch-like device.
Oh yeah, Steam Deck just released theirs.
Does this kind of get you more excited from what we can possibly get up to Switch 2? Because the Switch 2, if it's more powerful, because I know it's not going to be Xbox Series X and left, right? But we get a more power. Does it kind of excite you more from what we could possibly get with Nintendo with their next handheld? Because it seems like people are more and more excited about getting on a handheld.
Oh yeah, me 100%. I'm fully expecting the Switch 2 next year. I'd be shocked if it's not out next year. Or I mean, anyone who's seen our show will know that all I need is a Switch 2 to be able to play Rocket League and Fortnite at 1080-60, and I'm good to go.
You're good.
Because playing Rocket League and Fortnite's a horrible experience on the Switch at the moment. So I just need it to be able to do that. But I mean, people wanting powerful hardware from Nintendo is something that's been asked for decades. But the funniest part is back when Nintendo, I'm old enough to remember when Nintendo did take part in the arms race and no one bought those consoles. So I think the Wii made people forget that every single Nintendo console from the NES on sold less and less. So the SNES sold less than the NES, and then the 64 sold less than the SNES, and then the GameCube less than the 64. The Wii was the outlier. Then the Wii U went back to selling nothing before the Switch came along. So Nintendo probably won't ever go back there again, because it wasn't successful for them. So I hope the hybrid is the way Nintendo stays.
Same.
I love what the Switch does, always have. And mobile technology gets better and better all the time. So we'll see a day eventually where we start to get really powerful hardware in a handheld. And Nintendo will probably be the ones that do it right. You know how sort of like Apple.
Yeah, they're just so innovative. Like when you were naming the ones that did really well, it's because they were innovative, right? Like the Wii was like a whole different experience, which is why it sold so well, right? The Switch was like a whole different experience. Like what, you can play it handheld and you can like just hook it back up to your TV. So unless they do something super innovative that nobody's thought about, I think you're right. I think they're going to stick with where they're going. But my hope is that they do come out with something more innovative, because I feel like they set the tone a lot when they do things like that. And they do it really well.
You said the Wii U was ahead of its time, Dez?
I say when the Wii came out, that was something different. That like a lot of people, not the Wii U, when the Wii, the original Wii came out, the Wii U was just basically the Wii. So it wasn't like nobody was super excited about it. No.
As someone who loved his Wii U, I will say the Wii U was what laid the foundation. The Switch is the evolution of the Wii U. Like, you got to remember the Wii U. That's where we started with. You play all your games on that screen. You don't go very
I don't
far
think
from
about
the
it like
home
that.
console.
I think of Game Boy as the foundation of where we did handheld. I think Game Boy was like set the tone, and maybe it got better.
Oh yeah.
Yeah, but okay. But I see what you're saying too.
In terms of the Switch itself and the concept of being able to play on the go or on your TV, the Wii U sort of laid that foundation. I think Nintendo even said it themselves. The Switch, the evolved version of the Wii U. The Wii U had such good games. I mean, have a look. They've re-released them all on the Switch.
They did have good games.
Incredible games. And to me, that's Nintendo's Dreamcast. A
I
console
love
that
the
had unbelievable
Dreamcast.
games and just didn't sell.
It was.
I
It
love
was
the
just
Dreamcast. The
wrong
Dreamcast came
time.
before its time, I think.
Oh,
Like all
God,
the
the
things that it
Dreamcast.
was offering, like people just didn't know what to do with it, you know? Yeah.
Dreamcast.
I miss
Ryan,
it.
Ryan, did you jump on the handheld train this year? That means a lot of handhelds, and it's like they're going to continue to come. I know Baron plays on his streaming handheld a
Logitech
lot.
G Cloud.
The Logitech G Cloud. So we got the ROG Ally, you know, and the Lenovo. Jesus Christ, the Legion.
Lenovo.
Did you jump on the handheld train this year at all?
Honestly, I was not day one, I guess day as close as I could get to one with the original Steam Deck, which in hindsight, probably wish I would have just waited for this one.
Same.
For the Steam Deck OLED. I haven't used it that much. I have used it and it's great. Don't get me wrong. It's awesome. I just haven't used it a ton, quite as much. It is big. So even in my, like, it takes up a lot of room in my backpack. If I'm traveling with a, roller suitcase and then my backpack for the plane, like, and the backpack's carry on. It does take up a lot of space, but it is awesome. What would transform the Steam Deck for me would be if Microsoft were to, they've got a good relationship with Valve. Like, I keep waiting for official native Game Pass support through the Steam Deck. If that happens, I will use my Steam Deck way more. Because, like, as an example, I didn't take the Steam Deck on my quick trip down to LA to the Game War. I'm in San Francisco, so it's only a 55-minute flight. I didn't bring the Steam Deck for this. But if there were, I mean, Alan Wake 2 is not a Game Pass game, but let's just pick any game. Like, I would have absolutely taken it with me if I could have just continued progress on something that's on Game Pass. Absolutely would have done that. So I hope someday that happens, because, you know, Microsoft certainly doesn't seem interested in building a handheld themselves. They would have done it years ago, I think, if they were going to actually do that. So, all right, Valve did it. So they did the kind of the hard work on the system side. So Microsoft, let's get some OS level support going on here. Let's get some official Game Pass support for Steam Deck. That would make me happy.
Hugger, you've been really quiet. I gotta ask you, with us being on the topic of the handhelds dropping this year, would you consider the PlayStation Portal to be a disappointment?
Yeah, because
who was that? Was that addressed to me?
I was to
Hugger. Yeah. Well, I'm gonna go around, but I want to know, is the Portal considered, with all the handhelds? It was a great year for handhelds, right? But then we had the Portal, which doesn't do anything native. You better be somewhere with good internet. I mean, and your house better have a good internet. And I know a lot of people, especially when I look on TikTok, right? I saw the excitement, people talking about this handheld, not necessarily knowing what it was. Would you say that the Portal was a disappointment?
Yeah, because handheld means that is the contained unit. That is the unit I am taking with me. I do not need any other add-ons. This is the whole package. And the fact that that's not the whole package, you need another package on top of that package, further pushes what Baron is always trying to say. They are just the Apple of the gaming industry, and they're just gonna get away with what they want to and do what they want to, and people will buy it up, because who buys a product and then you're like, well, I didn't know this at the time, but I can't actually leave my house with this, or I can't play when I don't have good internet. Who buys a product like that? That's a waste of time and money. So I don't know. I think it was a failure, but to the people that enjoyed it, pop off and enjoy it. I'm glad you're enjoying it.
Ryan, did you have an interest in the Portal? Do you think it was, because I mean, you got the Portal this year, and then we had the PSVR 2, so two different peripherals from Sony. Do you think the Portal was a not necessarily a failure or a mistake, but it didn't, to me, a lot of people aren't very interested in that type of handheld.
Well, I don't have one. I've never touched one. I'm not a use case for it, because I mean, my daughter plays games, but on Switch, not on PlayStation, so I just don't have a use for it. I did spend the day one. I'm a day one PSVR 2 owner, and I absolutely regret that money. Wish I could get that money back. That is
no hesitation.
The support has been non-existent from Sony on the first party side. They gave us Horizon Call the Mountain on day one, which is fine. I played it, or I played some of it, and not saying there aren't good PSVR 2 games, because I had the PSVR 2 people come after me too, like, no, there's this and this and this. I'm like, yeah, there's a bunch of PC ports of games that are available on other VR platforms, and that's cool. But I bought this thing with the hope and expectation, I think it's a fair, reasonable expectation, that Sony, a company known for their incredible first-party output, would support it with some first-party PlayStation VR 2 games, and that absolutely has not happened. I mean, yes, Gran Turismo 7 VR is great. I'm on video saying how awesome that is, but that was a VR patch for a 1-year-old game. Like, give me, what do you have that's new for me, that's built for this thing, Sony? It's that, so, I have to just abstain from the PlayStation Portal conversation, because I like I said, haven't even touched one, but PSVR 2, I'm definitely a regretful customer on that one.
Listen, I want to be super respectful of y'all's time, right? So before y'all go, Nick and Ryan, I want to ask you this. Nick, I want to start with you. 2023, we talk about it was a fantastic freaking year for games, right? When you're looking into 2024, what do you need from gaming in 2024 to go equal to or go above what we got here in 2023?
I don't know if we will be able to top 2023, because 2023 was so much of 2021 and 2022's delays. Those delays aren't happening as often anymore. Not that they're not happening at all, but they're just not happening as frequently. So I don't know if we'll get another year quite as jam-packed as 2023 was. That doesn't mean it can't be topped quality-wise. But it's hard to know, because we so many games that we know so little about. So if the Switch 2 is next year, we don't know what it's going to launch with. I'm hoping for Super Mario Odyssey 2, but we don't know. We don't know much of what Xbox is doing next year. We know very little about what PlayStation is doing next year. So that's what makes it tricky to judge. There's too much we don't know. But I'm hopeful.
Yeah.
Hopefully it's good.
Hey, Ryan, what do you need from 2024? Like, what do you want? Because 2023 was great, and we, of course, in anything, you want to continue to climb and do better and get more. 2023 was great. What do you need from 2024 to be like, yes, this is another fantastic year in gaming?
I want more first-party consistency from Microsoft. They did good in 23. Hi-Fi Rush got the year off to this actually unexpected great start. Redfall, of course, Face Planted. Starfield, not quite the 10 out of 10 amazing Bethesda game we were hoping for. Forza Motorsport, excellent. So I'd love some more consistency, which is going to be Stalker 2, it's going to be Hellblade 2, it's going to be Avowed, and then probably replaced on the smaller scale. That's another developer affected, the Ukrainian developer affected by the invasion of their country by Russia. So consistency from Xbox, something besides Wolverine from Sony. As Nick said, they've been keeping all their cards super close to the chest. So really curious to see what they do. And then I'll just echo what Nick said, but that with a slight tweak on Nintendo. Super Nintendo Switch, can't wait. Yes. And I agree that it is time for the next mainline 3D Mario game. That team has to have been working for quite a while now, in the same way that the Zelda team spent 6 years between Breath of the Wild and Tears of the Kingdom. So I am hopeful that they're going to launch day and date with the next major 3D Mario game. And I would say I wouldn't be sad about just a straight Super Mario Odyssey 2. But the thing that I love about the Mario mainline 3D games is they're always reinventing the Mario games. Like, other than we got a Super Mario Galaxy 2, but you go in the 3D era, we went from 64 to Galaxy, then a Galaxy 2, then we went Sunshine.
You missed Sunshine.
I missed. Thank you. I missed,
Sunshine.
wrong order. Yeah, Sunshine again. They've and then Odyssey. Like they've always reinvented the mechanics in brilliant ways, and so that's what I want for that hopefully day one launch title for the Super Nintendo Switch is the next reinvented 3D Mario. So yeah, that's what I'm hoping for all three console makers.
God, I hope
I'm
that's
so
what
glad
that's
you've given
called.
it the same name I did. Super Nintendo
I
Switch
love
is
that
the name
name.
that I've been pushing for as well.
They
That is
can't.
so
They've got to take
perfect.
it. It's a layup. Like just
That is
take
so
it.
perfect.
Don't get cute with it. It's Super Nintendo Switch. Let's go.
I want it. Like,
Yeah, I like that Super Nintendo Switch, and I want the Xbox Series XL. And I'd be a happy man. That one's not going to happen.
bro,
You know, if the
man.
PS5 Pro is real, I want the Series XL. You know, they're saying the Series X is their mid-gen refresh. I want the Series XL, but the Super Nintendo Switch is perfect.
Yeah.
Like I never.
I
heard
made
that
a
before.
logo for them and everything in the Super Nintendo font, and I put it on Twitter and I tagged them. I'm like, here it is. I've made it for you. Just take it.
That's so
Take it, use it.
perfect. That is so.
It's gonna be
perfect.
called Super Nintendo. It's gonna be called Nintendo Nunchuck. It's gonna be something way out of pocket.
No, they won't call it that, but they need to call it that.
That nobody's. But listen, Ryan, Nick, thank you guys for taking time out to rock with us. I really appreciate you guys. We are going to take a 2-minute sabbatical. Coming up, we do have Lady Infamous from Grown Woman Gaming. We do have Randall Thor 19 and Lord Addict from the Iron Lords podcast. We will be back. The music. Top
Who? Oh, hit the like button. Share this with your mommy and your daddy and your cousin. And hit the bell if you want to show some loving. We just trying to level 1 to get the name buzzing. What a day that'll be. Double time, double fine, double A battery. Double mid twins trying to jump my anatomy. If you don't leave a like, you shouldn't have the audacity. Power of the mind, got an X mentality. Couldn't put them on, now your X-Man mad at me. Haters out here acting like it happened automatically. So if I give them game, then it's turn-based strategy. Whoa, used to be the guy they was ignoring. Sleeping on the keys, I'm an all cap snoring. That's just what it happened when your podcast boring. I'ma tell him take 2 and call it doctor in the morning. I'ma tell him take 2 and call it doctor in the morning. Yeah, I'ma tell him take doctor in the morning. I'ma tell him take 2 and tell him take 2 in the morning.
The music. Top
Who? Oh, hit the like button. Share this with your mommy and your daddy and your cousin. And hit the bell if you want to show some loving. We just trying to level 1 to get the name buzzing. What a day that'll be. Double time, double fine, double A battery. Double mid twins trying to jump my anatomy. If you don't leave a like, you shouldn't have the audacity. Power of the mind, got an X mentality. Couldn't put them on, now your X-Man mad at me. Haters out here acting like it happened automatically. So if I give them game, then it's turn-based strategy. Whoa, used to be the guy they was ignoring. Sleeping on the keys, I'm an all cap snoring. That's just what it happened when your podcast boring. I'ma tell him take 2 and call it doctor in the morning. I'ma tell him take 2 and call it doctor in the morning. Yeah, I'ma tell him take doctor in the morning. I'ma tell him take 2 and tell him take 2 in the morning.
The music.
Legends tell of a golden time in years past of great clashes, heroes, and triumphs.
Awesome. Thanks.
We're good.
You
We're
know,
live.
hit us up. We on standby. We on standby.
Got you. Hey guys, welcome back. Once again, thank you to Dames for Games and Freedom Games as our sponsors. They are so amazing. They've really been taking care of us for honestly our last few events. So a lot of the codes that you guys are seeing and a lot of the trailers you're seeing, please make sure to go and wish list these games. And if they are out, go and buy them, or even still wish list them. Like, all of these things help all of these developers, and Freedom Games has been pumping out. There's a bunch of dope titles that are under there. And we're just really grateful for them. And we're grateful to you guys because we are currently, how many hours in?
5.5, I think.
We're 5+ hours in, and you guys have been rolling strong with us. We've had so many great guests, and then we've had all types of super chats. And El Boogie, I don't know if they got to your super chat, but I'm gonna read it again. Love my people here at level 1+. My D4G ladies, keep up the amazing work. And my daughter is sitting here not happy because I'm taking too long giving her food, so I apologize. But yes, so we have the lady infamous Blueface Baby. No.
You already know. Thank you for having me. I really appreciate that. Y'all was thinking about your girl, so you know I'm here. Thank you so much for having me.
Come on. Look, anytime, and I'm gonna tell you behind the scenes, and I'm letting everybody know this. Anytime we got anything going, the first people I always talk about and bring up is Grown Women Gaming. Every single time. I love what y'all do over there. Much love to y'all. Make sure to drop, we'll drop your link in the chat, and you guys make sure and go subscribe to their channel. What is it, 11:30 Pacific or 11 Pacific?
For me, 10 o'clock West Coast
10
time.
o'clock. Got it. Oh, there was a couple special episodes where y'all went later. Is that there you go.
Yeah, because we did the roast this past Thursday,
Yes.
and then we do gameplays, and we have a scary game challenge as we speak. So yeah, we got a few things there.
So how are we gonna get Sharice to play Mortuary's assistant?
Well, you got to vote for her on the next vote.
Okay, we're gonna make this happen.
Oh,
But no,
wow. It's already a wrap for Sharice then.
yeah, we're definitely gonna make this happen. Anything to make
kill
Sharice
her.
play some horror games. It's all like we got to get her out there. But no, dude, thank you so much for being here. And you know the running question, right? And I want to start off with this. Is why didn't Spider-Man win? Nothing. No, let me stop.
It was like, I'm choosing chaos. Let's go.
I really did. Why did it win nothing?
Yeah, why do you why on a real note? Okay. We've had our jokes. But why do you think Spider-Man 2 did not bring home any awards at the Game Awards?
I think, to be honest, I think it seems a little bit too similar from the previous title. That really didn't make a splash as big as they thought it would be. And also the other games that were competing for those titles that they were nominated from, they were just better. And that is what I'm sticking to. And I'm gonna be honest with you. I'm not like a Peter Parker fan, and anybody that knows me know this. But I wanted to make sure that, at least the fans were happy about it. And in the beginning, people who were playing it, they were happy about it. But then I noticed like they had some issues, just like any other game. And people thought that just because they were Spider-Man and they got in within the time frame, they thought they were, really be able to win nothing. But between like Alan Wake, Baldur's Gate, Hi-Fi Rush, they didn't succeed at that. But I was petty. I was petty that night. I didn't think
be petty.
Timing is everything. Timing really is. Like, people don't think about that, but timing, unless your game is like spectacular and you've done something that nobody's done and you drop it at the beginning of the year, we'll probably talk about you at the end of the year, right?
Mm-hmm.
But if you think about like a lot of the games, they came in like mid-year to end year that got like Alan Wake 2 didn't even release that long ago and was almost in every category.
Yeah, it released. What was it, like October 25th or something like that?
Very close to
very close.
Yeah,
so like you got to think about that timing when you like, if you care about the Game Awards, you do have to think about the timing. Yeah.
And thank you, Obis, for dropping all the links, bro. Appreciate you. Obis is
Obis is the real one.
Yeah,
Thank
for real.
you. We appreciate
Thank
you.
you.
Thank you so much.
Hey, no, but now, okay, I have to ask this, right? Because obviously we're talking about the Game Awards, and that's something that's been a running theme because it has been the ultimate stamp on this year at this point. You know, of course, there was a golden joystick, there was a bunch of other showcases and whatnot, but the one that everybody talked about was the Game Awards, which was, what was it, last night or the night before, 2 nights ago? I can't remember.
It was on
ignore me.
Thursday.
Thursday. There you go. Life. So what do you think? Were there any major games that you felt were just absolutely snubbed or left out?
For me, as far as the video game awards, I'm gonna say Remnant 2. Because I played, shout outs to Delilah, because she was like, hey, try this game out. I think you'll like it. You know what I'm saying? It wasn't a game on Game Pass, so I had to spend money, you know, to genuinely try a game I never heard of. I've never I didn't even know Remnant existed till she told me what it was. So it's like Space Dark Soulsy, and you know, it kind of hit, right? So I think that got snubbed as well. I also think that the Star Wars, the recent title, I think it got snubbed twice. I think that, you know, for the Star Wars fans, they should have had something in there too, because from what I'm hearing is it was an improvement from the previous title, and it should have been up there. It should have been up there.
Yeah. There's a lot of games that should have been up there, but I think we can all agree it is like most award shows where if you're not nominated, it doesn't really mean anything, but if you see your friends nominated, you're like, hell yeah, go get your award, you deserve this game. Most of us are just like, it is what it is. But
if I haven't already, we did get a super chat from L Boogie. I waited until Lady Infamous was in here because I wanted to show some extra love to GWG with the love my people at level 1 plus my D4G ladies. Keep up there, man. Thank you, L Boogie, for the super chat. Lady Infamous, I'm happy. I hope I'm not derailing. I did my thing. I feel a little bit better. I'm not derailing because one thing I definitely want to talk to you about when I saw you here is Call of Duty. Right? Call of Duty released this year, and we know the controversy surrounding the campaign, but everyone says that the multiplayer was fantastic. Did this year's COD deserve your money?
Yes, because I'm hella biased. Come on, man. Why would you ask me that? For people who don't know me, my bread and butter is Call of Duty. About 80% of all the Call of Duty titles I have played. I played it every year. I think I had a gap year, maybe once or twice. Is it not the $100 version? No. No, don't be like me. I told people straight up no. Be based because I'm the type, like, I'm thinking the campaign is going to be just like, you know, action-packed, linear, straightforward type of Call of Duty title, and it wasn't. It was more of an open world. It reminded me of Metal Gear Solid 5, how they did it a little bit.
Oh, wow.
And I wasn't ready for that. As far as multiplayer and zombies, I ain't gonna lie, the zombies is okay. It's all right. It's not round based like usual Call of Duty zombie maps, but I do enjoy that there's certain zones like easy, you know, medium and hard. And with multiplayer, it's always gonna be the same problems. It's always gonna be balancing issues. But I love playing with my friends, and if I feel like I want to be toxic every once in a while, you know, I gotta just do what I gotta do. Just get the $70 version if you can get it on sale. That'd even be better. I just sometimes I just be too lost in the sauce when it comes to Call of Duty, and I just be making some decisions with my money that should be more wise. So it was worth my money.
What do you think about Christopher Judge's shot he took at the Game Awards?
Man, it was in bad taste. Whoever wrote it for him set him up.
That's the part. Whoever wrote it.
It is. He didn't wake up one day. He didn't wake up that morning talking about, I'm going to write this joke about this Call of Duty campaign. It had to be someone that wrote it for him, and he just was reading what he was, what was written. Everybody know Call of Duty ain't the best, the most prolific, ground changing, franchise in the world, but y'all can't deny that they be making money every year. It could be sugar, it could be shit, but they're making money every year. And for him to say that, it didn't really bother me none, because they're gonna get him at him anyway. And Captain Price got him in the next day, so yes.
Yeah.
I feel bad because I didn't even. I heard the joke, but I didn't really find it relevant. But that's because I don't play Call of Duty, so I was just
I know. I understand.
It was mostly like the audience was like, oh, I was like, oh, he must have said something messed up.
It was.
That was my reaction to it.
It was messy. It was definitely messy.
It was weird coming from him too. I don't know.
Yeah.
Maybe like I was like, oh, he plays Call of Duty. Like I didn't, like it seemed like really random, and like the whole speech thing. But
And
I don't play Call of Duty, so I don't know.
And I agree with Lady. I think that was written. I don't think he just said that. Now the not working with them part, that he probably
knew. Like after he got that reaction, absolutely.
Yeah.
He was like, oh, okay.
Yeah. The joke would have messed you up if you didn't say the thing after you said that joke.
Yeah.
Because you just set yourself up for that. I'm like, who I don't know who wrote it.
Somebody who doesn't like Call of Duty.
Well,
or was upset about it.
And I think that's very unprofessional if you want to keep it a buck. Could have been any other joke. It could have been anything.
I agree.
True.
But then like in the game industry, people are unprofessional all the time when they get on and talk their stuff. So like to me, I mean, like even if you say something about a game that I love, I'm gonna just blow it off. Okay, you didn't like it, whatever, and move on with my day. I was surprised that so many people were so angry, and they were just like, I felt people would probably be like, yeah, he doesn't know what he's talking about, whatever. But like for him to say it and people be that angry means they felt some type of way about it too. So like what buttons did he push when he said that? Like, was it because there are people who have been talking about it that way, and that's why it came off so like okay.
That button was pushed because everybody knows that the recent Call of Duty Modern Warfare 3 campaign is significantly less than the previous titles. The previous titles you can get it maybe if you breeze on it maybe 12 hours. If you trying to get all the intel, maybe 13, 14. For this title to be under 8 hours, I'm already halfway there, and I think I only played like maybe 3 hours, and I'm already halfway there. So I'm like, it didn't really bother me because at the end of the day, I'm still gonna play the games that I want to play.
Yeah.
But some people, they just didn't like the joke, and they feel like they got something to say. And I think it's when people are genuinely upset about a thing, then you have a circle of people who don't even care about Call of Duty have to say something about it. So, but for me, as a Call of Duty player, watch me play tonight.
Yeah, for you, it's like whatever, because I like Call of Duty, so it doesn't matter.
Y'all still gonna get the bloodthirsty clips. You guys still gonna get, that's because at the end of the day, is what's fun for me. And I think, even though I could be judgmental on certain titles of games, I don't want to deter someone to not play a certain game just because I don't like Spider-Man. I'm not gonna tell you not to play it. I'm just gonna tell you I don't like it, and you can play it, and I hope you get the best experience that you can get.
So, I gotta ask you, because we've been asking everybody else. Overall, how did you feel about the Game Award? Because I know, can you give some folks a little insight into what you guys like to do every year for the Game Awards?
Of course. Every year, we do our annual roast. I totally forgot how we came up with the idea, but we just I think one day we were watching the Video Game Awards, and instead of just actually paying attention to it, we just started roasting. I think that's what it was with us and the ladies. And for every year, we just do a roast. We would roast everything, from the clothes to the sound because we know how biased gaming media can be, and sometimes games don't get the recognition that they should, and the games that don't need that much rec get all the shine. So we just started roasting it. We had our 4th annual roast this past Thursday, and for me, I ain't gonna lie. The best part of the Video Game Award is I get to get off work early, meet up with the ladies, have a couple of glasses of wine, and just talk about the thing that we love to do. As far as the Game Award itself, I think that they need to really read the room. And I think people in their production part or whoever orchestrated like the timeline of the Video Game Awards did not read the room, because they don't want to acknowledge layoffs. They don't want to acknowledge that even though we're making beautiful games out here, that are people still, still going through some things, financially, and it should be a better and safe atmosphere for people to be working in, and people are getting cut off, and people's not getting enough time. And Kojima has more time and
than
Konami
anybody.
has more time.
Kojima's door.
God damn.
The door is what killed me. The door.
Okay,
I was like,
how much time that could have been for somebody's acceptance speech,
Yes.
or somebody's reward, instead of being a sideline or a quick commercial or something like that. It's always going to be like that. And unless he's going to probably have something, he's probably going to fix it down the line, probably not. But if he seriously want to take things to the next level, he has to not think about business as much. He cannot think about ads that much. He cannot think about no pillow fluffiness, and give, developers their respect, because that's their game that they got on your show. So you should never cut them off. That's like me to go to somebody's house and I go eat up their food and I just dip. That's just not right,
Yeah.
That was a good
Let me
analogy.
ask this. Two things. One, shout out to Jay with the follow super chat. He says, speaking of Take Two, when can we get the Beauty Hugger and that other guy to bring you back Take Two podcast? Well, lucky for you, Jay, we're bringing that podcast back next year. Me and Hugger have already talked about it. We are bringing it back next year. So I'm looking forward to it. I'll let rock it out with my sister, right? And secondly, in the chat, I want you guys to type in the chat, right? I'm going to ask the panel, but the chat, drop them in the chat. I want to read them off because I want to see how wide of an answer we get. Not what game of the year, what game sold the most. What was your favorite game in 2023? Drop them in the chat so I can read them off. I want to see how wide of a net we cast, how different places we're going with the people who are still rocking with us, right? What was your favorite game of 2023? And Lady Infamous, I want to start with you. What was your favorite game of the year?
Games. It's too many games.
And don't say duty.
No, I will never say duty. I ain't never gonna say duty. I ain't say duty in a minute. I'm gonna say Revenant 2. I'm gonna say it because I played the entire game. It was something that I never played, a type of game that I never played before. It was just a different experience of something that I didn't know, and that's what gaming is all about. It's about a game you don't know nothing about. You don't know their history, and it could be a recommendation from a friend. You know what I'm saying? Also, Starfield is good as well. I'm enjoying playing Starfield right now, but if you're talking about moments and feelings and stuff like that, I gotta go with River too. I got to.
Let me see in the chat. Obus Wolf says Dredge. Let's see. Bordy says RE4 remake. Boo. Don says Hi-Fi Rush. Geek Life Mike says Sea of Stars. Delilah HD GWG in the building says Remnant 2 and Starfield. Hindsight with Hustle says Spider-Man 2. Jay said, even though I haven't finished it yet, Starfield flying on the ships is dope. And Sharice GWG in here deep says Hogwarts Legacy. GWG in here deep. Y'all run deep. I love it. Oh, and Vampire Survivors.
That's an honorable mention. Honorable mention.
Hugger, what was your favorite game from this year?
I think my favorite game. Don't worry, I know it's for the podcast. I sound fine. For you guys, I sound crispy. Either Hogwarts, Baldur's, or it was a very, very small game, Venba. It's on Game Pass. It's like an hour long, and it's a story.
What is it called?
Venba.
Yeah. I'm gonna have to check it out.
It's an Indian mother making the food. It's basically it's a kind of a cooking game, but it tells a story. And I'm not gonna lie, when he tell his mama he can't come over after you just slaved and made all those dishes, a little tear sheds through your eye. And then they sit and like they reconcile, and it's all under like an hour and a half. It's super short, easy to pick up the gamer score, but and it's also, I think, Canadian, partially Canadian, or the studios in Canada. So, I got to shout out Team Canada. But for big ones, yeah, Baldur's. I mean, I got to sleep with a 7-foot tall mommy monster. So I got
Karlach.
Oh, Karlach.
We're 4 likes from 100. If we get 100 likes, I'd give out the next game at 100 likes. 4 more likes. Des, I know you love sleeping with bears. I know this to be true because
that's the joke, but that's not my boo. My boo is Asterion. So
yeah.
Oh.
It's like in my name on Discord and everything. Like, it's not Halson. But yeah, go ahead.
I'm asking. I probably shouldn't. I know the answer. What was your favorite game of 2023?
I had a few, like some that weren't even released this year. But I think Unpacking was a really great game. Like, incredibly well done. It's like a coming of age story with like little to no dialogue, and you go through this entire lifetime with this girl as she's like discovering herself. And what's great about this game is like everybody's moved. Like, you've had a point where you've moved on for college, you've had a point where you moved in with your first like boyfriend or girlfriend, and like going through that whole experience. Like, that was an incredible game. So Unpacking was great. Of course, Baldur's Gate is going to be the one that I loved, but I think the reason why I love Baldur's Gate is because the narrative design is incredible in that game. Like, just the characters and how different they are just, I really, really loved it. And that's from me like zooming through Divinity Original Sin 2 and being super hyped about it. I think the other game I liked, which is a completely different experience, and I don't think it came out this year, and like nobody's going to be talking about this game, but I think Core Keeper was an incredible game that I've been playing. Like, I absolutely love it. Like, the music is incredible for an early access game, and you want to just play with your friends. Like, it's incredible. So, but I was very excited the Baldur's Gate won because like that's my baby right now.
Yeah.
Bear cubs and all that. So
yeah.
Oh Lord.
Oh
snap! We hit 100 likes before we get to B. Thank y'all so much. B. As I'm gonna drop the next code in the chat. B. What was your favorite game of 2023?
There was a couple. Hi-Fi Rush was definitely up there. I thought it should have been considered for Game of the Year. Just because it was sound, like the experience, the sound, the music. Still haven't listened to the non-streamer soundtrack. So all I've heard was the game, the streamer save version. Yeah, the streamer save music. And I was on Twitter begging them to put it on Spotify, and the album is on Spotify. Nice. But that, and then Starfield, of course, I put 6 days into the game, even though I haven't even finished one playthrough yet. I got 6 days in it. But ultimately though, outside of Resident Evil, it would be a tie between Resident Evil 4 and Remnant 2. Like, I've put in so much time into Remnant 2, and then once its shadow dropped on Game Pass, I started up a new playthrough. And what makes this game so special, folks, is I reviewed Remnant 2. I reviewed it. Even reviewed the DLC, The Awakened King. I'm playing and that was on PC. I'm currently playing the Xbox version because it was on Game Pass. And I'm fighting bosses and getting weapons I did not get in my original playthrough. Like, I'm still having new experiences in this game. And that's what makes it so special. And then the fact that I'm a sucker for Souls-like games, and the multiplayer is drop in, drop out.
Yeah.
Oh my God. So I hope, and this was actually a question I was gonna ask the Souls during the Soulsborne chat. But since Lady's here, I know she be running her soul. I know you got Queen Elden Ring over there.
Oh no, I don't. I think there's a few more people playing Elden Ring more than me. I just stopped at 300, and that was it.
I just got to 300. I got to 300. I'm sorry.
5 playthroughs. That's it.
Look, that's it. No biggie. But no, my get down is I truly believe and hope that going forward that FromSoft adopts some type of Remnant 2 multiplayer style.
Like drop in, drop out, like
drop
that?
in, drop out. I really do.
I would be down for that because I think one of the drawbacks of Elden Ring was them drop the multiplayer aspect. Like it shouldn't take me 15 minutes to get you here.
Yes. It's and as simple as that, and that's why Remnant 2 was so special to me because I am just running through other people's worlds. I'm not even playing in my own world seed. I'm literally leveling up my character, getting all my loot and all my gear by going to multiplayer and just clicking on random bubbles and just jumping into people's worlds and running. The community is just so amazing. That's why I was shocked that the Remnant 2 wasn't in the community section of the game.
They will help you out. They will not know who the hell you are.
They'll run with you for hours.
Yeah.
Love that.
Yeah.
That's good.
In honor of that, here's Remnant 2 DLC code on PC.
Woo! Get that shit. I'm sorry. But just get it. I'm just telling you.
Yeah.
You just don't know, like, I didn't know how to play it at first, and then a couple of homies just stirred me away towards what I needed to focus on. As soon as that, I was badass. Y'all, we keep talking about it. I might re-download that. Okay.
It's on Game Pass. It's worth it. Like I booted it up immediately. Like the moment they announced, I think we were live. I think we were live when they were like, "Yeah, it's shadow dropped," and I was like, "What?"
Yeah, even the last pod, somebody dropped it in the chat.
Immediately went and downloaded and been playing ever since.
Yeah.
Can we say Game Pass was like goated this year? Like the shadow drops when they did something, this shit was fan freaking tastic. But like they dropped some amazing games to Game Pass. You can't say Game Pass is underrated because everyone talks highly of it. But I think this year they really went out and like, yeah, we're dropping money into Game Pass. And I wish Sony would do that with PlayStation Premium and Plus because that would get me to subscribe to the service, along with if they give us Crunchyroll.
Don't get me started. I don't know what's saying. I'm gonna pop out I'm gonna shut up.
Remember, it's a celebration of games. That's what we're doing.
Yeah.
So we
Yeah.
ain't got about Crunchyroll.
Go ahead, Baron.
Okay, how do you own all of English dubbed anime? Every major English dubbed anime, the only way I can legally watch it is through a service you either absorbed and or bought or Hostile took over, and then you had the nerve to still take forever to not give me closed caption on my English dubbed anime. So maybe I can't have my volume loud because my baby is asleep and I'm trying to watch anime and I'm trying. Yeah, the volume.
Volume. Keep going.
I'm not talking about the drug. I know the man from Texas. Let me stop.
Yo.
It's the insane.
Sorry.
NC.
Scene.
You know when I grabbed the remote. No, but
Remote control is what it's
remote
called.
control. Hey, but no, how do you own all of these things, but yet you don't have them tied to your subscription service, and you got the nerve to have a subscription service tier called premium? Wouldn't it be premium as hell? The fact that I got 90 days free from Game Pass Ultimate before I've gotten anything. I haven't gotten a 3-day trial notice from. Oh, I'm sorry. I'm going hard. Okay.
It sound like it a little bit.
Yeah.
It's okay
She's
though.
like, "Can you
But I
turn
was
it down?"
listening.
Look.
Can you
Turn
shut
it
up,
down.
please?
Yeah, that's basically.
And you musty.
Look, that she went off. But look, I heard that. I'm gonna let you have that one. But look, you lucky I'm good. No, but I'm definitely con ready. No, but no. How do you have all of these things? I cannot get them legally anywhere else. Why? And then you had the nerve to raise the price of your service this year. Like, you raise the price of your service. And remember, my whole thought was maybe they're making room for Crunchyroll. Like, hey, maybe that's that gap. Do you know that even if I didn't have a PlayStation, if they added Crunchyroll, I would go subscribe to the service, to PlayStation Plus service, just for the Crunchyroll and the free games? Crunchyroll and free games every month. Are you kidding me? Like, I would subscribe just for that. Because you got my money with Crunchyroll already. I just, it's so weird to have such an easy win. Such an easy win. And not use it. You okay? Got it?
Well, you know what they would rather do is just take away your rights to the stuff you paid for.
Oh yeah,
they would just delete it. That's what they want.
Oh yeah, anything Discovery, you can go ahead and check because it's gone. But no, I'm telling you, it bothers me to no end because you own everything. You own all of it.
Everything. Go on, girl. Give us nothing.
Yeah,
lady, I want to ask. Earlier in the show, we brought up some games that shouldn't have existed, right? You got Skull Island Kong, The Walking Dead, Destinies, terrible games, right? I'm gonna ask you, then I want to ask this.
Okay.
This year, we didn't get a lot of these games, right? We didn't. Why are we still getting games like this though? Like, because who actually went out and are buying these games?
The reason why we're still getting bad games like that is because the people are funding bad games and they're funding bad ideas and in turn funding bad products. Like, I don't, what game that came out this year that was trash? Gollum? Was it Gollum?
Gollum. Yep. I forgot about Gollum. Yep. Gollum.
Wasn't there a King Kong game that came out or a Godzilla type game that came out?
King Kong, terrible. Was it?
No, you're
lying.
Hold on.
Is that the same? Is that the same dev? There's no way.
Gollum and
There's
King
no
Kong?
way. That better not, because that studio needs to be shut down.
Ooh, they got shut down. Never mind.
Stop.
Because you can't do people like that, bro. Like, don't put out stuff like that. You're just banking on people not being smart enough to know what they're buying.
Yes.
They just saying new game and go purchase
before they close them down.
It's like you. I'm pitching an idea. It may not be for me. It might be the best idea in the world, and I need sponsors. And there are some people that they don't really know about games and just got the money like that to be producing some games.
That's really what it is. You have investors who are not gamers who know maybe a little bit, like, oh yeah, Lord of the Rings was pretty popular, and the Gollum character was popular. Yeah, let's just do a game about it. Mm-hmm. And then they find a studio to produce it, and the studio's happy because they're getting money, and it's an actual IP. And so they do it. Like, this happens a lot. Think of these games as like filler episodes in a really long anime.
Is it tax write-offs?
Some of it's tax write-offs.
Ooh.
Well, like,
she's pretty good. Like,
to take a loss.
I'm sorry, say that again?
Purposely putting out something knowing you're going to take a loss?
Yeah.
But then you retain the IP like Tony Hawk.
You still retain the IP. There's tons of games that come out like that aren't that great. Yeah, like, listen, companies operate at a level that we don't think about. We don't make money like that, so we think about how to invest our money smartly. If we had millions and millions of dollars and we needed to put that money somewhere before tax season rolled around, a couple of $100 million here? Yeah, go ahead and make that game.
Because why does Pro Skater 5 even exist? Why? Why does Gollum exist? Exactly.
Well, Gollum exists. It has that Lord of the Rings attachment to it, right?
Yeah,
that don't make it good.
But that's the same thing. But sometimes investors
get those
think
initial
just because
sales.
those attached, they think but nobody really wanted a game about Gollum, So it's more like
show did poorly too.
Let's also, they create things to fill up their library, because sometimes it's about how many games you have in your library, and then they offer those games in a package with good games, right? So you have some studios that do things like that, knowing that those games aren't great, but in order to get the two games that are great, you have to take these 10 other subpar games. So we're still making money off of it's a whole thing. There is a reason why they're being made, regardless if people want them or not. I'm just saying.
Mm-hmm.
Because they have to know, right? Let's be real. You had to have booted that up and seeing it. And it's not even because once again, you're talking to a guy who some of his favorite games are not the most crisp design games. You know, even the modern ones. Like I think of all the little low-end pixelated games I play. These are not top-end games, but there's still that function behind it, the fun factor. So to see these folks develop these games, and then like, did you have fun? Like, did you think this was fun?
No, it was
I
money.
think Keith hit the nail. I think Keith in the chat posted the worst one. It was that Last of Us 2 clone. That Last of Us clone that came on the Switch. The Last Hope, Dead Zone Survival. That was the worst just because it was a complete rip off The Last of Us, and like it was made by somebody who was 7.
Probably.
And sometimes these things get pitched to studios that obviously do not have what's the word? They don't have it's I hate saying don't have the talent, but I mean that's really what it is. Like they don't have enough people in their studio that can handle an IP. Because I literally think if you take any IP and give it to a great team of people and let them work on it, they can turn something into gold. And it'll be one of those conversations where you're like, man, I didn't even expect that kind of experience when I heard them first talking about it. So it's also like having the right developing studio with the right amount of experience creating things. Sometimes they cheap out. Sometimes they pay for the IP that's so expensive, they don't want to pay for the like high-end production of the game. So then you get some subpar game attached to something like Lord of the Rings, you know? So that also happens.
At least from Gollum, it looks like it was published by Daedalic, I don't know how to say that, Entertainment, which makes some really great games, Felix the Reaper and other games that they put out. So it's not the quality and not they don't have good talent around. Des is right. This is probably just here, dump some money in here. Because there's no way this PS2, if Prince of Persia, Ubisoft brought back Prince of Persia, and this still came out, I don't know.
I'll tell you from working in the industry. I'll just tell you this. Even working for like an indie publisher, there are certain games you sign that you know you probably aren't going to make a ton of money off of because you're not investing a lot of money off of it. So whatever it sells and you still break even, and that's okay because you broke even on the game. So there are a lot of those. So if Golem made any sales and the investment was lower than what the ROI on it, it's a win-win for them. They don't care what the public has to say. They already made their money back.
Yeah.
Well, I hope people learn their lesson then and not take like every pitch that someone would say like at 7:00 on a Friday trying to network at a bar or something. Like if the person is really serious about their if you seriously have to really want to invest in your idea of a video game, you have to have some type of professionalism. All that party shit can go later down the road when it's actually done and it's actually completed, but you just got to be mindful about as a person who want to invest their money in games to really see the short and the long goals of it. And those games are an example of what not to do in the future.
They're gonna keep doing them though. I'm gonna just tell y'all this. They're gonna keep. Yeah, it's like with Disney and making sequels that we don't want sequels for. You know what I mean? And also like I think something that we don't think about is like it keeps people working, regardless of like the game and how crappy it is. It keeps people paid and it keeps them working. And sometimes they take on these games that like they're not really excited, but like it's bringing money into their studio to keep it running. And so that's also something that like a lot of people don't talk about on the outside because you don't think about it. But yeah, some of these IPs are just to keep people paid, and some of these studios are taking on these games just so they can keep things running until they get to the next big thing that they're going to release, right? So that's it too.
It's pretty trippy hearing that. My immediate thought was all these game developers, they it seems like they run like grant funded programs. And that like getting that IP is the next grant. And that's how we divvy up the funds. That's how we we pay for the lights. That's how we get the new computers for this year. So I wonder how often do they take a game and it's like, hey, I'm grabbing this game so that we can get the funding to fund what we really want to make.
Look at the marketing for a game. If you want to know if that's like basically, because like if you really want to sell a game and it's very important to you, you want it to be successful, there a lot of money gets dumped into marketing, and there's tiers of the support that you give a video game. So if a game comes out and it doesn't get a lot of marketing, that's a game they didn't really care too much about, right? So that's just the easiest indicator of all. It's the same with the movie industry, right? Like if it doesn't get all that marketing, they're not going on tour with the game. It's a game that they're not willing to invest in a lot, and it was probably a cheaper IP to produce.
I want to ask y'all, and then I want to ask the chat as well. Lady, I want to start with you. What game dropped this year that you didn't expect to have so much fun with, that you had a ball with? Because for me, it was Party Animals.
I agree.
But I did not realize how much fun I would have punching the hell out of another teddy bear. I didn't realize I would have that much fun with that game, right? So the chat, y'all let me know what game that dropped that was so much so you didn't expect. But lady, what game was it for you?
Party Animals, because I like games that I can assert my aggression towards my friend and not in a violent, harmful manner, you know? And I think we all feel that way about our friends. I love my friends, but sometimes I just want to. And Party Animals is a good outlet for that. It reminds me like of spades or Uno or some dominoes, like in a competitive game that you just got to get that aggression out, but it's not too serious. Or maybe sometimes with spades.
Sometimes it gets serious with spades. Yeah. Uno too. You could break up families.
I don't know. I'm not used to the new rules. I'm throwback tournament, around the world, travel type of Uno games. So I think it was. I love me some multiplayer games. I think I'm more of a multiplayer gamer versus a single player person. So any game that I can be able to play with my friends and have a good time is an ace in my book.
Let me see.
That's what's it.
What about you guys?
I'll go.
I'm trying to help out Addict. My bad. Keep going.
No, for me, it was Dave the Diver.
That was a good game.
I had I thought it just was getting all the love because of how cute it looked, and then the serving sushi part. But it's deep. That then how violent the game is.
Yeah.
Like they make it extremely violent. You killing them fish.
You didn't even expect it, right?
Yeah, I was like, oh, like this is guttural. Like you're really killing fish. Like it ain't no cute. Like I caught it. Like no, you murdering these fish.
People love to wrap violence up in cuteness. Like, have you ever noticed how successful that is?
I'm good with that.
It's so successful. Yeah.
I'm for it.
Oh, there we go. I'm over our messages, and I heard the doom.
Yeah, I heard that too.
Awesome, we got him in. But yeah, who Hugger? Surprise fun game.
Damn. High on Life. High on Life was one of those. I was like, this is so stupid, but I'm actually having so much fun with this. Like, it's not. I don't think it was a fantastic game. I don't think it was an awful game. It was just a game that existed, and for what it gave me in that 6 to 8 hours, I was like, yeah, this is a good time. It's stupid and I love it. Even though I know some people, it was one of those games for some people.
Did anybody play the DLC for that game?
No.
There's DLC.
No.
There's DLC.
Yeah. There's DLC, but they changed the main gun because of the
voice actor
situation with old boy.
Yeah.
Oh, Mike, I like Mike in the chat. I saw this a lot. RoboCop Rogue City. I think a lot of people didn't expect anything from that game, but it was surprisingly really good fun. I haven't played it yet, but I've heard nothing but good things about that game. Unless I'm tweaking.
No, I haven't heard nothing.
I haven't heard anything about it.
A few people online talk about it, but I guess there wasn't enough marketing on it. I didn't really
No,
pay
I'm not
attention
giving
to
you
it.
the Xbox.
I just know it existed. Yeah, that's all.
Yeah, you didn't see much marketing for it, like at all, like none whatsoever. But it did for a lot of people. I need to go pick it up. It was like $40 maybe. I need to go grab it. Lord Addict, we got you, brother.
What's going on, guys? What's going
What's going on, Addict, man? How you living, brother?
Pretty good. Today's been a pretty chaotic day. It's like the third podcast I've done.
Oh,
and the whole day.
Yeah.
Low brag.
No, it's definitely not a brag. It's a hate.
Oh wow.
No, you can't say that. You can't.
Look,
say
don't
that.
put your stress and other stuff on us.
Yeah.
I didn't say doing the podcast individually is a hate. I say doing them all in one day is a hate. Like,
yeah.
Listen,
gotta pace yourself.
I'm right there with you.
Mm-hmm.
Trying to.
Oh, you said right?
No.
What'd you do? You broke it?
Baron, take it. My bad. I'm trying to say something. My apologies.
Hey Des, you didn't give your game?
Oh, because I feel like I'm always very late when it comes to games, so it's not a game that dropped this year, but A Day Out is one that I had a lot of fun with. You're basically hunting cryptoids, like with you and a bunch of other friends, like running around and like kind of going through this mystery, and then you're capturing them. There's a bunch of different ones, and it was on sale, and I grabbed it during Halloween, and that was a lot of fun. So I think if you like playing shooter games and getting different guns and like going on hunts with people and stuff like that, like that's a game that you would enjoy. It's really cool.
Really?
Yes, you should get it. Yeah, I talked to Dan from Couch Soup, and we're gonna play it.
Shout out to Dan. Shout out to the Couch Soup family.
They're dope. They're very dope. So yeah,
All right,
like
Dan.
that game. I want to play Call of Duty, but I just think I just don't know enough about guns. And
I just point and shoot, honey. I will carry you.
Point and
I
shoot.
but I always
Whatever
feel like I
one-
picked the
I'll carry
wrong
you.
gun.
No such
Okay,
thing.
okay, because I played PUBG with a bunch of my guy friends, and like they're like, Destiny, what is going on? I was like, but this one shoots the most bullets. So that's the one.
Sometimes that's all you need.
That's all you need.
So
Usually the gun that shoots the most bullets ain't
it's
doing
the
most.
weakest, right? That's what they were telling me, and I was like, well, to me, more is more. So,
I think it's more about it just not being as accurate. Like once you get into the actual diameter it's meant to be, it's fine. But good luck getting that close to people.
and I don't be
There
trying to
you
get
go.
close to people because I know you're gonna take me out. So,
Look, don't worry. Me and El Boogie has no problem carrying you.
Okay.
We will get you there. All you gotta say is word, and we got you, girl. We
okay,
got you.
let's do it because I want to start doing some streams on Dames for Games. So, like,
Everybody carries
It's
you.
fine. We're you know, we always down. We are always down. Just hit us up and we got you. Especially
Thank
when
you.
all you gotta say is Call of Duty, and I'm like, okay, cool. Got
Okay,
you.
let's do that.
They
Can I
seriously
say one
couldn't.
game that I didn't like that I know gets a lot of hype, but I do think it's going to get more popular since they just dropped that they're doing a show is Fallout. So I've been playing Fallout 76. Listen.
Oh.
Into that too.
Wait a minute,
Oh.
what
Okay,
part?
let me
Whoa. I'm sorry.
Fallout
You said
76. Yeah.
Okay.
So
Oh,
the
okay.
multiplayer
Ooh,
one.
I thought
Okay.
we was
Yeah,
going
I
back.
needed it. Like, hold
Man, I was
on.
like,
Let me finish. But yeah, Fallout 76.
Everybody said,
Well, yeah,
Look, I got-
it's like
I got-
I've seen the other Fallout games, but Fallout 76 for me, the world feels very empty. I don't know if you guys have played it recently, but like I love playing open world games like that. I'm hoping now that the show is dropped, it's gonna bring a lot more people in. Because right now it just feels like me and Jeremy. You know who Jeremy is. Me and Jeremy just running around like shooting random zombies, and it gets boring. So, and I'm always overcumbered. I want that fixed too because I pick up everything.
Girl, just drop
But-
something.
drop the
No,
spoon.
you need. It's a survival game, and every survival game you need to pick up everything because you're trying to survive. That is
You
what I
have a
feel about
backpack,
it.
or you can't.
I
be
do.
over-
I do.
How many toasters
Just-
do you have?
what? Say again.
How many toasters and spoons and?
I don't have any toasters and
cups?
spoons. Listen, I have narrowed it down to things that you actually need, and I'm still overcumbered all the time because there's only like 1 or 2 robots that you can sell stuff to. I'm sorry, this got totally off topic. Anyways, I
Yeah,
was playing Fallout 76, and that's another game that I'm starting to enjoy. So, and I know it's an older one, but I'm hoping it'll get more popular because they dropped the trailer at the Game Awards, so bringing it back around to today. Hopefully that'll bring in more people to play it.
Listen, we have reached the final hour. Lady Infamous, thank you so much for rocking out with us. We really appreciate it. You coming out and the whole GWG crew coming in deep in the chat, coming out and rocking with us.
I gotta shout out. Can I do a shout out to Delilah, L Boogie, and Sharice, the besties that I ever had. Grown Woman Gaming, the best thing on a Saturday, 10 a.m. West Coast, 1 o'clock East Coast. We ain't going nowhere. Thank you so much for having me, and you guys have a great weekend. And please play some video games. Please.
Yes. Sharice needs to play Mortuary Assistant live.
You guys have to vote for that.
Listen, we'll vote for it. One more time, we're going to do a quick shout out to our sponsor. Well, one of our sponsors, Dames for Games, and then we'll be right back. And we are back. Yo, shout out to one of the second of the four horsemen of the Outlaws podcast, rocking with a Lord Addict. How you been, my boy?
Doing pretty good, man. Appreciate the invite.
No, man, that's no problem. Listen, my Wednesday podcast, brother, man. I love what you're doing with the Addict show, man. You and Dirk, y'all be doing y'all thing, man. I don't understand how Dirk handles all the hate he gets, but y'all do your thing every Wednesday, man, for real.
It's easy for Dirt to handle the hate he gets because he doesn't care. So
there you go.
You gotta show them emotion. Today? Yeah, you gotta show them emotion before they get anything from it.
Nah, I get that. Then Sunday, of course, is the Lord's Day. Man, y'all gotta show tomorrow, yeah.
Yeah. That's the lot. I don't know if Call got like a guest in line or not. I haven't really paid attention to the chat today, but we doing the Crown of the Lord thing. Obviously, Solve won again. It's getting very ridiculous at this point. He's won every year but 1 year. Me and King tied for 1 year, and Cog has never won one. So yeah, Cog was really trying this year too. What's funny is that it was. Because what we do is we have everyone pick what you think's gonna win, and that's what you're judged on of, and then we have someone pick what if you didn't have to go off of this, what would you pick from your heart? And there's a couple where it's like, if you would have picked for what you thought it was gonna be, you would have got that one. Like,
damn.
Close, but was it close but no cigar? Am I saying that wrong? Is that how you say that?
That's how you say it.
Yeah.
So
Addict. Oh, wait a minute. I think Rand, you good, brother?
Yeah. I just had to change some things around. What's going on?
Hey, what's going on, man? Listen, I want to thank you and Addict for jumping in on the end game. We are in the final hour of this 6-hour show.
The final hour. You know what's funny?
What's up?
And this has to do with Addict, and I'm sure he already knows this. The first time Cognito came over to my house, was that last year or the year before? I think it was last year. Cognito came over to my house because he was in Chicago, right?
Mm-hmm.
And literally the first thing he says to me, he's like, "Man, you look like Addict." And I said to him, "Oh, so all us white guys look the same?"
Dang. I mean,
I'm curious how that has anything to do with the conversation, but continue.
I mean, I'm just saying, like, you know, me and you were here together, right? You know.
So are you saying he strategically asked us both to come on because we look the same? Is that what
He
you're
must have been talking to Cognito. Like, hey, get
Yeah,
Addict and Rand on together.
Actually, it was me. He gave me the time slot, and I said, "Put me on with Rand." So there you go. Your whole world is falling apart around
Your
you.
worldview is shattered. What, you wanted to be on with me, Addict? What are we gonna do? What's going on?
Well, you're like one of the only people that only had like one person in an hour slot. So I was like, you know, I like Rand, so they put me on with Rand.
Aren't y'all the same height? I feel like Addicts like
you guys are both like,
according to Cognito, we're the exact same.
Oh no, Anchorman is taller than me.
I've met Anchorman in person.
He's like 6'7".
Yeah, I met him in person. That dude's tall. Maybe it's the beard.
Yeah, I do got a beard like Addict does have a beard.
Yeah, so Anchorman is one of the very few people I look up to. Like,
and no lie, it's so weird running into those dudes at the lords at different events, because I'm like a big little guy, but when I get around them, I'm really a big little guy. Like I'm at everybody's like shoulders, and I'm like, oh yeah, you know, what's up? How's everybody doing? You know, breaking my neck, looking up. But I'm glad you guys are here.
How do you think I feel? Like, I'm barely 6 foot, and like I felt good about myself until I ran into you, and I was like, "Oh yeah, I'm little."
So what are we talking about today?
Right.
Listen,
what are we talking about? We talking about logos? Tell me we're not talking about logos.
Oh, you know we are. No.
No. We want to go back because we weren't talking. We talked logos in one section. We did with Shpeshal Nick. We talked logos, but since you brought it up, I'm going to bring up logos. I'm gonna start us off with that, right?
You talk about logos and tax.
Logos and tax, because we're ending the year. Because in my opinion, this was a fantastic year for Xbox, right? First party, third party, it was a good year comparatively to the other years, especially with Xbox Game Pass. They had a fantastic year, and then we're ending the year with bad PR, right? Because the conversation from the Game Awards should have been about, oh my God, Microsoft released 3 games. Or they announced 3 games: OD, Blade, and then Hellblade 2, which I already announced, right? 3 games Microsoft had at the Game Awards. But instead, the conversation is, I wonder when Blade's going to release on PlayStation 5, right? So, Ren, Xbox ended the year with a PR storm. Why end the year this way? Why not just say it's releasing on Game Pass? At least, even if it's coming on PS5, we know for a fact it's releasing on Game Pass.
Okay, I think the negative storm of like, this is bad PR, I think that's overblown, because
I don't necessarily see it like bad PR.
In fact, I've watched so many reactions and so many people were excited to see Blade. I think this is really just people within like really online in the Twitter and the community thing, and they think it's like this huge negative. Everybody's talking about it, and they're like, "Oh, the PlayStation guys, they're saying these things about the game," you know. And they kind of like let it like cloud what's actually going on here. Like, okay, so sure, I mean, we could talk about like Xbox, you know, and one of the things they do is the marketing, and how their marketing isn't always the best, right? And like unified marketing message and blah 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 blah, right? And like, sure, Shpeshal Nick will come and tell you that the game's exclusive, right? Which I believe it is, and you know, but obviously like, they're not saying anything, you know. And on Xbox 2, Jez said he asked Xbox PR, went to Xbox PR, asked him, hey, is the game exclusive? And Xbox PR told him to go ask Bethesda. Because I think people still fail to realize that Bethesda is an independent entity within Xbox.
Yeah.
They do their own stuff. They have their own PR. They're their own publishing label. Like when Bethesda publishes their games on Xbox or even on PlayStation, there's no Xbox logo. There's no Xbox Studios, right? So you can look at it as a couple different ways, right? I don't think Xbox wanted this to announce Marvel, this game. I think this was mostly Marvel's decision, right? Because if you look at like the Marvel announcements or even the Disney announcements, when Iron Man was announced, it was announced with no platforms, no logos. When Black Panther was announced, it was announced with no logos and no platforms. You even look at some of the Star Wars stuff, like Star Wars Eclipse, announced with no platforms, no logos. Even when Ubisoft announced like they were doing Star Wars stuff, no, logos or platforms, right? And even you like Bethesda, you look at Starfield, Elder Scrolls 6, no logos, no platforms, no logos, no platforms for Indiana Jones. The only time they really have recently is with, Ghostwire Tokyo and Deathloop, because they were bought by PlayStation 5, shown at the PlayStation 5 event, so it's like obviously. And then Hi-Fi Rush when it was shadow dropped, right? So Bethesda has a history of not announcing things with logos. And Marvel also has this history of like not announcing things that may be far away with logos or platforms. And I think this is just Bethesda's asserting their independence and being like, we're announcing this game with Marvel. Marvel wants to announce it. It's 50 years. They wanted to announce this project. I mean, Phil talked about not wanting to announce projects that are super far away anymore, and this one seems like it's a 2027 game, maybe even a 2028 game, depending how far away it is. So I think it was like a partner that wanted to announce it. And I know people, like, I get it, like, because I look at it and I see, yeah, I get people being like, oh, well, why don't we know it's exclusive? Why isn't there logos on it? And I think this is like Bethesda just, asserting their independence and doing what they do. And also, I think Microsoft is being careful because, let's be honest, they just went through a whole regulatory process where every decision they made regarding Bethesda and exclusivity about their games was under a microscope. And they're still fighting the FTC, right? The FTC stuff is still going on. I mean, I don't think anything's going to come of it. But, Microsoft is a huge conglomerate, trillion-dollar company has got to be careful with all the things they do. They aren't PlayStation, they aren't Nintendo. Like, they are this gigantic company that has all this regulatory pressure on it and everything. And I think I think part of it is like they want to be super careful. I mean, Phil and them has always talked about, case by case basis and all this sort of stuff. And I think they're just playing this close to the vest. I understand fans being like, what the F? Right? Like, but at the end of the day, I don't really think it matters too much. The game's not coming for a long time. You probably know it's exclusive when it shows up again at an Xbox show or something, and then they have platforms to date it. I mean, there's even the conspiracy theories. Well, not conspiracy theories, but like maybe it's coming to a next-gen platform. Like maybe it's a next-gen game. Like,
it'd be crazy if that was the launch title for the next Xbox.
Right. I'm just saying, like, I know. Here's the thing with Xbox, right? Sometimes people lose their minds when it comes to like, we take this like news that might be a little negative and people just lose their minds about stuff because we come from an era where the Xbox One was such a joke and there was a lot of things wrong with it. So we like internalize some of that stuff, and console may have went away. So it's like we're always kind of waiting for the next shoe to drop, right? Oh, Tim Stewart makes these comments. Oh my God, Xbox is going third party, right? Everyone's getting all depressed, and then Phil's like, no Game Pass to all these platforms. Everyone's like, oh, right, crisis averted, right? And then like, here's this thing, and it's like, oh my God, sky's falling. You know what I mean? Like, I don't know, Addict. What do you think?
As far as like exclusivity, the person that told me the game existed also said it was exclusive. So, take how that you want.
Who told you Who told you it was real, buddy?
But anyway, when it comes down to... Who told you it was real,
buddy? Let's talk.
No, let's move on. Let's move on. But anyway, like when it comes down to like the logistics of the things, like I would be more inclined to believe, oh, it's coming to PlayStation if this was something out of the ordinary, but it isn't. Elder Scrolls Online, Elder Scrolls 6, they've been very, up and down on whether or not that's exclusive, but we know it's exclusive. Indiana Jones, we only found that out because the FTC court case. They never came out openly and announced that. So it's like, this is literally the pattern of Microsoft. Now you could blame that on Xbox, You know, maybe I personally feel like Xbox needs to be more, this is our stuff, it ain't yours. Because if you continue that mindset, people are just going to say it's business. It's the reason people don't say nothing when it's PlayStation, because they have constantly, for the most part, been on that mindset. Every time something happens, oh, it's PlayStation. That's how they do things. But when you're constantly, okay, this game, you know, Phil Spencer, because if you remember when the whole time during Bethesda, this has been happening for years. I remember when Hellblade was coming to everything. I remember when Avowed was coming to everything. Until Microsoft came out formally and said, no, these are coming to this platform, and that's all. And then, you know, Phil Spencer came out there and just ruined every PlayStation fanboy's dreams by saying, you know, we doing this to value our ecosystem. Now, will there be games to come to PlayStation? Yes, that's case by case, as in, if it's not there already, don't expect it too much. And then when it comes to the Activision thing, you know, I remember when the Activision thing was first done, and maybe I only saw one or two of them, but I remember everyone was like, Call of Duty's exclusive. Like, people literally from the very first day it was announced. Now, obviously, afterwards it got a little shaky, but when it was very first announced, I remember people specifically putting on Twitter, these games are going exclusive. They're going to do exactly what they did on Bethesda. But what happened? Microsoft said no. You know, obviously there's legal reasons why they did it, but once again, it leads to it's not consistent. Now, if they came out there and they said ABK's ours, it don't matter. All that stuff's on our stuff, it don't matter. Now, when it come to Blade, there would be no conversation because it's consistent. But when it's not consistent, people have every right to take every, like Phil said, case by case basis. So it's like when you give messaging like that, you're giving people loopholes to question everything you do. And until Microsoft puts their foot down, I don't care if Bethesda and Marvel wanted to announce it. It's like, look, most likely we're going to be helping budget this game. We're going to be helping with the marketing. It's got to make sense on every angle. And, you know, I personally feel like sometimes, you know, I've been told that there's back and forth between Bethesda and Xbox in terms of, you know, what's being ran, how it's being ran. Now, obviously, they put Matt Booty like over some of that individual stuff over there, but it's just like, you know, if it was a lot of Bethesda saying we need to show this, and if Phil truly believed it didn't, he could have stopped it. But once again, you're giving too much power into people if you don't think it's going to resonate with your brand itself. You know, if you truly didn't think you could announce that this is an exclusive because of the FTC or because of, you know, what the perception would be around in the industry, then you should have just held on to that until you felt like you're more comfortable just saying it's exclusive. You know, it just, the part that's irritating, it's just like, you know, Colobro said, it's like, they had something as massive as Blade, and no one's talking about what type of storyline they can have, you know, how they can do the gameplay. They're talking about whether or not it's going to be an exclusive or not. And to their own, people are talking about it. So maybe that does work to their advantage in some way. I would argue it's a little bit of both, but it's just like, Xbox got to do better on messaging. You know, just now, a week or two ago, we had the CFO saying, you know, I don't think he was coming out there openly saying we're going third party. He never said anything remotely like that. But I feel like the PR of Xbox needs to be more in tune of what their actual messaging and what their future that they want to achieve is. And that's as far as that is.
I see what you're saying, Don, in the chat, that Blade getting more exposure by the controversy. I guess I'm never agreed with the all press is good press. Like especially something with Disney. Because here's the thing, Rockstar might not care if that happens, but Disney cares if they get bad press. Yeah, and it's not necessarily bad. It's just we want the conversation to be on the game itself. Like, we should have been like this. That should have been. I mean, most of us still are. We're just talking about what the game and what we hope it to be. Thank God it's third person. Because had you told me it was going to be Dishonored Blade, there. I'd be pissed.
I love how he made the specific detail to be like, yo, people are going to automatically want this third person. Let's not even make them wait. Let's just announce it the same now it's announced.
No, because that would have been because it would have just everybody would have just called it a Dishonored skin.
It's Dishonored Blade, right? Dishonored Blade. But Brand, I want to ask you this. So you just hit your 5 millionth gamer score, right? And somebody say, "Oh man, back you had 1 million or something." That was in 2023. What was that like? What if you ask somebody or someone ask you 10 years from now, what are you gonna say 2023 was? And as far as gaming goes,
I would say 2023 was one of the better years in gaming. Like a lot of really high quality releases. I think it was better than any year from last gen. I think it was better. I think last gen, I think maybe the best year is 2018. And that was mostly from Sony's perspective, really, because they put out
2017.
20, I think 2018 was the best last gen. And I know people point to like 2007, like because the 360 had a whole bunch, or the 360 gen had a whole bunch of years where they were just like, oh my god, like 2007, I think like 2010, 2013. But yeah, 2023, I think it's a combination of like the COVID stuff. Games were constantly getting pushed, and then they all kind of like ended up in this like basket, and it was just like it's all here, and they're all really good. Because I'm kind of looking at 2024 right now, and I'm like, oh, I think 2024 is going to be a light year, or at least
Really?
I don't think it's gonna. I don't think it's gonna be as.
I thought so.
Yeah, I don't think it's gonna be like it was.
2022 light.
I don't know. No, not that. I'm saying like I don't think it's gonna. I think it's gonna be a step down from this past year, which this year was ridiculous with stuff. And go ahead, Addict.
I was gonna. There's a lot of things that went into the reason this year was the way it was, and I'm gonna come out and say I truly believe if COVID never happened, we wouldn't have got this year. A lot of these games were meant to come out last year, the year before, because they were pushed back. I heard that there were some studios that didn't even work on games for 3 to 4 months, like at all, like nothing, just complete stop. And that matters because when you come back, it's not like you're going to pick up exactly where that clock left off. It's going to take a couple weeks to catch back up to where you were, to find out exactly what you was doing. Like, I hate it. I hate that the pandemic threw everything in such a tuss, but I do think next year is going to be relatively okay. But the thing is like, we got to be very clear that don't expect this next year. Like, I feel like it's one thing to say that next year is not going to be this year, because I feel like you could put this in the top 5 years of gaming in general. But it's another thing to say it's going to be a bad year because it's not this year. Like, because no year's this year.
Yeah, I think Addict's right. It was just a conflux of whole different things working its way, and it's like 2023 was just like such an amazing experience. It was great. I think I ended up beating. How many games did you beat this year, Addict? I think I'm almost at like 50 right now. What's your total?
37.
37.
Still playing them all.
Yeah. Well, to be fair, I was playing Avatar, but I kind of dropped it to finish my Octopath Traveler. So
I was about to start Cyberpunk for the first time. Finally,
I need to go to The Witcher.
I gotta play Cyberpunk, and now Baldur's Gate 3's on Xbox, and it's like, all right, well, it's like, all right, I need to play Baldur's Gate 3, but I don't know if I'm gonna like it. But
let me ask you this, Rand, because I asked Kofi. Kofi's one of the first guests we had on this morning, and I asked him why is he picking up Baldur's Gate 3, right? And I get it's game of the year, right? But why did you purchase Baldur's Gate?
I didn't purchase Baldur's Gate. I got a code for it.
Oh, it must be nice.
well, so true. I don't know if I would have spent, because the thing is, I don't know if I would like Baldur's Gate. That's the thing, right? Games are expensive. $70 ain't no joke, right? And the gameplay for Baldur's Gate 3 to me seems to be like the tactic style, XCOM-y a little bit, like turn-based. I'm not the biggest fan of that, right? I've never played a Baldur's Gate game either. So I don't know any of the lore. Like, I'm not into like that style. Like, I know it's like fantasy, and I'm a big fantasy book reader and stuff. but I like not like the Dungeons and Dragons and not like the Baldur's Gate stuff. So I don't have any connection on that side, at least to the story and the lore. So for me, it would be all new. But like the way everybody's talked about it, the way, you know, Jez talked about it, the way the other people I know that have played it, and like the accolades it's gotten and how everybody loves it, it was just like, all right, it's on my radar, but I don't know if I want to spend the money on it. And then I got a code for it, and I was like, okay, well, now that I have this code and I don't have to spend any money on this, I'll give it a try. I'll see what it is. That's why I almost switched. It was in Game Pass. Because, and not because like, so
that was my theory, that they will drop it, like they was waiting to announce that the game was going to drop it on Game Pass. Like, I'm really shocked that didn't happen, honestly.
I'm not too shocked because I mean the game's like huge and just one game of the year, so like maybe I'm sure they probably wanted a lot of money, and Xbox was probably like but like this is where to like make me Game Pass really comes in handy, because it's like if it's a game that you're unsure of, well, just download it and check it out. And I would have done that with Baldur's Gate 3, because I would have been like, I'm not sure I would like this game, and I don't want to spend the money to find out if I'm right.
Right? You know, I bet you $20, because we know that, you know, Microsoft did reach out to Baldur's Gate when it first came out to see if you can get it on Game Pass. And, you know, I guess they couldn't figure out a good time on money. It was like what the rumor price, like what, something crazy low, like $5 million. Yeah. I bet you now Microsoft, if that was the figure, and Microsoft wouldn't give probably up that money, I'd be man, we should have done that. We should have had them sign that contract. We should have had that in ink. I bet you they regretting that now, because that would have been real. Especially if they could have got that at launch. And if that was coming in the Game Pass, I guarantee you it would have came out at launch, because there would have been more communication between Xbox and the Baldur's Gate people. And if they could have got that at launch in Game Pass, that would have probably been the biggest thing that happened this year for Xbox.
Yeah. So yeah, I'll play it at some point, but it's Cyberpunk's turn finally. I've been waiting to play it, and everybody's like, you know, all the updates, the expansions. So it's like, all right, I was gonna play Avatar, but I was like looking at some of the gameplay, and I'm just like, I don't know about this. Like, I don't know. And I'm just like, well, I got other games to play. I'm gonna play some Cyberpunk. Maybe I'll come back to Avatar. But Baldur's Gate will probably be sometime next year, because to me, this is my personal preference. Early next year doesn't look that interesting to me. Like, I'm not interested in Persona 3 Reloaded. I'm not really interested in Infinite Dragon or Infinite Wealth.
What?
Well, I'm not real. I didn't play Yakuza Like a Dragon.
Ran is the definition of a dude bro gamer. You didn't know that?
No, that's BS, Addict. That is BS.
Definition, man. If you looked up the definition in the dictionary, Rand's face would be right beside it.
No, a dude bro gamer is a dude bro gamer who plays Call of Duty all the time.
That is not the definition.
Yes, it is. That's the definition of dude bro. What are you talking about?
So now you're defining dude bro. So
how are you defining dude bro?
I believe that a dude bro gamer is someone that plays whatever the masses are playing.
Oh, and the masses won't be playing Persona or Infinite Wealth?
Can we look up the sales on these games? No, definitely not.
Wait, so how can I be a dude bro gamer when all the masses are playing Baldur's Gate 3, but I ain't playing it?
There's games that are exceptions. You know this.
Wait a minute, are the masses playing Baldur's Gate 3 though?
I mean, yeah. You see those stats on PC? At least PC gamers are for sure.
But would you consider a lot of dude bro gamers on PC? Is a dude bro gamer going to go out there and spend and build PCs to a degree to be a dude bro gamer?
Has a console for sure.
Yeah,
definitely has a console.
I mean, Jez has deemed me the trending gamer, that I like to play games that are trending. But that's how I structure.
There's two people calling you a dude bro gamer. Let's just stamp it.
No. You see, the thing is, I play games as they were released, because I don't really have that big of a backlog, and I get through stuff. I churn through it, beat it, and move on to the next game, and it just so happens to be like the next new release.
So that's dude bro sounds like, man.
I don't know, Addict. Dude bro to me is like, yo, let's play Apex, let's play COD, let's play Fortnite.
I'm messing with you.
Don't you be
ready? You ready to fight his twin, bro? He mad.
Look, that's not to say like Infinite Wealth doesn't look interesting. It's just that I haven't played Yakuza Like a Dragon yet, so I would need to play that first.
And you ain't gonna play either one of them. So
I don't have the time. I don't have the time to
you
do
just
it.
said there was nothing coming out next year.
Well,
So
so
when do you
play Cyberpunk. How long? That's gonna take me probably 100 hours. What do you want me to do, Addict?
Greatness.
What do you want me
This is
to
what
do?
gaming is about.
Back to you,
Addict
Faye.
on Ram bumper for real though. Y'all good?
Yeah, no, I'm just joking with him.
Yeah, I'm
I
just
know,
joking.
I
about
know,
it.
I know. But
I know Addict loves Persona. I know. I saw him playing Persona
Yeah, I'm playing
5.
all those games. I'm
I
playing
know
all
he
those
does.
games.
I haven't
See, I'm
played
not-
one.
See,
other than
if-
Persona 5 Tactica, Persona games suck. I'm sorry. Tactica is cool. The rest of the games are terrible.
I
Oh,
actually
you can-
don't like.
I don't wanna sit in the
like
freaking
Tactica
classroom.
like that. I'm gonna be real with you. I don't like Tactica like that. I
Tactica
think
is
it's
good.
a fun
Everything else is
game.
whack.
I think it's a fun game. It's just like it's not what I expect from those type of games.
What turn-based strategy?
Yeah, I've played a huge extensive library of those type of games, and it's just I guess it's the way they told the narrative of the story. I just wasn't a fan of it. Like I'm playing Octopath
respect
Traveler 2 right now. I've played all the XCOM games. I've played Lionheart, Tactics Ogre. I'm waiting for that remake of what's it called to come out. The
That new one from Atlas.
Final Fantasy Tactics is supposed to be getting a remake. Like I play those type of games. It's just that particular one because I didn't like how they put like the characters on the screen. They like the mouse don't be moving. It's just like this ain't it.
Okay. Well, no, so I gotta ask. How do you feel about the 3D versions of the 3D modeled version of Disgaea?
I didn't really get into those games either.
Oh, okay. See, I thought
because
that's an issue for me. Like the art style, I like the hand drawn look versus the 3D models.
I played that game like a long
Look,
time
I got
ago.
hype. I was like, wait a minute. I was like, wait.
I think I
He
played
thought
the
he had a
fourth
friend
one.
for a second.
No,
He could've given him a whole rather-
I mean, you did XCOM, you did Tactics Ogre.
See, the thing is, I had played a Dissidia game. I didn't play anymore after that. Like, I remember you could like throw them off the maps and stuff. Like, there's a lot of stuff that was cool about it. It's just it never grabbed me like the rest of the games did. So I never went back to any of the other ones.
No, not Final Fantasy Dissidia. I'm talking about Disgaea from
Disgaea. That's what I'm talking about. Disgaea.
Oh, okay. I thought you said Dissidia. My bad.
All right, I'm two separate. Let me ask you this, Addict. Not your game of the year, right? But what was your favorite experience as far as game goes? Game from this year, like not your game of the year, but like this is an experience that I can get a whole bunch of this every day and I'd be happy.
Sea of Stars. I don't know why. When I was playing Sea of Stars, it was a nice little time. I'm gonna be real.
Hey, didn't it win best indie game? I believe it did, didn't it?
Yeah, it did. It was a fantastic game. I really enjoyed it.
It should have been a game of the year nominee.
How'd you feel about it, Rand?
Oh, CSR's not my thing, bro.
I know.
Really?
Oh, look at this. He's attacking me. He's attacking me. always attacking me for stuff.
You didn't like Sea of Stars, Rand?
I mean, I didn't play Sea of Stars. I can't give an opinion on it.
It's not dude bro enough.
Oh yeah, the dude bro stuff.
Well,
Here
he
we
needs
go.
everybody to start playing it first, and he's like, you know what? I'm gonna play this.
You know, there's only just so much time, and RPGs aren't really like. I will say this: if I was like 20, I would be playing Sea of Stars for sure. That was when I was in my RPG phase. I'm not saying like you have to be young. I'm saying like, there was that point in time when it was like
Rand would have enjoyed it more than older Rand.
Yeah, like there was a time where I was like every RPG that was on the PS1 and PS2 I'd be playing, right? You know what I mean? So like if that Rand would have been around now, yeah, I probably would have played Sea of Stars. But that Rand doesn't exist anymore, really.
Yeah, that Rand was the one that wasn't a dude bro gamer. We should talk to that Rand.
That Rand was actually more of a dude bro gamer because that Rand was playing Halo every single day, constantly.
Ooh-wee.
That Rand was way more of a dude bro gamer.
What happened to the diversity in your library then? How did
I got plenty of diversity. I got plenty of diversity. And one of my favorite games of this year is Cocoon. Love
Yeah, I need to
Cocoon.
try that.
I need to try
The
that.
hype around that game was out of nowhere, and then I feel like everybody just stopped talking about it.
Then Hi-Fi Rush is in my top 5. Fantastic,
that was a good
amazing
game,
game.
too.
Yeah.
Like the diversity's there because it's just, there's only so much time, and you can't play everything. And there were so many games. Like I still want to play Liza P. Haven't gotten around to that.
Yeah, I
haven't
haven't
gotten
too.
around to Armored Core 6.
I think I'll skip that game.
So I mean, there's still stuff from this year that I wanted to check out. It was just I spent like 100 hours in Starfield. You spent some time with Addict. Addict taught me how to dock in Starfield because the game didn't teach me how to do it yet because I wanted to do my own thing.
Oh, he didn't do the mission.
I had to look
I
it
didn't
up.
know how
It
to
pissed
do it
me off.
either.
I was
the
like,
thing is
I
like
looked it
they teach you in like that faction, but that faction they might encourage you to once the tutorial's ended, but that thing should have been taught to you in the tutorial and not in an optional thing you could do after the tutorial.
I'm like, why do I keep hitting this thing and it's damaging my ship?
Like,
Like I was,
yeah. I'm like literally trying to dock on this thing, and Addict's in a party, and I'm like, what the fuck? What? And Addict just listen to me, and he's like, you want to know how? And I'm like, please tell me.
Listen,
Please.
let me ask you guys this as we get close to the end. Probably the most controversial topic we've had today. We've had every guest on this come up, and I said it for a little bit. Resident Evil 4 remake was nominated for Game of the Year. I gotta get y'all's opinion. I got everybody else's. Should a remake be considered for Game of the Year?
You want to go first, Addict?
Okay, I think there's a caveat to this, in my personal opinion. I don't think 4 deserved it, but I think 2 deserved it. And the reason I don't think 4 deserved it and 2 deserved it is because I think 2 started that trend where it showed people like Capcom, we will buy your old shit if it's looking like new shit. And I liked it because it really rewarded Capcom, and it showed Capcom, okay, there's a different way than just making it run a little bit better and giving it a little bit of a paint job. Let's actually build these games from the ground up, and they will buy it. And that's why I feel like, that Final Fantasy VII Remake, those are the 2 games that I really feel is showing these publishers correct ways of bringing older games back into the newer audience. And that's just my opinion on the matter. But I'm not going to argue with you if you believe it doesn't deserve to be there. Because it's like, okay, it is technically just someone else's work that you're picking up years later. So I can understand Resident Evil 4 had its chance for Game of the Year years ago. Let it be there years ago.
Yes.
Interesting. How did you feel about Final Fantasy VII Remake being nominated for Game of the Year in 2020, Attic?
That's different.
Oh, okay. That's different.
That's different because
Wait a minute.
That's different.
That's different because it's not the same game.
Oh, okay.
I haven't played RE4 Remake, but everybody's saying it's not the same game.
No. Final Fantasy VII Remake, and spoiler, I'm sorry, I can't really explain.
Yet. Don't spoil. I haven't played it. Don't spoil it.
Okay, then what are you coming at me for?
Yeah,
I'm just asking you because I know Final Fantasy was nominated in 2020.
Final Fantasy VII is not sticking to the script. That's all I'm gonna say.
Yeah.
It literally, and I will say this, literally at the end of the game, it says in giant bows before it ends, until next time, until the untold journey continues. Like, it's the definition of a different game.
It shouldn't be called Final Fantasy VII Remake.
But it's a remake, not a remaster. A remaster is putting a new coat of paint on or a new coat of lipstick on a pig.
I feel like the reason they called it remake is that they were trying to, they were essentially clickbaiting people into buying the game.
Oh, yeah. Resident Evil 4, I think the only reason why this is a topic is because there was other deserving games that essentially didn't get nominated because of it.
And that's not a thing every year.
And yeah, that's not something that happens every year. Like, people were like, well, what about Hi-Fi Rush? Hi-Fi Rush deserved it, and other games that could have been nominated. So a lot of people look at Resident Evil 4, especially people that don't like Resident Evil 4, and they're like, that game took a spot, right? And I don't know what's harder. Is it harder to create a brand new IP or make a sequel and make it as good so it gets nominated? Or is it harder to actually take a game that already exists, that already is great, and then actually rebuild it with modern sensibilities and recapture the things that people loved about the first game to the point where that game is also amazing, because people have high expectations of the Resident Evil games, and they consistently nailed, except for Resident Evil 3. They're consistently being like, oh my god, look what you did. You turned it from what it was into this. Even like I didn't have a problem with Resident Evil 4 being nominated for the Game of the Year, personally, because it's one of my Game of the Year. Like, I love Resident Evil 4.
Mine too. I'm on my second.
So it's like, so when people say it shouldn't have been there, like, I understand. Like,
but play it.
But like, when the way I would rank my lists, I would have Hi-Fi Rush towards the bottom, because I would be like, all right, I would rather shine a light on Hi-Fi Rush over Resident Evil 4 and some of the newer things over that. But I'm still like, dude, that game, I just remember like playing through that game, losing myself, smiling because of how incredibly awesome it was. And no, go ahead.
I was gonna say, I guess the reason I would push back a little bit on that is because I do think it's a lot easier to take someone else's A+ work and just put you a little spin on it and call it a game. Like, I do think that's easier. Is that wrong or right? I don't know. That's up to you to decide. But to me, it's easier to take like the top, like look at like the top 10, 15 games in history. The majority of them that have came back have been top tier Game of the Year contenders. And to me, there's a reason they did so well the first time, because they were either A, doing something that's never been done, or B, doing something so far ahead of the competition. And now you're just bringing these games to a modern audience that's just going to recapture the same feeling. And people are like, well, it's not the same game. It can't be the same game. Have you not played Resident Evil 4 back for the GameCube? The clunky controls, they had to reformat that game. There's no way around it. But once again, the story is essentially the same. The moments in the game, even though they might have changed certain things, they're essentially the game. You're giving I don't know when Resident Evil 4 came out. You're giving
2005, I think.
You're giving a 2005 game essentially a second chance to be Game of the Year. And
it deserves it.
Okay, but did it win it in 2005?
Were they even doing Game of the Year stuff in 2005? Like, Keeley was like 10 years old, wasn't he?
But
there wasn't like at least this iteration of the Game Awards.
My thing is, at that point, what's to stop studios from just consistently reusing the same content over and over again? You know, we got Dead Space 1, Last of Us been remade 3 or 4 times. Like, I do feel like there is a certain thing where this is going to get outrageous, and you're not seeing it. At first you saw like the Resident Evil 2, people thought it was cool, but now you're seeing Dead Space. Like, people are seeing this and they are taking notes. People said Dead Space needed to be Game of the Year. If there was certain people's ways, everything on that list would have been old games remade. Like, there's a reason these games did so well back in the day. And to me, it's unfair to the games that came up with original ideals to let them get snubbed just because a game has came back in a high fashion quality way, but essentially is the 2005 variant. And now it's got another opportunity to get Game of the Year, to get all this. Look, I'm not saying the game's not amazing. I'm not. But I'm saying that there needs to be a difference between a game for Game of the Year and a remake that came out years ago that they just rehashed.
It's a valid opinion. It's a valid opinion.
Listen.
And Resident Evil didn't win anything though, just like Spider-Man. So I mean, what is it?
Whoa.
You know.
Yeah.
Great games sometimes don't win, you know? It just happens. There are other better games that do. Like Alan Wake 2, you know?
Alan Wake 2.
Alan Wake 2 didn't win anything?
No, I'm just saying sometimes great games don't win anything because there are other better games, like Alan Wake 2.
Oh, I feel you. But I think we're just talking about the logistic of the process, not necessarily, what would the outcome of the event would be.
Yeah. I do think people place way too much importance on the Game Awards. I don't know if that could be like a topic, but like people go out of their way to like make it seem like Keeley's thing that he created just whatever, and it's just like now this is like the de facto thing. When it's like but it's not even a Game Awards show. It's literally the Winter Games Fest E3 featuring a tiny Game Awards.
I feel you on that. But
I agree.
I get where people...
it is fact though. If you win, because there was a Game Awards show not too long ago.
Golden Joystick,
and no one cared.
Yep,
I think Jeff Keighley's show is the fact that you win it there, you won it.
Yeah, I didn't even know it was being done. Like there was like no marketing, no one was talking about it. Like
this is the premier event.
Yeah. It's because it's an E3 showcase.
Yeah,
essentially.
It's not an award, and
like, let's be honest. Let's be honest, guys. None of us would watch it if they weren't showing us new game trailers every 2 minutes. Nobody would care.
Amen. No reason I watch it.
Yeah,
but I do feel like both scenarios could be true. We could still demand the gaming awards to be a better show for the actual people winning the awards, and also still giving us, the stuff that we come there for. For instance, like the puppets could have left. Kojima could have got a trailer, not 15 minutes on the stage. Mm-hmm. That 15 minutes distributed could have probably saved the whole show when it comes to the reward scenario. Like clearly that man's personal preference is sabotaging his own show, because ain't no music play when Kojima was talking. Like,
I don't know if it would sabotage, because I mean it's all about the end of the day is how many people watching the show, and more people are tuning in to watch Kojima talk than someone giving an award speech.
I agree with you, but I do feel like this year I've never seen so many people in the actual industry complain more than this year.
You're right.
Last year was bad, but this year was pathetic because they were rushing people off that I felt like took 15 seconds to get on the stage. They said 3 words and the music started playing. Like,
you want to know why people were upset? You're right about why, but I think deeper, it's because the whole year, and even when the announcements were made, so a lot of these people were essentially saying like, oh, this is about the devs and about the awards and about the celebration of this stuff. And honestly, like, Jeff Keighley's gaslighting everybody because it's not about that. And I keep on telling people, like, the awards are a secondary thing. The awards don't matter. Like, it's literally a marketing event that the publishers and the devs all put together so they can sell you more products. It's a second E3 at the end of the year. So like I don't know, and I think those people finally realized what this show actually is. What's the saying? Like, when someone tells you who they are, believe them, right?
Believe them.
Jeff Keighley's been telling us who he is for years. Believe him, and I like Jeff putting on. I like Jeff a lot, and I like him putting on the show. But let's be real, Jeff. It's not the Game Awards. It's a winter showcase. Just call it what it is. It's not about the devs and the awards. It's not, and it never really has been. You know what I mean? Like, I don't know. Like,
I agree.
To be honest, Rand, I'm okay with. I don't care who had the best. Like, I don't care about the influencers. I don't care about the celebrities. I don't care. I just want to see games. Sorry.
See, but that's what I'm saying. Like, I feel like yesterday's show, or it might have been the day before yesterday at this point, it was the best worst show they've ever played. I feel like it had the best pacing, but we still got a huge issue. Yeah, we still got a huge issue with Jeff being obsessed with merging gaming in Hollywood. I don't understand why if you would have,
why?
Explain to me.
Because
he wants to be in that space.
Executives. He grew up in Hollywood. So
and once again, like, I think he's too close to the situation. I really do, because it's like Kojima had his own door coming out. Like,
yeah,
they gave him a whole backstage. No one else got that kind of treatment. That's clearly being biased, and he's too close to the situation. But what's funny is we're going to sit here and we look, the rewards needed. I felt like the announcements was on point. That's good. Get rid of the Hollywood stuff. No puppets. I guess
I'm sick of the puppets. I'm sick of the puppets.
The Kojima, he don't need to be on stage that long. Give that to the developers. We good. But guess what Kojima's gonna do? All right, we're gonna get rid of some of these announcements because I want Kojima to still got his 10 minutes. He's still gonna get that. Oh, we still want these. How much you think he paid these actors stuff to come in and say 10 minutes and leave?
Too much.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. It's like
and that's why he ran so many ads.
And then they look like hostages sometimes.
He is so,
Oh my
he
God.
is so obsessed with having the Hollywood and gaming stuff together. That's the issue. The issue isn't anything else. It's that he takes time. He'll sit there and let what's his name, dude that's Captain America right now. I keep forgetting his actual name.
Anthony Mackie.
Yeah, he let him speak for mad long, and I liked him. I think he was funny to a point, but he spoke probably the amount of time that like 7 devs had.
Yeah.
Like it's just like that's not right. First off, why is he up there? He's not in the gaming industry. That should have been like a developer of some sort, a voice actor of some sort. Why are people up there that don't give 2 shits about gaming doing the awards? That's what I want to know.
Well, you want to know, you can encapsulate all of that into essentially this. How many times did they give away all the awards in one block, where they gave away 5 awards in like one stretch without like they did that multiple times, right?
And usually they only do it once. This time they did it 3 times.
They did it a whole bunch. Like they get it to like best RPG, all these big categories. But you know what they made sure got prime spotlight and was able to have an acceptance speech? Best adaptation for movies and TV shows. Right?
Wow, you're right.
Tells you all you need to know about where the priority is for the thing. Because you don't care about these 15 game award events, but you made sure the one that has to do with Hollywood is on stage. And I think you're muted, Addict, by the way. Or at least Addict's not talking, I guess. I thought he was.
But no. I don't think he was talking. Yeah, he's talking, but he ain't talking. He ain't talking to us.
He ain't talking to us, yeah.
He ain't talking to us.
Other than that, I mean, I thought, like, you know, if you want to like break it down, like I agree with Addict that as like an announcement for games, it was pretty top tier. As an award show, like basically enough, right? And people went into the numbers. It was a 3.5 hour show and 12 minutes. If you add up all the acceptance award speeches, those totaled to a total of 12 minutes.
That's
out of 3.5 hours. Yeah, and then what's funny is like, you know, what kills me is like the arrogance on Jeff Keighley. Like he's sitting there on Twitter trying to say, well, no one was rushed off stage. The music is literally rushing people off stage. What are you talking about? Like, It's like, just admit that maybe I should have had more of a mindset going into this. I'll adjust for next year instead of giving excuses to why you did stuff and saying stuff like people didn't get rushed off the stage. Like, because to me, you're taking accountability and ripping that shit away halfway into your sins. Like,
listen, that's all she wrote.
That's all she wrote. We done?
That's all she wrote.
We finished or we done?
We finished and we done. We hit.
Wait, this is my final thought because I feel like I've been muted. Everybody should have known what we were about to get into when the ticket prices for the award show went up.
How much were they?
It was like one something, and then you couldn't buy an individual seat if it created 2 solo seats. So you had there was a situation where you had to buy double seats if you wanted to go.
Oh my god.
Yeah.
Yeah, and not to mention, you know, when it comes to just how elitist that the video game awards is too. Like it's crazy. Like King, y'all remember King was he was venting once. He's like, we fought so hard to get invited to E3. Now E3's gone, and now like this social club that doesn't want no one in, and they got like the same 6 people they refer to over and over again. It's just like, it's frustrating, man, because like there's the ground floor where the majority of us are, even like high influencers, and then there's this this VIP clique that's above them that want to act like they're not the VIP clique. It's just frustrating.
You right,
Listen,
Addict. You right.
Are you guys going to be out in PAX East?
Yeah, we'll be at PAX East.
Yeah, but Rand, you going to
See, PAX East wants to work with us. They want us to come out and cover games. Yeah, what's funny is we reached out. Sorry, what?
You know the next guest.
Nice.
You know the
The
next
what?
guest needs to be on ILP. Although with all the slander that Act just gave him ain't happening. Jeff Keighley.
Jeff Keighley, we've reached out to Jeff Keighley before. That's what I said. They got a clique, and we ain't part of that clique. Like,
Jeff Keighley and ILP would be something.
we reached out to their people once and just asked about what it would be, because that's a huge expense for us to fly all the way out to the West Coast. So we're like, what would it take to go on there as like a media type of thing where, we can actually talk to people. So they said, we ain't talking about that, and literally never responded to us ever again. So it's just like, that's when we just like, the Video Game Awards isn't for us, and we never went back. Actually, Cog and them are starting to go to the Video Game Awards in the East. There's one in New York.
Yeah, I seen the one in New York. I seen that. They be up there, and the same people be there. Phil is there. Todd is there. I mean, everyone is there.
See, let Jeff Keighley play around. See these other people see like the holes in his armor.
Wait a minute, Jeff Keighley follows Erica. Go ahead. And, I hope she probably had the same dream she had about Phil Spencer.
Jeez. Pause.
Listen, after 6 consecutive hours, we've hit our marker, and I gotta let Baron and Hugger go because I've been holding them hostage all day long. Rand, Addict. Number one, I appreciate both you guys' content. The Xbox 2 and the Addict show along the Island podcast are on repeat for me. You guys are freaking amazing. I appreciate you guys lending me an hour of your time. I know I got stuff to do, and I really appreciate y'all. I want to give a big shout out to our sponsor, Dames for Games and Freedom Games, one of my favorite publishers who doing some amazing things with some great games. Shout out to Freedom Games.
They got some good games over there.
They do. Shout out to them for allowing us to give some games away during this stream. Shout out to Dames for Games. Make sure you guys be prepared for their next show. They're gonna be showing some dope games, revealing some dope games. So make sure you guys check them out. After 6 straight hours, I could finally say, with all that said, we'll see you guys sometime because we tired and we getting out of here. Peace.
Peace. Oh my God.